Welcome back to Pardon the Interruption, presented by Samuel Adams, part of Happy Hour.
When it comes to what's the word, my attic is my paddock, and my game never pulls up lame. Giddy up. What's first?
The Jets should feel blank about Trevor Lawrence considering staying at Clemson.
They should feel crestfallen. If you're going to go 0-16, you ought to be able to get the best player available in the draft. And if he's not available, that would be terrible for them. You know how bad the Jets are? 19.5-point underdogs at Kansas City. 19.5 points is an unbelievable number. I don't know if this is a ploy by Trevor Lawrence or what, but they could get him if they got Dabo Swinney to be the head coach of the Jets.
The Jets should feel prodded into doing something about their sorry no-account franchise, prodded into finding the kind of leadership that is going to move them along to get better, to become competitive, to stop being everybody's homecoming opponent. That's Trevor Lawrence saying no should incentivize them to be decent, Tony, and they're not right now. I think you'd agree with that, being the Jets fan you grew up.
No, the whole thing simply makes them look even more pathetic.
It does.
Next.
The 76ers would be blank to hire Daryl Morey as head of basketball operations.
They would be smaller. We all know that Daryl Morey likes to make a lot of trades. In 13 seasons at Houston, 77 trades. And by the end of the day, the Rockets had 77 guys who were 6'4". They make the playoffs every year. I give them all the credit, Daryl Morey, for that. And they're interesting to watch, fun to watch. It's already on the internet that he'll trade Joel Embiid for James Harden. Joel Embiid's playing somewhere else next year. He's done.
Tony, it would be aggressive to hire my man Daryl Morey for the reasons that you just kind of gloss over. Because your Knicks, which haven't made the playoffs maybe once in the past 13 years, and that time, Daryl Morey's team made it every year. And don't just go every small year. Ball, because Daryl Morey can play it any way you want. The thing is, he keeps the team in contention. I know they have not won. They got close. A Chris Paul hamstring from winning the whole thing. But, Tony, they're in contention, and they're fun to watch, as you did say. And so they'd be aggressive and smart to hire Daryl Morey.
I just wish Daryl Morey had gone, say, to Vanderbilt, and then we wouldn't have to deal with him all the time because he's a Northwestern guy. Even though I like
Wildcats.
That's it.
Go Wildcats.
Eat your words, Wilbon.
Cats.
Let's take one last break. Still to come, more bad news for the Wisconsin football team.
Yeah, that's too bad. Bo Jackson makes a claim that some are finding hard to believe.
Look at the change in Philadelphia. Doc Rivers and Daryl Morey. This is a huge change. Huge.
It is, isn't it?
Yes.
You mean from the process?
Maybe they can win in the East. Maybe they can win in the East.
Maybe, Tony. Maybe they can. I got double
Did you know Duracell Optimum can make devices work even better than copper top? This toothbrush brushes quicker. This screwdriver turns speedier. This fan spins faster. Upgrade your devices with Duracell Optimum.
Now you can play through the eyes of the child in an all-new version of Monopoly. The child-themed spaces, hideouts, and common houses, and cards and tokens featuring your favorite character keep the force strong. Bring home Monopoly, Star Wars The Child Edition game.
That's what my dad does.
Good job, Michael. Okay, Lindsay, now tell the class what your mommy does.
My mom has superpowers. It's like she can see the future. What? It's like she time travels in a rocket ship. That's cool. And then she comes back saying, try this or try that. She helps everyone. She helps them feel less worried.
Wow, Mommy, what is it that you do?
I'm a financial advisor.
She is.
AIG proudly supports all the professionals taking care of our financial futures.
Takes the championship 34 years after his father.
Child arrived just the other day. Came to the world in the usual way. And he was talking for I knew it. And as he grew, he'd say, I'm gonna be like you, Dad. You know I'm gonna be like you.
I'm driving.
Zero alcohol.
And the cats in the cradle and the silver spoon. Little boy blue and the man on the
Hey there, I'm Aisha, and my favorite thing about the Chick-fil-A nuggets is how easy you can share them with your friends. They taste fresh, they're crispy, you can taste that every single one is unique. The top tier, best chicken nuggets ever. You guys should put that in the commercial.
Hi, my name is Brian, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A mac and cheese is you can taste the different types of cheeses and the blends that they use, and everything just comes together. It's like a delicate dance. They're like perfection in every bite.
You can go your own way, go your own way.
We believe in good we can all afford. From make-believe made for everyone to a t-shirt that means the world.
Proposition 23.
Dangerous and costly.
The American Nurses Association California warns 23 would shut down dialysis clinics.
And the California Medical Association warns 23 would increase healthcare costs.
Join them in voting no on 23.
A natural disaster may force you to evacuate, and the coronavirus could impact your emergency plans. So take steps now to help your family and community prepare. Keep a supply kit stocked with cloth face coverings, disinfecting supplies, and hand sanitizers. Check with local officials about what shelter spaces will be open during quarantine efforts. And remember to review the CDC's guidelines with the whole family. Disasters won't wait. Neither should you. Visit ready.gov/plan to make a plan today.
Pardon the Interruption is presented by Samuel Adams. From Boston with love. Savor the flavor responsibly. Part of Happy Hour.
Happy time, people. Happy 83rd birthday, Lenny Wilkens. History lesson, kids. Wilkens is best known now as an NBA coach. He coached more NBA games than anyone, 2,487. And he won 1,332 of them, including the NBA championship with Seattle in 1979. Wilkens coached 32 seasons with Seattle, Portland, Cleveland, Atlanta, Toronto, and the Knicks. He's in the Hall of Fame as a coach. He's also in the Hall of Fame as a player. He started at Boys High in New York City as a silky left-handed point guard. Look up Boys High. He went to Providence to play for Joe Mulaney. Look up Joe Mulaney. Wilkens played 16 seasons in the NBA, most notably in St. Louis, but also Cleveland, Portland, and Seattle. Look up St. Louis and look up Seattle. Wilkens was a 9-time All-Star. He averaged 16 points, 5 rebounds, and 7 assists. I mean it as a compliment when I say Lenny Wilkens is a poor man's Oscar Robertson. And look up Oscar Robertson. One more thing. Wilkens is in the Hall of Fame for a third accomplishment, being an assistant on the Dream Team. And please look up the Dream Team.
Thank you for chronicling that. Lenny Wilkens, one of the all-time greats in the history of the sport of basketball.
Absolutely. Happy anniversary, Oakland A's. On this day, 31 years ago, Oakland completed a sweep of the Giants to win the Earthquake World Series with a 9-6 win in Game 4. It was the only World Series the Bash brothers, Mark McGwire and Jose Canseco, ever won. At the beginning, the allure of this series was the proximity of Oakland and San Francisco, separated by a bay and a bridge. But the memory of this series is the earthquake right before Game 3. It was a beautiful, cloudless afternoon in San Francisco, and then suddenly the earth began to roil and the concrete at Candlestick Park began to buckle. Easterners like me didn't know what was happening. But in the broadcast booth, Al Michaels had lived in California long enough to know it was an earthquake. In the press box, typewriters and papers were flying around. Commissioner Fay Vincent postponed the resumption of the series for 10 days. I wrote a couple of stories, went back to D.C., and didn't return for Games 3 and 4. Oakland indeed bashed the Giants, outscoring them 32-14 in 4 games.
You know how I know you didn't go to Games 3 and 4? Because you tapped some youngin' on the shoulder and said, youngin', there might be another earthquake. I'm done. You want to guess who that was?
Yeah, that was you.
Yeah,
that was you.
Right. That's
good.
Right.
Good job out of you.
Yeah,
I'm happy for you.
For acknowledging that.
Happy trails.
50 years later.
Happy trails to the Wisconsin-Nebraska game. That game, scheduled for this Saturday, will not be played or rescheduled. Wisconsin is pausing all team-related activities for at least 7 days due to an elevated number of coronavirus cases within the Badgers program. As of this morning, a total of 12 people within the football program, including head coach Paul Chryst, have tested positive within the past 5 days. The positive tests come from 6 players, presumably including quarterbacks Graham Mertz and Chase Wolf, whose positive tests had previously been reported, and 6 staff members. Chryst said he found out about his positive test this morning, and he is isolating at home. Wisconsin's next scheduled game is at home against Purdue on November 7th. This is the first no contest under the Big Ten protocols.
Tony, this is very representative of the issues confronting the upper Midwest right now, very much including Wisconsin. I hope that everybody gets well as quickly as possible and we don't have a flare-up of this all over the conference that I am an alumnus of.
That's the risk that everybody takes when they play. One omission. The Rockets are reportedly close to naming Mavericks assistant Steven Silas as their new head coach.
Very good. Be a nice hire. Good to hear that out of Paul's son.
That's great. When fathers, that's great. Let's go to the big finish.
Let's do it.
The Miller family is selling the Jazz to 40-year-old software billionaire Ryan Smith for $1.66 billion. Is that all right with you?
Man, that franchise has been in the family since like the mid-1980s, but this is the way of the world, is it not? Mark Stein reports the Clippers are interested in signing Lakers' potential free agent Rajon Rondo. That does make sense, doesn't it?
He's a very valuable player. He's very smart. He's difficult to deal with a lot, but he's got 2 rings. How many the Clippers got, Mike? Refresh my memory. 0, right?
They need a guard,
0
guard.
rings,
They
right?
need him.
Bears wide receiver Allen Robinson is in concussion protocol this week. Your thoughts?
Allen Robinson is the best and most consistent offensive player on a team with an awful offense. What do you think that's going to be like Sunday if he can't play? Bo Jackson told Deion he would average 350 to 400 yards, Bo would, in today's NFL because no one knows how to wrap and tackle anymore. You agree with that?
No, it's absurd. It's lovely to listen to. It makes me happy. The logic is good, but no, he wouldn't get that many. Last won Champions League today. What stood out besides Shakhtar?
Not Shakhtar today, Tone. Chelsea 4-0. Pulisic scored in the 90th minute. Surely you're going to go out and raise a pint at that result.
2 pints to Pulisic. He's the golden boy, isn't he? We're out of time. We'll try and do better the next time. I'm Tony Kornheiser.
I'm Mike Wilbon. Same time tomorrow, Knuckleheads. You can get the PTI podcast on the ESPN app, or if you want, Apple Podcasts.
He's Wonder Boy, not Golden Boy. TB12
Wonder Boy.
Golden
Like
Boy.
that better.
Wonder Boy.
PTI.
The Wisconsin football program has had 12 positive tests, and Saturday's game against Nebraska has been canceled.
A team like Wisconsin, who was a threat, they're done now.
Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin.
Can we get much higher?
Athletic Director Barry Alvarez.
We had 1 positive test Wednesday prior to the game. Since the game, we've had 12.
6 players and 6 staffers. All team activities are now on pause.
I still don't have high level of panic for what's going on with Wisconsin or the Big Ten.
On your team. That's why your wins love.
What does this positive test now mean for the rest of the conference?
Well, look, this has the potential to happen to any school at any time in any conference.
Can we get much higher?
And that question from Kevin Nagandi answered by our college football playoff reporter, Heather Dinich. That's the most open-ended, wide-open response you can have. Heather will join us this morning on Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin at 6:40. Fellas, simply put, the Big Ten made big news when they were the first Power 5 to postpone. Then they made a big U-turn, and now they've got a big problem. As Heather said, any team across the country could have pausing the program at the University of Wisconsin for 7 days. Key, their game with Nebraska is canceled. And if they can't get back on the field for another 7 days, they wouldn't be back out there, presumably until next Wednesday, which could put their game with Purdue into jeopardy. And oh, by the way, Purdue played their first game without their head coach, Jeff Brom, who was battling COVID himself. What a mess.
Yeah, but before we dive into the Wisconsin-Nebraska thing, good morning. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing good, man.
What happened yesterday to you guys at home with no major sports being played? What did you do?
I thought this was a major story. I was wrapped up in this particular story all day. I think this is a huge story. I think you're underplaying this.
No movies?
I don't have any of that
I had
stuff.
a monumental day. Daughter went on the potty for the first time.
Oh.
Yeah, big day in the family.
Okay.
Big day happens. 2 years old, it happens. We're there.
Yeah.
That's it. Probably not exciting. I mean, Zubin doesn't really care about this. He's more locked into articles, but.
No, that's not. She's obviously walking and stuff, right?
Yeah, she's walking. Yeah, she's walking around it. Yes.
No, but I'm saying like pulling up, climbing, doing all those
She's
sort
climbing
of things.
everywhere, man.
Okay.
I need a scouting report now. I already found myself looking at these little boys coming over the house being like, I'm looking at your kneecaps, man. I'm watching you.
Stop, man.
I'm watching you.
Oh, okay. Just wanted to see how the day went without sports because I found myself not turning on the TV at all.
Really? No movies, no nothing.
Just didn't even touch it. Didn't touch the remote. Follow some of what was going on in Wisconsin, obviously, online, but didn't dial in to the television or any other sport networks to find out. Everything that I've researched was pretty much online, as I sat at my desk.
Very good, Key. I see you practicing being present. I like that. Yes.
I mean, it's. I have kids, Even though they go in another room, they don't really fool with you. They're at that age where they're not really trying to listen to you. Even, kids get to be 8 and 10 years old. They're like, man, I got my own friends that I want to communicate with. But the Wisconsin situation is interesting because they're one of the better teams out of the Big Ten, and some people would say one of the better teams throughout the country. Now they run the risk of, not necessarily, I don't want to say forfeiting, but not playing.
No contest.
And having, 6, 7 games opposed to having a full slate of games that was given to them at the start of the Big Ten season. For me, it's like, okay, did I really want to see Wisconsin in the Final Four anyway? I mean, even if they ran the table, is that a matchup that I want to see? I've seen them in bowl games, and that just is not appealing to me. I understand from a Wisconsin standpoint that the fan base and Badger fan base would love to be in the Final Four and have a chance to play against Ohio State in the Big 12, Big 10 championship. They'll still be able to do that. I think they'll still be able to win that side of the conference. But all in all, when you start to get one test leading to another test that's positive, leading to another test that's positive, we knew that something was going to happen. It's happened in pro sports. It's happened in college sports where it was either a postponement of some sort or rescheduling of some sort. Now, all of a sudden, this is completely taken off the board.
It just seems like it's going to be extremely challenging considering Greg Mertz, who is rising superstar in college football and football in general, who has COVID. He's going to be out 21 days, Zubin. That's what the commissioner, Kevin Warren, has stated with the Big Ten, 21 days. Even though the CDC and other leagues are doing 10 to 14 days, Big Ten is different. It just puts them in such a bind. I mean, even their game the following week against Purdue is somewhat in question.
No doubt.
And now you're saying that, I think under the tiebreakers created for 2020, Big Ten team has to play at least 6 games, right? So now all of a sudden, if that game gets no contest, now you're right at 6 games. You're right there. And who knows when your starting quarterback is going to come back. But this is what happens when Kevin Warren and company, they did not want to wait. They wanted to cancel the season. They did not build in any bye weeks to give them that buffer in case there were COVID positive tests to postpone the games or to remake them up. And here's where we are.
Now, remember, this is their backup quarterback. This is not the original starter. Jack Cohen, the original starter, went down. Mm-hmm. So they could potentially be, if they would have played this game, they could have potentially been on their 4th quarterback.
Correct.
And so what does that look like, right? Exactly. If you got to play with the 4th quarterback. So, it's like, do I play the game and play with my 4th quarterback? But obviously we got so many players that have tested positive. We can't even field the proper roster to put on the field. You look at the Purdue situation a week from now, what's going to happen? Will we come up with more positive tests? Now, all of a sudden, you missed that game. Now you're down to 5 games. You can't possibly put an undefeated 5-win team in a college football play. You can't do it.
But it's just not Wisconsin that's being affected by this. I mean, you have a lot of teams in the Big Ten that could be affected by this. If another team gets it, I mean, look, here's what this is. It's a series of ebbs and flows, a lot of moving parts. Is the crazy siren going off? Yes, initially to a degree, but you have to kind of prepare for having these type of scenarios. It's been happening around the entire country in all professional sports. The reality, though, is that if other teams miss games, if another team were to catch this or somebody else is infected, then it puts the whole league in jeopardy of having a representation in the college football playoffs.
Well, the league is in jeopardy now, just from the fact that they have to no contest with Nebraska, no contest with Wisconsin. Then you get into Purdue's situation. Now, 21 days, this is just the one player. What about the other players? And what about the other staff? So now you're getting into that, which will run into the Purdue situation. Now, Purdue misses a game because they have a no contest. Now, that 7th game is off their board. So it becomes a trickle-down effect for sure, no question about it.
And by the way, I mean, states in the Midwest are rampant right now with COVID. So that's
the bigger issue. The state of Wisconsin has just built a field hospital of all the hot spots in the country. Pockets of Wisconsin are all over the top 15. Let me just give you some stats for context with the numbers the guys threw out. A coach needs to isolate for 10 days. The reason I bring that up is one of the 12 people that tested positive is Wisconsin head coach Paul Chryst, who was heavily criticized in the opener last Friday for not having the mask above the nose. We'll hear from Paul Chryst in a second. As Jay mentioned, Graham Mertz, their superstar stud quarterback, also tested positive, as did his backup, Chase Wolf. So that's why Key said they could be on their 4th-string quarterback.
And Jack Cohen, who was the original starter, is out.
Right. He's got a foot injury, non-COVID related. So you're down to your 4th-string quarterback. If you're a player, it's 21 days. So if you're Coach Chryst, it's 10 in isolation. If you're a player, it's 21. That essentially is 3 games, 3 weeks, as Jay said, no bye. If you're wondering, they have contact traced at Illinois, their previous opponent. No positive tests. Good news for the Illini program. And right now, it's 6 players, 6 staff members, and Wisconsin is going to the lengths of making sure all of these people can get separate hotel rooms because a lot of these players cohabitate. They live in a big house together. Obviously, that can't happen. This is Paul Chryst, Wisconsin head coach, who tested positive during a PCR test the entire program took on Tuesday on this week's game with Nebraska, essentially being a no contest.
We were wanting the opportunity, and our players were wanting the opportunity to play. And then to not have that opportunity, and I know why, and I support, and understand why we're not. But, when you have a hand in it, you don't feel that's where there's a disappointment.
That's a good question. Jay and I were just talking while listening to Paul Chryst exactly why it's so draconian. Why is it 21 days? Why is it 3 weeks?
I've seen so many reports that have kind of debunked that theory, and there's all these different scientists talking. I mean, the CDC, granted, the CDC recommends 10 to 14 days. I don't know why you would tack on another 7 days. They're the only conference to do that.
The only speculation I could come up with very quickly here is the fact that they were the first league to postpone. So they essentially said, when we come back, if we're not ultra stringent, it might make us look a little hypocritical. We were scared of the virus to the point where we postponed. Now everyone's playing, making money. Everybody's fan base is excited. Our fan base is despondent because we're not playing. But if we come back after being the first league to postpone, we might have to be overcompensating when we come back. We should also mention Michigan and Michigan State are led by epidemiologists, not just doctors, epidemiologist, so there could be something on the way there. Want you to be a part of the Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zuba Nation on the Dr. Pepper Twitter feed this morning, asking everybody, does Justin Turner deserve to be punished? Let us know. ESPN Nation presented by Dr. Pepper. It's official. College football's back, and so is your favorite Dr. Pepper-loving college football town, Fansville. Head to a store near you to treat your inner college football fan to an ice cold 20-ounce Dr. Pepper today. Still to come, Key says Justin Turner wasn't running out there the other night just to meet his teammates. He was running out there the other night to show somebody something. That's on the way after Key has this from Goodyear.
You want to know the best part about college football? Anything can happen as long as you have the drive. Whether you're on the field or on the edge of your seat, Goodyear wants you to embrace the unexpected, to Take every epic upset, touchdown, fourth quarter comeback in stride and let it move you. No matter what the season throws your way, Goodyear is here to help drive you forward. Visit Goodyear.com to find what moves you. Goodyear got more driven. End of a World Series, he's celebrating with his teammates. What is Major League Baseball going to call down and say, get off the field?
They took him out of the game.
I'm not criticizing it. I don't really care. If the teammates are with it, then I'm all with it.
More from Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin. Next.
For my chapped lips, his dry, cracked hands, and so much more, I love Aquaphor Healing Ointment. Its unique, breathable formula protects to help heal skin. It's not just for one trouble spot, but for all my body. For everybody. I spread the love with Aquaphor.
When you know that you're finally home, and that long stretch of road falls behind that line. Won't stop, don't stop, believe and tell me what you want, I want you see it. 'Cause right here, right now, you can be anybody.
She wanted a roommate who could help with the cooking, but she wanted someone who loves cats. So we got Chris Walda. But one thing we could both agree on was getting Geico to help with our renter's insurance.
Dinner's almost ready.
Thank you Smells so good.
Nico Rosberg takes the championship 34 years after his father.
Child arrived just the other day, came to the world in the usual way, and he was talking for I knew it, and as he grew, he'd say, I'm gonna be like you, Dad, you know I'm gonna be like you.
I'm driving.
Zero alcohol. And the cats in the cradle and the silver spoon. Little boy blue and the man on the phone.
We believe in good we can all afford. From coffee that opens more eyes to black business to 100 shades of beautiful.
Pro Extra is the Home Depot's loyalty program built just for pros. Members earn rewards like Tool Rental Center credit or Pro Extra dollars with every purchase. Plus, they get members-only offers. Save time, save money, get rewarded. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Joseph asks why it took B-Dubs so long to add lemon pepper sauce. Ever grow a lemon tree, Joseph? Ever blended spices? Do you even know where peppercorns come from? Trick question! Nobody does! Buttery, savory lemon pepper, one of 4 new sauces at Buffalo Wild Wings.
To reduce the risk of wildfires, PG&E may proactively turn off power when severe weather is forecast. Here are 4 ways to prepare before a power shutoff. Update your contact information at pge.com/mywildfirealerts so we can reach you. Plan for medical needs like medications that need to be refrigerated or devices that require power. Pack or restock your emergency supply kit. Ensure backup power sources are safe to operate. To learn more, visit safetyactioncenter.pge.com.
I always loved you, Sven. I never said it, but...
Whoa! Did Sven Rod just die?
Yeah.
Can you do it again?
Sure.
I always loved you, Sven. Missed it again. Alexa, rewind 10 seconds.
I never said it, but...
baseball wasn't going to take a dude out who's celebrating with his team, Jay.
They took him out of the game.
The game is over. We're out of the bubble now. The game is over.
You're not out of the bubble. You're still in the bubble. Celebrating the game.
The game's over.
No, Key. I would feel differently as a teammate. I'm not going to stop you from hanging, partying. Just have your mask on.
Jay has often said, seems simple enough. It's not that easy for most people, though, apparently. Keyshawn, Jay, Will, and Zubin were presented by Progressive Insurance. In that group of people would be Justin Turner. I'm sure you heard about it yesterday, the fallout. His team wins the World Series. Oh, by the way, that becomes a secondary story. The primary story was Justin Turner testing positive for the coronavirus, being out there with a mask, without a mask, with his teammates. We're presented by Progressive Insurance. All of our guests on the Shell Pennzoil Performance Line. We'll talk NFL with Damian Woody here in 1 hour as Week 8 is underway tonight between Atlanta and Carolina. It's time for Straight Talk, brought to you by Straight Talk Wireless. Let's head straight into the discussion with a little bit of context. I want you to hear from Major League Baseball Commissioner Rob Manfred. Now, this is back on February 16th. So this would have been when baseball was hoping to hold spring training for a normal season. And here he is talking about Dodger fans and other fans wondering how we should look at the Astros 2017 championship after the cheating scandal.
The idea of, an asterisk or asking for a piece of metal back seems, sort of a futile act. People always know that there was something about the 2017 World Series that was different, and they're going to know that. We undertook a really thorough investigation, and we had the intestinal fortitude to put out there the facts we found, even though they weren't very pretty.
And we should mention, again, the piece of metal he's referring to, obviously, is the World Series championship trophy, known as the Commissioner's Trophy. Justin Turner, a day later, before all this drama started and the coronavirus, this is just a day later in February, maximum level of anger at Manfred, disrespecting the players and what they play for.
For him to devalue it the way he did yesterday is just tells me how out of touch he is with the players in this game. And, at this point, the only thing devaluing that trophy is that it says commissioner on it.
And Key, you said a lot of this has to do with Justin Turner's yesterday insistence to go out there in October, the developments of what we just heard between these two folks in February.
Well, it's not that there's a lot that has to do with it. It's in the back. I'm sure it's in the back of Justin Turner's mind, although Major League Baseball did have security on the field to ask Justin Turner to not celebrate with his teammates. And I'm sure Justin Turner basically said, I got the trophy. Now that piece of metal is with my team. I'm going out there to certainly celebrate with them, regardless to what your security or whoever tried to intervene and stop him from going out there said. You know when you have an issue with somebody, he knows the commissioner, he got an issue with the commissioner based on what he said. Now I have an opportunity to celebrate the ultimate trophy. The ultimate goal was to win it. We did it. I'm going to celebrate regardless to what Yellow Jacket security or whatever the case, mall cop, whoever you have out there, try and stop me if you feel like it.
That's really disappointing if that's the case. Like, if that's the case, if it's about being spiteful, if it's about having a piece of metal and running out on the field in order to show up the commissioner, that's disappointing. I don't even know how to respond to this. I just feel like watching this in real time. And yesterday, I sat up here and talked about MLB should have done a better job to remove him away from the situation. But then after finding out more about this story, you hear that Justin Turner found a way to get away from them and get himself on the field.
He eluded the cops.
And this goes back to something that Charles Barkley said way back in the day. I'm not a role model, for your kids. I'm not. But we live in a time and age where we are. We are, as athletes, as people in general, and setting the model for going through a pandemic, regardless of whether you're celebratory or not. If you have COVID, you can't just think about yourself and what you need for yourself. You have to think about your teammates. You have to think about the other people that potentially you could affect by your own actions. So hearing Justin Turner talk earlier in the year about how serious they were taking COVID, about how they're going to make sure that everybody had masks in the dugouts and things of that sort, I just walk away from this very disappointing. I think it's a bad look for the Dodgers organization. And I think it's a bad look for Justin Turner. And it's unfortunate that we're talking about this because we should be talking and praising a team for winning the World Series.
It's a look, Major League Baseball, as I said yesterday, they probably had security out there, and he wasn't having it because he wanted to celebrate with his teammates. I understand what you're saying, Jay. His teammates clearly embraced him as part of it. In fact, they believe that if he was not on the field with them at the time, and he was, let's say, in the locker room, they would have just gone down to the locker room and celebrated with him. This is coming out of their mouth.
Do you think all the players knew what happened? Because I heard somebody.
I think eventually, by the time they started to celebrate, of course, they realized that when they took him out in the 8th inning, they didn't realize at that moment. But as time went on into the 9th inning, they certainly knew. Whispers started to go throughout the dugout.
Great.
Absolutely.
Whispers. All right, but you and I both played in games, right? So I don't have time to do a full detailed report while my mind is focused on trying to win a World Series or trying to win a Super Bowl or trying to win a national championship in college. Like, I'm focused on the game. Yeah, I hear what's going on, but I don't know what the results are. So all of a sudden, like, I see my teammate, a guy obviously I've been through hell and back with, run on the field after the game, me not knowing results, but I'm obviously, I'm assuming that he's okay because he's on the field.
One of your top players is not on the field abruptly. You're going to ask the guy next to you, hey, Zubin, what happened to Jay? And Jay, he tested positive for COVID. Or when we going off the field or into the locker room or we're in the dugout, that communication is going on. They not going to say nothing. They're having that conversation. They absolutely is having a conversation.
Seager did say during the 8th inning, he looked over, saw Edwin Rios standing there and wondered to himself, what's Edwin Rios doing out there? A couple of points of context to note here. Buster Olney is reporting that the Dodgers are in a situation where they are being investigated by Major League Baseball to see whether any Dodgers personnel facilitated his return to the field. That would pose to Jay's point about how serious this is and who's really in charge. Just last couple things. I know you want to get in here. Last couple things. The Dodgers have flown back to Los Angeles. Justin Turner and his wife, who is tested negative, are still in Arlington at this moment.
All I was going to say is we're not talking about how great of a job baseball has done, especially the way things kicked off for finishing the season. We're not talking about the Dodgers winning the World Series. We're not talking about Corey Seager being the MVP. We're talking about Justin Turner and his decision, and we're talking about egg on the face of the Dodger organization. And this is a bad look for baseball. A bad look for baseball in general.
No doubt about it. Straight Talk Wireless, no contract, no compromise. We're asking you this morning. You've certainly heard what Key said. Some suspension is warranted. Jay is essentially apoplectic that this even happened. I'm kind of in Jay's camp. We're asking our Dr. Pepper Twitter nation what the punishment should be for Justin Turner. Suspension? Fine? Nothing. 46% of you have said suspension. Now, that's obviously a pretty vague term. We'll wait to see what the commissioner does, if anything. How about this, fellas? 32% of everybody weighing in this morning on the Dr. Pepper Twitter feed. You can hit us at Key J and Z, by the way. 32%. No punishment.
They must be from L.A., right?
At Nothing's Off Limit, I'm not sure where he's from, but he just hit us up on the Dr. Pepper Twitter feed. Quote, he deserved to be out there. Yes, it's not a good look for him. The Dodgers are MLB, as Jay has said. Can you imagine never winning the World Series again and couldn't celebrate the one you did? Interesting.
Tough.
Fair enough. Fair enough. On the way, one title contender has $80 million wrapped up in 2 players. And Jay says they're ready to hit the reset button and rebuild. That's after Jay has this from Shell.
Not all motor oils are created the same. Motor oil made from crude oil contains impurities, but Pennzoil synthetic motor oils are made from natural gas. Its base oil is 99.5% free from impurities. It gives you unbeatable engine protection. So the next time you get an oil change, ask for Pennzoil. The proof is in the Pennzoil. Based on Sequence 4A wear tests using SAE 5W-30.
Stephen Silas is somebody who grew up in the coaching profession. Obviously, his father, Paul Silas, not just a legendary player in the league, but really an outstanding coach. And, you know, he certainly comes with great pedigree to the Rockets.
This is Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin.
Behind that line, won't stop
So how is it?
Great.
Proposition 23.
Dangerous and costly.
The San Diego Union Tribune warns 23 will put dialysis patients at risk.
The Los Angeles Times warns 23 would raise costs.
Every major newspaper in California urges.
Vote no on 23.
With the Home Depot app, your phone is your most powerful tool. Find just what you need in a snap. Get a second opinion in seconds and have it all delivered free. Download today. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
We believe in good we can all afford. From coffee that opens more eyes to black business to 100 shades of beautiful.
At T-Mobile, we believe you should get more. That's why we merged with Sprint. Now, it's about to get even better. And as we work to integrate Sprint's network, our nationwide 5G keeps getting stronger, with the capacity and coverage to reach more people and places across the country. Who says you can't have it all? Now is the time for 5G. Now is the time to join T-Mobile.
If the Jets do get that #1 pick, you're Trevor Lawrence. What are you going to do?
I'm staying in school, or I'm going to blackmail him and pull an Eli Manning and say, I'm going anywhere but coming to you. And I take no pleasure in saying this. One of my best friends in the world, my brother Jeff Brown, who y'all all know in Cali, is a diehard Jets fan, and what he has subjected my godchildren to is just cruel and unusual punishment.
Did you just say some of my best friends are Jets fans?
No. One of my one of my best friends, meaning Jeff Brown, and he subjected my godchildren to this atrocity of being a Jets fan. The New York Jets are an atrocity. They are an abomination right now. They haven't won a Super Bowl since 1969. I'm appalled that Todd Bowles is gone in favor of Adam Gase, who showed up to his introductory press conference. Ha! That's right, I said it. Ha! He looked high, at least from appearances perspective. Looked completely spaced out. Zooted. They've got the worst offense in football, worst in points scored, worst in yards accumulated, worst passing attack. You got a 23-year-old quarterback completing 58% of his passes that is regressing before our eyes, clearly because of the environment around him. And oh, by the way, your leading rusher, who's averaging 3.7 yards a carry, is third 37-year-old Frank Gore. This is the New York Jets that we're talking about here. And Trevor Lawrence, who's chilling at Clemson, who has a career 31-1 record as a starter. The only game he's ever lost in his career was a national championship game to LSU. This brother just put up 73 points on Georgia Tech, even with while waving his hair, getting ready to steal hair commercials from Troy Polamalu and others because he's waving his hair around. He's throwing touchdowns all over the place.
Wave his hair one more time.
Just doing all of this, right? This is Trevor Lawrence, okay? And that dude playing for my brother Dabo Sweetie, he's supposed to want to come to the New York Jets? Hell no.
Good morning. I'm Zubin Mehenti here with your SportsCenter update. The University of Wisconsin-Madison football program has been put on pause for 7 days, which means their game Saturday with Nebraska has been ruled a no contest. They can get back on the field at the earliest next Wednesday, which means their next game against Purdue the following Saturday could be in jeopardy. 12 people with the team have tested positive, 6 players, 6 staff members. That includes the head coach Paul Chryst and star quarterback Graham Mertz. Much more on this with our college football playoff reporter, because remember, this goes way beyond Wisconsin. How does this affect Ohio State and the rest of the league? Heather Dinich is here in just 8 minutes. The Rockets have made a head coaching hire from one spot in Texas to another. The Mavs assistant Stephen Silas has been hired. He's the son of former NBA head coach Paul Silas. They're the 5th father-son combo to be head coaches in the NBA. Woj will join us later this morning. The Thunder are the only other team that are looking for a head coach at this moment. And Major League Baseball is looking into whether to suspend or hand out any discipline to the Dodgers' Justin Turner, who after contracting coronavirus ran out there with his teammates to celebrate the World Series championship, including whether the Dodgers had any personnel facilitating his return after being ruled out. Interesting. SportsCenter brought to you by Barbasol. Choose Barbasol shaving cream for a thick lather and close, comfortable shave. Barbasol, the American original, for over 100 years. Better by Barbasol.
Stephen Silas is somebody who grew up in the coaching profession. Obviously, his father, Paul Silas, not just a legendary player in the league, but really an outstanding coach. And, he certainly comes with great pedigree to the Rockets.
That is the voice of Woj. Woj will be with us in less than an hour, 7:30, to get our thoughts on that and exactly why he was hired. Let's bring in Jay Will. Jay, you've got some really interesting thoughts to bring in a guy that's never been a head coach to coach this particular team with this particular salary structure at this particular time.
So Silas is a good coach. I've known of him for a while. Spent time with Rick Carlisle. Luka Doncic really likes him. Spent time with Steve Clifford, obviously the son of Paul Silas. The interesting play here, though, is was this a choice that was made due to his ability to connect to James Harden and Russell Westbrook? I really do believe that this is a rebuilding mode that the Houston Rockets are in. And when you're in rebuilding mode, the question is, when you have $80 million of your salary tied up into 2 individuals, how much room does that really give you to move and to make things happen? It seems like the Rockets' only tradable asset is Russell Westbrook. Because of what he can probably get you in return. Eric Gordon, he's been banged up with injuries. Robert Covington, he's owed $36 million over the next 2 years or so. He's talented, but it's not the same piece as Russell Westbrook. So I guess the question comes, Key, it's not even the question, it's more of a statement. I do not believe we're going to see James Harden win a world championship in Houston. I just do not. I mean, you're not going to have them over the Lakers next year. You're not going to have them over the Clippers next year. You're not going to have them over Golden State next year. I think Denver will be a better team next year because they're built more for the playoffs, unless they make some crazy moves and get the right pieces. But I don't know how you get the right pieces unless you use Russell Westbrook as a trade asset.
The field is obviously stacked in the West. There's no question about it. I mean, you failed to mention, not failed, but you didn't mention Dallas, right? You didn't
Dallas
mention,
too. Yep.
And so when you look at it, Portland, Utah, when you start to look at where they're at as an organization and as a team in the makeup of the team, yes, you can move Westbrook or you can move James Harden, whoever you want to move. What are you getting back in return? In order to win a championship, you got to have stars. You got to have some snack, crackle, pop, and some star power. You could trade one of your stars in Westbrook. Let's use him as an example. But what are you getting back in return, right? We've seen James Harden by himself as the Lone Ranger. Hasn't worked out. You add something to him other than a Westbrook, for instance, who is that going to be? Like, what big piece are you going to get that's going to get them past LeBron James and AD or Kawhi Leonard and the PG or the makeup of Golden State that we see, yet we haven't seen everything with them. We see what they have, but they got the number 2 pick in the draft. They may be making moves behind closed doors. All of a sudden, that number 2 pick turns into something else. They get stronger. So when you start to look at it, what's the best fit? Let's just move him. What's the best fit for Westbrook? Where does he fit? Who would want to acquire that? There's a team here I'm almost at LA, here in New York, like the Knicks, that need some snack, crackle, pop, need somewhat of a leader, a guy that potentially could do some things and energize a franchise, and maybe you could grab a few pieces and put them around him, but does he fit in what Tibbs wants to do as a basketball player? Because he's not sure roles that Tibbs had in Chicago, where he was basically he was the field general. He was the floor. He was the point guard. Westbrook doesn't fit in that traditional guard mode. He's more of a scoring 2 guard.
Well, Russ, I mean, look, I think Russ would fit in New York City. He's a triple-double machine.
The city, but what about the city? But what about what Tibbs wants to do on the floor?
I actually think Russ and Tibbs will work well together. Russ seems like he's built DNA-wise similar to Jimmy Butler. And Jimmy Butler, that kind of rough, that tough, in-your-face, relentless attitude 24/7, that's how Russ plays. Now, I hear what your question is. If you're your Knicks, what are you willing to give up? I mean, you're willing to give up a lot of stuff. You're willing to give up Alfred Payton, Bobby Portis, throw Kevin Knox in there, throw a second-round pick, throw a first-round pick in 2022. You're willing to make moves in order to wheel and deal. And then if you're Houston, if you're using that and some of those pieces come off the books, what other big-time free agent could you target? Could you go after? I don't know what the answers are right now, but it still seems like there's so many moving parts, right? Like it felt like Ty Lue was supposed to be the guy to go to Houston. That didn't work out. Really happy for Coach Silas. First head coaching opportunity, right? He's been assistant coach in the league for 20 years. Incredible pedigree. But at the same time, you're having 2 guys who people expect to win yesterday. The whole narrative on James Harden is he's the guy that can do it for you throughout the regular season, but can't do it to you in the playoffs. So if you're James Harden, you're getting to that point. How much longer do I give time here in Houston to a rebuilding process before I start thinking about if the goal is to win a championship, if you don't feel confident in leadership in Houston, where do I go? Who do I partner with to actually help me achieve my goal?
Let me ask you this. So if I'm James Harden now, we moved on from Westbrook. Now I'm James Harden, and I'm not getting.
I still don't even see it working next year with Russell Westbrook there.
No. I'm saying I'm James Harden. I said We've moved on from the conversation of Westbrook. Now let's have a conversation about James Harden. If I'm James Harden and I feel that this isn't working out in Houston, but I'm ball dominant, I'm a scoring machine, where do I go? Who's willing to absorb that cost? Could it be a Milwaukee? Could Milwaukee say,
wow, him and Giannis together
put him with Giannis, maybe?
Giannis likes the ball in transition, likes the ball in isolated situations. James and him together, wow, you can't stop that.
Those are some great.
I would get out of the West. I mean, Steph and Clay ain't going nowhere, right? The Clippers are going to be there for a while. It seems like Bron got another 2, 3, 4 years in him. With AD, they're able to retain AD. Denver's only getting better with Jokic and Jamal Murray. Utah's getting good. Donovan Mitchell, Rudy Gobert and company.
Luka and the Mavs.
Chris Paul to the Lakers. Better. Chris Paul going to the Lakers.
The West is loaded, man. I sit there and look at the East. Okay, Miami, Boston, Milwaukee, Philly is trying to make changes, but it seems more open.
You're right. The path does seem a little bit more clear. We should mention, for those that aren't familiar, because there is a lot of NBA talk going on, Tibbs is Tom Thibodeau, who you might remember from the Minnesota Timberwolves and the Chicago Bulls, now the head coach of the New York Knicks. Keyshawn, J. Will Zubin, brought to you by Pennzoil. Crude oil is crude, natural gas is pure. That's why Pennzoil's base oil is made from natural gas, not crude, giving you unbeatable engine protection. The proof is in the Pennzoil, based on Sequence 4A wear test using SAE 5W30. Let's talk a little college football.
With the number of positives and that short a timeline, the chancellor and I felt that we had to make this decision and get our arms around this whole virus now.
We were wanting the opportunity, and our players were wanting the opportunity to play. And then to not have that opportunity, that's where there's a disappointment.
We're talking about spikes right now in every state in the Big Ten. I'm not a doctor, but there's no way I can sit here and tell you that there's a positive outlook on this.
It's a great point. Heather Dinich is not a doctor, but she's something more important. She's an ESPN college football playoff reporter. She's one of the best we have. You just heard there before Heather the voice of Barry Alvarez, the former legendary head coach, now the AD, saying he and Chancellor Rebecca Blank made this decision. So it's the very top of the organizational food chain. And then you heard from Paul Chryst, the head coach, who was tested positive. Heather, good morning. Even though you're not at MD, we're going to allow you to be on the program this morning. 12 positive tests, 6 players, 6 staff members. That's the deal for Wisconsin. We'll talk about what it means for their playoff chances with a truncated schedule in a second. But first, take me more inside what you said about how the rest of the Big Ten footprint is reacting to this.
Well, everybody knows, Zubin, that there are cases rising throughout the country, particularly where the Big Ten schools are located. But, you know, this is what they have been preparing for since March. And that's their response to this, is that we have probably what are the strictest protocols for return to play in college football right now. So it's at the very least 21 days before a player can return to the field, because Paul Chryst and any player or staff member who tested positive will be self-isolated for 10 days per CDC guidelines, but the players go beyond that, and then they have to be cleared by a cardiologist before they can return. They start with light to moderate exercise, and then they go through a return to play progression, which gets them game ready to get back on the field. So, you know, the Big Ten is keeping its fingers crossed that they can make it through this entire season. But this is what everyone expected, whether you have daily antigen testing or not.
Heather, why are the Big Ten so strict in their policy on the 21 days? Could that eventually, based on what we're seeing, could that change?
I think it could change, and I think it's a matter of waiting for more data to be collected. What happens, guys, is let's just say hypothetically, if a player at Penn State tests positive, then they have to drive about 90 minutes to Hershey Medical Center off campus to go through cardiology tests. And that data then is shipped to University of Maryland Medical Center, where it's like a data bank, essentially, for every single player in the Big Ten who tests positive. After they have what the scientists and doctors consider to be enough medical information to say, okay, look, this isn't a problem, we can let them return sooner, then I would imagine that they would probably do that. The question is, how much data do they need? How long would that take? You know, I heard from one source yesterday, it could be a December evaluation. At that point, is it even worth it? I don't know the answer to that. But yes, I do think that it could change. But the reason they're so stringent to answer your question is because when this all started, myocarditis was a huge fear amongst university presidents. So in order to get them back on the field, that medical advisory committee had either say, look, this is overblown, or these are the ways we're going to mitigate it, and the answer turned out to be B.
Being our college football playoff senior writer, Heather, sorry about that, could, let's say, a 5-0 Wisconsin-type team, could they still make it to the college playoff?
Well, 2 points on that. One, in order to qualify for the Big Ten Conference Championship game this year, as we sit here and teams are playing an 8-9 game schedule, you have to play 6 games, right? And Wisconsin has already canceled one. It's going to be a no contest. Now, the average number of Big Ten games at the end of this thing is what matters. So let's say if every school in the Big Ten plays 7 games, then you have to have at least no more than 2 fewer than that to play in the Big Ten championship game. So you'd have to play 5 games to get in that thing. So yes, Wisconsin, depending on what everybody else does in the Big Ten and how many games everyone plays, they can still win the West. But right now, they don't even know if they can play the Purdue game. And that's the truth. As we sat here yesterday, Barry Alvarez and Paul Chris said, we have no idea if we're going to play Purdue and if we're going to, how long this 7-day pause is really going to last. The second part of that answer is the college football playoff has not yet set a benchmark for how many games you have to play to qualify for a semifinal. So I don't know if they will necessarily. Would they put in a 2-0 team? Probably not. Would they put in a 5-0 team? Maybe.
Heather, how do you think the Big Ten is going to handle this? Because this obviously will likely not be the only team that will have to cancel a game. You said Purdue. Obviously, COVID is rampant in the Midwest. That is a geographical region of the Big Ten. How do you just see them navigating all this moving forward?
Well, I think it's going to be really difficult, and it's like every other school and every other conference, and I think that's what all college football fans need to realize right now. I understand we're focused on the Big Ten, and for good reason. The Pac-12 hasn't even joined the party yet, guys, and when you look at Florida, it's not working out too well for Dan Mullen down there. The SEC has had plenty of games disrupted. Notre Dame had a game postponed. They're playing Wake Forest now on December 12th, I believe it is. So where we are as a country right now is the same place college football is, and it's not heading in the right direction. So it's week to week for every school, and every single conference commissioner that I have spoken to is well aware of that, and it is up to the state and medical and local medical experts as to when this can continue, how it can continue, and it's week to week.
It's week to week and might as well be day to day. It's such a cliche in day-to-day life, but in college football, it's true reality. Heather with much more as she continues to work the story. She'll be on Get Up this morning with Greeny and Company at 8 a.m. Eastern on ESPN. Heather, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Heather.
Thanks, guys.
All right, from that we go from A to Z, featuring a couple of former college football legends themselves.
From A to Z.
And From A to Z is brought to you by Redbox. Now available at Redbox, an edge-of-your-seat action thriller that can't be missed. Rent Ava, starring the great Jessica Chastain. Visit redbox.com for all the ways to watch. Baker Mayfield, of course, a legend at Oklahoma, addressing the idea that the team might be better off Cleveland without Odell Beckham Jr., who's out for the year after a left knee injury, ACL. He's done. Baker, not even interested in litigating this conversation.
Well, one, I think it's just completely insensitive to a guy that just tore his ACL. So I'm not even going to comment on it. You never want to lose guys, and that's where I'm going to leave that one.
Why do we even ask players questions like that? Those are just dumb questions. What do you expect Baker Mayfield to say? Yes, we are better without Odell Beckham Jr. What?
Right.
What?
If you know the answer, why ask it? And in this particular case, Baker shut it down right away. Jay, I totally agree with you. On the other side, of course, is the Alabama legend Tua Tagovailoa. He'll make his debut.
Really exciting for our offense and our team. It'll show, what kind of team that, we kind of have, after a bye week and whatnot. But we know what we're going up against. We're going up against one of the top NFL defenses, in the league. And it's not just Jalen Ramsey. It's not just Aaron Donald. You guys got, Leonard Floyd. You guys got Brockers, Young, and then Troy Hill, guys on the back end. So they're very sound defensively. So, we're really trying our best to prepare.
Do you think real Rams eat dolphins? Do you think if I
So it's like a land mammal against a waterfowl? Yeah, it's a tough call.
Do you think if I threw it out there that a real ram would eat it up? Because
is this
that's
Animal Planet or ESPN?
No, this is what's getting ready to happen to him. They just threw him to the Rams. So they're getting ready to munch up on him. I'm sorry. They gonna get him.
Did you notice how he actually channeled the other team's head coach? He was McVay there. He was just thanking everybody.
Well,
everybody.
But that's who Tua is. Unfortunately for him, they just threw him to the Wolves. It's okay though. Get knocked around a little bit. Get to understand that you're not going up against Kentucky. This is not one of those. This is not South Carolina. This is some real grown-ass men football with full beards with car seats in the back of the car. You love that, right? And so when you got guys like Aaron Donald and that crew coming after you, you gotta keep your head on the swivel.
What do you think, Jay?
I think it's going to be interesting because Tua kind of strikes me as one of these guys. I mean, look, the Rams are only favored by 3.5.
Mm-hmm.
They're only favored by 3.5.
Yeah,
the game's in Miami, and
but NFL games are never. And I'm not even a bettor, but NFL games spreads are never really like big. They're always close within field goal. Short of a touchdown.
Well, I mean, the Chiefs versus the Jets, that's pretty big. That's like 19.5.
Man, but come on, man.
I know, but all I'm saying is that, yes, it's going to be a hell of a defense for Tua to go against in his first game. But at the same time, we all know that sometimes it depends upon what Jared Goff you get. And sometimes Jared Goff can keep you in the game as well. So,
yeah, I'm not betting against the Rams. With Brockers and Ramsey and Jones and Fowler. I'm not doing that.
On the flip side, by the way, only 19.5. That's a pretty low number. I thought
Taylor wrapping the No, man, I'm not doing that. I'm not taking Tua over them.
The more interesting story for the moment might be the start of something for Miami. They're on that quest to finally get the guy after Marino. It's been almost 25 years. What are the expectations just this season that you would put, not that should be put, you would put on Tua? What do we need to see?
I just want to see him understand the pro game and be a pro quarterback, play like a pro quarterback. If you look at Justin Herbert and you look at Joe Burrow, two of the other guys that came out in the draft with him, they actually look like pro quarterbacks. Justin Herbert just got his first victory, been phenomenal. Joe Burrow's close. He's very close. Has done some tremendous things for Cincinnati. I want to see Tua in a tough situation. Now, look, he's 3-3. Taking over team 3-3. He's going up against the Rams. They're still in the playoff hunt. It'll be interesting to see if he could keep it alive. Now, is Tua that much better than Ryan Fitzpatrick? Probably better than him. They probably could still fight to get into the playoffs with Tua underneath, as long as the game isn't too big for him. You don't know until you put him out there. If I'm the Miami Dolphins, I did the right thing because I don't want to go into 2021 season not knowing what quarterback I have and what it looks like, because I stayed with Ryan Fitzpatrick too long, thinking that if I get down to week 15, I finally can play. My young guy gets 2 games under his belt before next season. No, give him somewhat of a full slate.
Jay, you got one thing real quick?
No, we'll talk about it later.
No, absolutely. We will talk much more NFL with Damian
Hot sauce
Woody.
on the Dolphins?
That's cold-blooded, man.
Frank's Red Hot possibility. Here we go. Damian Woody will join us at 7:15 to talk more NFL. On the way, KD takes another little jab at LeBron.
Did you know Duracell Optimum can make devices work even better than copper top? This toothbrush brushes quicker. This screwdriver turns speedier. This fan spins faster. Upgrade your devices with Duracell Optimum.
Now you can play through the eyes of the child in an all-new version of Monopoly. The child-themed spaces, hideouts, and common houses, and cards and tokens featuring your favorite character keep the force strong. Bring home Monopoly, Star Wars The Child Edition game.
Nico Rosberg takes the championship 34 years after his father.
Child arrived just the other day, came to the world in the usual way, and he was talking for I knew it, and as he grew, he'd say, I'm gonna be like you, Dad, you know I'm gonna be like you.
I'm driving.
Zero alcohol.
We made USAA insurance for this season. When being a fan on a budget gets tough, our agents do the legwork so saving on auto insurance is easy. USAA. What you're made of, we're made for.
You could take your ulcerative colitis treatment in a different direction. Talk to your doctor about Xeljanz, a pill, not an injection or infusion, for adults with moderate to severe ulcerative colitis when a certain medicine did not help enough. Xeljanz is the first and only FDA-approved pill for moderate to severe UC. It can reduce symptoms in as early as 2 weeks, improve the appearance of the intestinal lining, and provide lasting steroid-free remission. Xeljanz can lower your ability to fight infections. Before and during treatment, your doctor should check for infections like TB and do blood tests. Tell your doctor if you've had hepatitis B or C, have flu-like symptoms, or are prone to infections. Serious, sometimes fatal infections, cancers, including lymphoma, and blood clots have happened. Taking a higher than recommended dose of Xeljanz for RA may increase risk of death. Tears in the stomach or intestines and serious allergic reactions have happened. You could take your UC treatment in a different direction. Ask your gastroenterologist about Xeljanz.
The best way to get the new, large, 3-topping $10 Tastemaker is also the easiest. With contactless curbside pickup, let us know when you're here, without ever leaving the safety of your car. No one out-pizzas the Hut.
The X1 voice remote, it's never been easier to bring cricket home. Experience the ultimate cricket destination on Xfinity.
It might be a stretch to say that Penn State has had Ohio State's number in recent seasons. But at the very least, the Nittany Lions have pushed the Buckeyes harder than anyone else in the Big Ten. From 2016 through 2018, Penn State played Ohio State within a field goal in all 3 meetings, winning 1. And even though the Nittany Lions lost by 11 points to the Buckeyes last season, it was still the tightest margin OSU had in Big Ten play.
This was hard today, but that's what you expect when you play a great team like Penn State.
We lost to an elite program, and we're that close.
Using expected points added to measure how groups of plays impact the scoring margin, we can see that Ohio State special teams have been outplayed by Penn State the last 4 seasons. And the Buckeyes' offensive contribution in those games has been close to neutral, with the difference having been OSU's defense, especially against the run. This game feels a little different.
Field sends it deep down the field for Wilson. Got it! Touchdown!
Have an offense that's almost impossible to hold down, and there will be no home crowd edge for PSU. But as the Nittany Lions were reminded last weekend, the better team doesn't always win. Now is their chance to flip the script.
The Lakers won the championship October 11th and October 27th, 2020. The Dodgers do the same.
The most important championship in Laker history.
Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zoo.
Hey, records on my demo. Once more, the Los Angeles Lakers are NBA champions.
Rob wants his respect. Coach Vogel wants his respect. Our organization wants their respect. Laker Nation wants their respect. And I want my damn respect, too.
It's not been going up like a crescendo. Strike 3 called. And the Los Angeles Dodgers have won the World Series for the first time since 1988.
Let's go, Dodgers!
I got my whole country on a new way. She like, I heard all your
Key in the Dodger Nation is still celebrating. I think Laker Nation is still celebrating, too. This is Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin coming to you live from above the Heineken River Deck at Pier 17. KD versus LeBron, the latest installment in 1 minute. But Key, after hearing all of those pieces of audio, including yours at the end there with the Let's Go Dodgers, look, the Dodgers hadn't won the World Series in 32 years.
You got it right.
Since 1988. The Lakers hadn't won it in a decade, which, obviously for them is a huge drought, but the Lakers are dealing with a lot of other things, including the loss of Kobe Bryant at the beginning of the year. Both of those teams died in the wool. They are the DNA of Los Angeles, those two teams. So which championship acquired 16 days apart, NBA, MLB, to you will ring true more in LA right now?
I think we're going to enjoy both of them, but I feel like the Lakers championship, for some of the reasons that you said, the Kobe Bryant, everything that's going on in our country and just as a whole. Because when you look at Major League Baseball doesn't resonate around every single community, where basketball, I feel like, does, especially in our community as blacks, as black men and women and kids. It's a little bit different. When you look in basketball, you see our face all over the place. In Major League Baseball, there's little
8%.
Little bit of here, little bit of there.
8% black players.
8%. So in LA, especially being the type of city that we are, we embracing both now, but basketball is just a little more to it.
No question, but you will certainly enjoy both. On that basketball note, let's get right into this situation with LeBron and Kevin Durant. To take you a little bit behind the curtain, every day at about 5:30, the whole crew, all the great men and women that work behind the scenes, us three get together to chat. And Jay unveiled a little something Kevin Durant said recently yesterday on our phone call, and this spurred a lot of conversation. The latest comments about LeBron James, Jay.
Yeah, I mean,
what did he say?
Yeah, what did he say?
He essentially said, why don't you say it?
I was waiting for you to provide context, okay. Zubin. I like when you provide context.
Well, I will say this. Let's start out with just a couple of years ago with Steve Kerr saying something that Kevin Durant essentially said yesterday. This is Steve Kerr on the Bill Simmons podcast. Quote, this is not too long ago. We had a really good thing, and then you could just feel it start to slip. And I don't know if it was what you mentioned. Kevin felt like he was now the king of the NBA, but nobody was recognizing him for that. He dominated LeBron in those finals, essentially saying, I beat LeBron James, the king of the NBA, twice in the NBA finals. If LeBron wants his respect, where in the world is mine?
So pretty much they were doing a young CEO kind of, podcast for Kevin Durant. And I guess somebody was involved in a conversation with him, and he said, well, I beat LeBron James in the finals 2 years. So if they call him the king, what does that make me? Now, it's interesting when you look at it, Key, because the question looms about, is this a championship or bust year for the Brooklyn Nets coming up, 2020-2021 season? It should not be a championship or bust year, considering Kevin Durant is coming off an Achilles injury. The only player I've seen come off an Achilles injury come back the way he was or better was Dominique Wilkins. Really the only one, right? So understanding coming off that injury, expectations for me, and I'm a Nets fan, would tell you, if we got to the Eastern Conference Finals, I'm okay with that. If they lose, I'll be disappointed, but okay, that's trending in the right direction for a lot of new pieces. Kyrie, Spencer Dinwiddie, Karis LeVert, if they don't move Karis LeVert for other tradable assets, fine. But I do feel like the way the Nets talk, that's why I've compared them to the bad boys of the Detroit Pistons back in the day. They're going to talk trash. Think about what Kyrie Irving just said a couple of weeks ago. Just a couple of weeks ago. I felt like I was the best option on every team I played for down the stretch. This is the first time in my career where I can be like, that blank can make that shot too, referring to Kevin Durant. Kyrie played with LeBron James. So now you have two star players in a huge market like New York who are openly pretty much said, what's up, LeBron? Like, what's up? Coming off LeBron just winning a world championship, his fourth. I can't wait to watch these matchups. I can't wait for the whole year to see how these two go after each other. And now it feels like it will be a championship or bust year for the Nets with the way they're talking.
Yeah, I was okay with them just making it to the Eastern Conference Final, knowing that they're coming off injuries, both Kyrie as well as Kevin Durant, and not really getting an understanding of what the makeup of the coaching staff. I know the makeup of the coaching staff with Jacques Vaughn as assistant, obviously, but
Steve Nash, head coach.
Steve Nash is the head coach. Failed to mention that. What are they really going to give us? I'm willing to wait to see. If they're fully healthy, though, I expect for them to make it at least to the Eastern Conference Final. If they, for some reason, fail to do that, then, that's a different type of conversation. The conversation about I beat LeBron twice, and if he's the king, then what am I? I mean, you don't need to validate yourself. Allow us to do that for you. Kevin Durant's a hell of a basketball player, one of my favorite. I love watching him just knock him down from distance with his length and just his ability as being a you can't stop him. You can't do anything with that. But he becomes almost too sensitive all the time, talking and worrying about the wrong things. And I wish for the life of me, if I could just tell him, say, man, don't worry about all that. You that dude. You're that dude. Don't trip. Well, I've said it when I was in L.A. living, when he was in Golden State, when everybody was saying that he bounced from a team that he was on, that lost to Golden State, to join Golden State. And I'm like, dude, don't worry about that. Just go get them chips. Just keep stacking your chips. Care less about what people think about you. Then the sensitivity with the burner account. He'll never live that. Like, I don't get it. You probably do because you have a relationship with them. But I'll never get why worry about the next dude and what accolades the next dude is getting, because I'm going to take mine regardless. Like, I don't worry about no other sports talk radio shows in America, TV shows, nothing. Because when I'm on, I know I'm fire. Ain't nobody better than me. I don't even worry about it.
Key, you're different. This is who KD is. KD doesn't care if you're a beat writer. He doesn't care if you're a seasoned journalist who's been on TV for 25 years. He's going to come at you with the same venom. I mean, look, I've been on TV saying that I think LeBron James is the greatest player of all time. You don't think I've gotten arguments with KD about that? But that's what fuels him. Like, it feels like KD, when KD got hurt.
I don't know. Maybe I just like KD so much that I don't want him acting like somebody.
This is also part of his superpower. Like, this is the stuff that fuels him to a different level. So I understand perceptively it doesn't look right because he openly does things like this. But, like, this is just additive wood to his fire. He gets it from all these people. That's what fuels it. And for LeBron, I will tell you this. I mean, when he got hurt at Golden State, they were going to beat Toronto easily.
Oh, you mean when KD got hurt?
When KD got hurt.
Yeah, for
they
sure.
were going to beat Toronto. I mean, they were going to beat Toronto.
Clay got hurt.
Then Clay got hurt. Exactly.
Absolutely.
Right? But he was on his way. If he had came back and played now, he could have had 3 NBA final MVPs.
Yeah, but people was going, even though he had those 3 final MVPs and he won 3 championships, people still going to say the only reason why is because you went somewhere else from OKC to Golden State that had already won without you and was already headed on record pace. You just added a little more fire to it. That's what they're going to say. I just don't like when he worries about that sort of stuff. Like, dude, you got it.
Understood.
Don't even trip.
And I hear
they
what
can't touch you.
I hear what people are saying. I mean, but LeBron James did leave Cleveland and go down to Miami, go to D-Wade's team. Now, granted, he didn't partner up with the team that beat him the year before and won 73 games, but he did leave as well. So, but ultimately, LeBron went back to Cleveland to win a championship. That's what broke it out.
Yeah, fair. 2 quick things. I think we want our athletes to all be vulnerable and sensitive, and when they are, for the most part, they're embraced. Kevin Durant does that, and for whatever reason, is not. And oh, by the way, the Nets were eliminated in the first round of the playoffs. You're saying championship or bust. You're saying Eastern Conference Finals. Who's the only other dude in the NBA, if you stuck him on a team that got eliminated in the first round of the playoffs, that could immediately take them to the NBA Finals or the Eastern Conference Finals? That dude is LeBron James.
Exactly.
Right? So here they are, tied together yet again. Still to come, AB can be back with the Bucks in just over a week. But how soon will we see him on the field? We'll have the answer from a Super Bowl champion after Key has this from our friends at DraftKings.
Last week is in the books. Now it's time to review the tape and prepare for this week. There's no better place to get in on all the action, Jay Will, than with DraftKings. You would know. Officially daily fantasy partner of the NFL. To add to this week's excitement, DraftKings has a free shot at millions of dollars in total prizes up for grabs. If you haven't tried DraftKings yet, head to an app store now because you don't want to miss this. It's simple. Just pick your lineup, stay under the salary cap, and see how your team stacks up against the competition. Nothing adds to the excitement of watching a game quite like having a shot at millions of dollars in prizes. Download DraftKings Daily Fantasy app now and use the code KJZ for a limited time. New users can get a free shot at millions of dollars in prizes this week. Don't miss out on all of this week's action. Big money is out there for you. Enter code KJZ to get a free shot at millions of dollars in prizes with your first deposit. That's code K for Keyshawn, J for Jay Will, and Z for Zubin. Only at DraftKings. You can always make it rain. Minimum $5 deposit is required. Eligibility restrictions do apply. See DraftKings.com for details.
The Buccaneers will sign wideout Antonio Brown.
If this is about football, I understand it 100%.
He's eligible to return in Week 9.
You got your popcorn ready because the circus is coming to town.
More from Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin next.
So how is it? Great.
Now you can play through the eyes of the child in an all-new version of Monopoly. The child-themed spaces, hideouts, and common houses, and cards and tokens featuring your favorite character keep the force strong. Bring home Monopoly, Star Wars The Child Edition game.
We believe in good we can all afford. From make-believe made for everyone, to a t-shirt that means the world.
Not much. How about you?
Are you answering my text in person?
I am, yeah.
LOL, come on in.
This is tech that helps you be there. The Nissan Altima, now offering the most tech-advanced engine in its class.
To reduce the risk of wildfires, PG&E may proactively turn off power when severe weather is forecast. Here are 4 ways to prepare before a power shutoff. Update your contact information at pge.com/mywildfirealerts so we can reach you. Plan for medical needs like medications that need to be refrigerated or devices that require power. Pack or restock your emergency supply kit. Ensure backup power sources are safe to operate. To learn more, visit safetyactioncenter.pge.com.
Is it too early to start celebrating Halloween? Well, if you're celebrating by eating Reese's, then no. You're actually late. Not sorry, Reese's.
We made USAA insurance for veterans like Martin. When a hailstorm hit, he needed his insurance to get it done right away. USAA, what you're made of, we're made for.
With 42 events this year and over 300 hours of live action. ESPN is the official home of the UFC. But if you're looking for more, ESPN has unmatched coverage, access, and original content.
I'm Ariel, and that's the bad guy.
Shows previewing the most important fights and fighters. Taking you from the trash talk
You suck, bro!
to the weigh-in to the post-fight breakdown. If it's UFC, it's on ESPN. Experience the UFC like never before. Go to the ESPN app and search UFC for more info.
It's a new day on ESPN Radio with new voices that have big things to say. Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin.
That's how you build a winning culture.
The Dan Le Batard Show with Stu Gatz.
You are like the Einstein of life.
Greeny.
How ridiculously good was that?
The Max Kellerman Show.
Why not get out in front of it?
And Janae and Golick Jr.
I knew we were destined for greatness.
All day, every day.
Big names, new voices.
It is time to go to work.
Real talk. Weekdays on ESPN Radio, ESPN News, and smart speakers everywhere.
The Buccaneers will sign wideout Antonio Brown.
If this is about football, I understand it 100%.
He's eligible to return in Week 9.
You got your popcorn ready because the circus is coming to town.
You bring in AB now, and not as an insurance policy, but another weapon to put on the field to create nightmares.
What if it goes south the way it did with the Patriots?
I'll tell you what, Keyshawn says there is no way it's going south the way it did with the Pats because he's going to be on his best behavior, realizing this could be his last chance. It wasn't too long ago where Key said in regard to Antonio Brown during that suspension, boy, I hope he saved his money, right? And it is a serious deal here for AB. Tonight is the start of Week 8 of the NFL season. As you heard Jay Reynolds say there in our setup, that Antonio Brown is eligible to return in Week 9. If you're wondering the Bucs' first game that he would be eligible for, Sunday Night Football against Drew Brees and the New Orleans Saints. And that's where we want to start with ESPN NFL analyst Damian Woody, who joins us this morning on the Shell Pennzoil Performance Line, brought to you by Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline. Good morning, Damian. When he does become eligible, how soon do you think we will see him, considering to play with Tom Brady, even though he's got a good rapport? You certainly want to be in lockstep.
I think we're going to see him immediately, to be honest with you. I mean, you're talking about a guy, Antonio Brown. I mean, listen, when he was – the last time we saw Antonio Brown at his peak playing football, I mean, he was the best wide receiver of this generation, basically. I mean, he was putting up those type of numbers. And one of the qualities about Antonio Brown on the field has always been his work ethic, staying in shape, how he works in practice, all the little things. So I think this is a guy that's in shape. I think he'll come in ready to go, knowing that he's reunited with Tom Brady, and I think they're going to throw him out there immediately.
Big Wood, what concerns do you have with the Bucs and Antonio Brown, if any at all?
Initially I was thinking, you know what? When things are going well, do you want to enter an element into the locker room that could disturb that? But honestly, just thinking about it, I don't really have any concerns. I really don't. I think that Antonio Brown recognizes that this is his last chance. He understands that he's going to a team that could possibly win the Super Bowl this year. He's reunited with a quarterback that he's always had an affinity for in Tom Brady. And I think he's going to come in ready to go. So I honestly, I don't see any problems with it, man. I think the guy's going to come in and going to add a different element to the Bucs team.
You mentioned the Super Bowl. The Bucs could be the first team to play in a Super Bowl within their own city. Yesterday, the NFL said that there will be about a 20% capacity for the Super Bowl. What do you think about that?
Well, listen, this is the times that we're living in, right? We're living in a pandemic, and obviously it's affected not only sports but all over the world. So, as far as the pageantry of the Super Bowl that we're accustomed to, is definitely going to be different optics. But as a player, I don't care. I don't need everybody in the stands because I'm playing. At the end of the day, I'm playing for a world championship. I'm playing for the ability to be one of the few teams in history to say, I was part of a champion. So I think players really don't care.
D Wood, let's go to the AFC for a second. Let's talk about an undefeated Steelers team. Is that why they don't get love? Because they're boring? We don't like boring teams. They don't have this sexiness that these other teams have, like the Bucks.
If the Steelers are boring, give me boring all day. I mean, listen, they got wide receivers galore. They got a quarterback that's been there, done that in Big Ben Roethlisberger, and they play defense. So when I look at the teams, who are the most well-rounded, you got to put the Steelers at the top right now.
Damon Woody, ESPN NFL analyst, joining us here on Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin. I did not say morning show.
Good job. Proud of you.
Yes, that is correct. You know how it goes. Sometimes you screw things up.
Small victories, D. Wood. Small victories.
So, D. Woody, Seattle went out and acquired Carlos Dunlap in a trade with Cincinnati to bring something to the table from a pass rush standpoint. What do you make of this move?
Well, I mean, again, Seattle is all in. Seattle is not about draft picks and all of that. They recognize we have Russell Wilson. This whole mantra that we've been talking about, let Russ cook. Well, Seattle is just like, okay, we're going to let Russ cook, and we're going to try to maximize this window that we had with Russell Wilson as our quarterback. And so they're just saying we're going to try to load up, particularly on the defensive side of football, where, quite honestly, they've been terrible all year, and we're going to try to make up any type of deficiencies as possible to give us the best chance to represent the NFC in the Super Bowl.
We should also mention here, Dame, that you look at the situation and say to yourself, tonight, week 8 of the NFL season begins, week 9 for Antonio Brown. We asked this question yesterday: who is the NFL's MVP? We had the response overwhelmingly. More than half of our respondents said Russell Wilson. Aaron Rodgers, by the way, if you're wondering, D. Wood, was down at 22%.
Can I throw Tom Brady in the mix?
You can. That's who Key picked, right? Key, you had Tom Brady.
Well, we put him in the conversation yesterday.
Put him in the conversation. Aaron Rodgers still.
In the conversation.
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, Brady's in the conversation.
Listen, I'm just saying, I'm just throwing it up there. Because it's about where you finish. It's about finishing. And Key, you know this. We're about to get to November now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
What's always been Tom Brady and the Patriots' mantra? Let's start playing our best ball in November and December. Correct. So, listen, I picked Russell Wilson as the MVP this year. But I'm telling you what, if Tom Brady keeps playing like Tom Brady's been playing, as of late,
yeah,
Tom Brady is going to be right there in the mix and possibly win this MVP at the age of 43.
D. Wood, how about Patrick Mahomes? Where do you have him in the conversation?
I got Patrick Mahomes as a winner. I mean, we saw last week. They threw, one touchdown? And they blew in a blowout? So, listen, Patrick Mahomes is Patrick Mahomes. He's the best quarterback in football. There's not a quarterback that I would take over Patrick Mahomes if I'm starting my team. He's just guiding the machine right now. He's the point guard of an all-star team right now.
The great thing about, you mentioned in Tom Brady in the month of November, the great thing, as you know, Damon, the great thing about being in Tampa, Florida in the month of November, December, there will be no bad weather. There will be no bad weather. So he doesn't have to worry about the wind and the snow. He could do what he's doing now in the later months.
That's right. And when you're 43, Key, you don't want to be dealing with all of that. You want to wake up and, walk outside in a T-shirt and your body and everything's feeling pretty good. So it's working out pretty good for him so far.
Indeed. It's also working out pretty well for that guy TB12 will be thrown to in week 9, Antonio Brown. As we mentioned earlier, Bruce Arians saying he looked, quote, fantastic yesterday. Quote, looks fantastic and went real well. He and I had a good conversation this morning. Went on to say he'll be ready to go next week and in good shape. And we should mention, not only do Tom Brady and AB have a short relationship from their time in New England, but of course Arians and AB have a long relationship from their time together in Pittsburgh. Damian, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Enjoy the Falcons and the Panthers tonight as much as anybody really can.
All right. Take it easy, guys.
All right, fellas. Thank you very much. So it's interesting. He makes a really compelling case there for Tom Brady. You tried to make the case, obviously, for Big Ben, but is the organization, is the team just so boring that he might not get the shine that he needs? Russ and Aaron Rodgers, this is going to be a great race.
Tom Brady's going to get some momentum. There's no question about it. But I think that Tom Brady MVP conversation is kind of, I think it's intriguing, but I think it gets stale because Russell Wilson hasn't won one yet, and then you still got Patrick Mahomes that's doing what he's doing, and then you got Aaron Rodgers making some sort of emergence in his career. And what happens, although he did lose head-to-head to Tom Brady, if he continues to keep playing like he played last week, that momentum will carry him toward the playoffs, toward the MVP voting.
Well, think about this for Tom Brady, too. It's about, Key, we talk a lot about those matchups. What are those matchups? Well, the numbers are going to get inflated, right? He plays the Giants next. He's going to put in work on the Giants. I accept that. The Saints, him and Drew Brees, they get a chance to go at it. Right? Then you go against the Rams and their defense. The Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes comes up next. Then it's like the Vikings, Falcons twice, the Lions.
Yeah, but before he gets to the Falcons twice and to the Lions,
that's why I said those.
He got to go through a little tough stretch.
That's what I said. So those matchups
that can knock him off course.
Or it can put him higher.
When you start mentioning things like the Rams defense and I'm like, I don't know, man. Them dudes ain't just giving up yards like that. They just not allowing people to punk them.
And we should mention this is essentially a two-team division, with all due respect to Carolina, who is playing better than many people expected, and the Falcons, who have crashed.
You mean
burned.
The Falcons aren't in it?
But I think a lot of people going into the year thought this is a big year for them. So obviously playing in that sort of division.
It has been a big year for them, right. Just in the opposite direction.
That's fair. This is not exactly the NFC West he's dealing with. That's fair to say. On the way in 2 minutes, the NBA's best insider on a giant move that has nothing to do with the player that could alter the balance of power in the Eastern Conference. That's after we do SportsCenter. Good morning. We got some headlines for you, none bigger than this one. Wisconsin, the University of Wisconsin football program is on pause for 7 days. Their game with Nebraska has been canceled due to this 7-day pause. It's an outbreak of COVID-19. A dozen people in the program, 6 players and 6 staff members, have tested positive, including head coach Paul Chryst during a PCR test on Tuesday, and his star quarterback, the great young player Graham Mertz. We'll wait to see what happens. Keep in mind, 6 games need to be played in order for them to likely make the college football playoff. There's no definitive nature, but they're saying 5 or 6. Rockets hire Mavericks assistant Stephen Silas. We're going to talk about the Mavericks and the Rockets and what Houston just lost in a moment. But they get Silas. You might recognize that surname. The son of former NBA head coach Paul Silas, 5th father-son combo to be head coaches in the NBA. The Oklahoma City Thunder are the only team in the league right now without a head coach. And Major League Baseball could deal without this headache. They're investigating Justin Turner after coming onto the field with the coronavirus after winning the World Series. Major League Baseball trying to figure out how that happened, including whether the Dodgers had team personnel facilitate Turner getting back on the field. The Dodgers, as a team, are back in Los Angeles. Turner and his wife, whom he was seen hugging on the field, and she's tested negative. They remain in Arlington, Texas, the site of the World Series that just finished up. And SportsCenter is brought to you by Straight Talk Wireless. Look, we all accidentally damage our phones. It happens. Now, Straight Talk Wireless new Platinum Unlimited plan includes phone protection. It's just $65 a month for unlimited talk, text, data, and more. See Mobile Protect terms and conditions at assureon.com/Straight Talk. Limitations and exclusions apply.
He will be the president of basketball operations in Philadelphia. He will oversee the entire organization, and it's certainly a different day for the Sixers having Daryl Morey come in and run the team.
And those are the words of Woj. On October 15th, Daryl Morey, analytically driven, innovative NBA general manager, steps down with the Rockets. 3 days later on Twitter, puts a nice message on there for Rockets Nation. If you're not familiar with this guy, and we're going to bring in a guy I'm sure you're familiar with, the NBA's best insider, Woj. But if you're not familiar with Daryl Morey as an NBA fan or a casual NBA fan, I'm just going to tick off a few names that he has either traded for or acquired or dealt just in his time as a GM, okay? This guy is a big swing fencer. There's no doubt about it. Tracy McGrady, Chris Paul, Patrick Beverley, Montrezl Harrell, Lou Williams, Russell Westbrook, Clint Capella, James Harden, Dwight Howard, you name it. He has acquired all of those players over the year. Woj, good morning. Welcome in. You just broke the news that finalizing it this week to bring his magic to Philly. What more can you add?
Well, it's as you said, it was just a little over a week ago that he left the Houston Rockets. And Daryl Morey initially said he planned to take a year off and, you know, gave it the obligatory, I'm going to spend some time with my kids. They're on a gap year. But Philadelphia started pushing immediately to try to bring him to the Sixers. They got that done. They're just finalizing the language in a deal now. And, you know, suddenly there's been a pretty significant transformation in Philly. Daryl Morey is the president of basketball operations, is the title, I'm told, and obviously Doc Rivers as head coach.
Woj, I mean, that happened so fast. What a monumental change for this organization. But it leads to the question, what happens to Elton Brand, who was the GM before? Where's his autonomy in making decisions? How's this trio going to work?
Well, there is no more autonomy for Elton Brand, and I'm not sure there ever was autonomy. This is an organization where there are a lot of voices. I think Elton Brand is going to be a general manager, a very good general manager in the NBA for a long time. I think he's going to run teams elsewhere. He's got a decision to make now, and he'll talk with Daryl Morey about whether he wants to stay and be a part of this. I know the organization values him, they want to keep him. They've been chasing a big name around the league to run their basketball operations. Back 2 years when they offered the job to Daryl Morey before they promoted Elton Brand internally, essentially Daryl Morey used it to leverage for a new deal in Houston at that time. They pursued other top executives around the league, but I think it remains to be seen in the short term what Elton Brand is going to do. Listen, I think he did under very difficult circumstances. He was thrown into the fire in Philadelphia, taking over the team when he did. I think he's going to be better for the experience down the road. And right now, though, this is going to be Daryl Morey's show. They're going to give him, he's getting a big contract, I'm told, and he's going to have that, to make the decisions. And I think along with Doc Rivers' input, certainly as head coach, about how they're going to proceed in Philly.
Whoa, let's talk a little bit more about Daryl Morey, former team, the Houston Rockets. They obviously hired Stephen Silas as their head coach. What does this mean for Russell Westbrook and James Harden going forward?
Well, listen, I think this is a difficult job to fill right now for Stephen Silas, replacing Mike D'Antoni, who, obviously much more history there with James Harden than he did in the 1 year with Russell Westbrook. But I think Harden and D'Antoni together really maxed out their time together in terms of production. I think James Harden went to another level in D'Antoni's system. And now, as an organization, and I think Stephen Silas coming in, you wonder whether this is a group that has maybe gone as far as it can go together. They went to the small ball last year. This is a team that's been to the conference finals under Mike D'Antoni there in a very loaded Western Conference. This is a challenge for Stephen Silas. He's earned the chance to be a head coach. Almost 20 years as an assistant, grew up in the game. Obviously, people know his legendary father, Paul Silas, is a Hall of Fame player and a very, very good coach in the NBA. And I think his time under Rick Carlisle, you talk to Stephen Silas, that's really impacted him in Dallas. But this is a challenging job. And I think any success you're going to have with the Rockets is going to be built around your ability to connect with James Harden and Russell Westbrook.
Woj, how close were they to hiring Jeff Van Gundy?
They were close, Key. They were in talks with Van Gundy really over the last couple of weeks, and there were a lot of conversations with ownership, with management, with him. In the end, I think for Jeff Van Gundy, the fit just didn't feel like it was there. You know, he has continued to live in the city of Houston ever since he left there as coach about 14 years ago. It's home for him. I do think the job was intriguing, but ultimately not a fit for, I think, a variety of reasons. I do think he'll coach again somewhere in the NBA, but Stephen Silas was a candidate that they had been talking with throughout this process. Daryl Morey interviewed him 4 years ago when they hired Mike D'Antoni. And so, listen, he gets a well-deserved opportunity here to run the Rockets.
Well, let's get to the nitty-gritty. James Harden and Russell Westbrook owed $80 million next year. Those two, $80 million next year. If they are rebuilding, if that's the angle they're going, does James Harden want to stay in Houston? Or if they are rebuilding, is Russell Westbrook their tradable asset that they can use to entice, to open up, to bring other people to Houston for James to win a world championship in a packed West?
I don't think the Rockets believe they are rebuilding. I think certainly, again, it's a group that was built in a lot of ways to play small ball for Mike D'Antoni. They got a lot out of Robert Covington and P.J. Tucker, that group. But once they traded Clint Capella to Atlanta, you know, this team became certainly really small. They want to continue forward with these two players right now. Listen, I think James Harden is still at the very, very top of the league, at the top of his craft. You know, Russell Westbrook, you know, I don't know what the market would be for Russ at his contract in the league right now. Listen, they gave up a great deal to get him from Oklahoma City. Multiple pick swaps in the Chris Paul trade. And so I think right now they're married to that, to the idea of the Harden-Westbrook duo. But, you know, certainly things can change quickly in the league. And this is a team, I think a team and organization with a lot of pressure on it, you know, to continue to try to play at a high level. Or maybe you are forced to make decisions. Maybe players start to make decisions about where they want to be. And so you know that when you're kind of walking a tightrope in the league, when you have a player of Harden's caliber, if the team falls off, about what that player wants. But right now, you know, they're bringing in Stephen Silas. They want to continue to contend, and they'll try to do that with this group.
It's the start of a new era, and for more all things Texas basketball, with Silas coming over from Dallas to Houston and everything swirling about the Rockets, it's the perfect time for Woj to have Tim McMahon, who I think covers Texas basketball for us here at ESPN and the NBA with both franchises as well as anybody. Download it right now. That conversation is available anywhere you get podcasts. Adrian, thank you so much.
All right, Adrian.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Woj.
Great to have him here. We're presented by Progressive Insurance, and Woj did appear on the Shell Pennzoil Performance line. In our near future, to appear, taking your pick for the best quarterback matchups in the NFL this weekend and who the fellas like, including the really big one between Big Ben and Lamar, after Jay has this from Dr. Pepper.
The college football season is rolling along, and so is the latest season of your favorite Dr. Pepper-obsessed college football town. That's right. We're talking about Fansville. So brace yourself for all the on-field football drama and off-field Dr. Pepper flavor your eyes and taste buds can handle. Because even though you can't be at the stadium, you can still dress, cheer, and drink Dr. Pepper like a true fan. Head to a store near you to treat your inner college football fan to an ice-cold 20-ounce Dr. Pepper today.
I'm rooting for Cam Newton, but he has looked horrible. The reads are wrong. His throws are not accurate.
I believe he'll get it turned around. You could tell that he was carrying a lot of weight and stress and pressure to be perfect.
More from Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin next.
The best ingredients are easy to explain. Like food that's grown from soil and rain. Artichokes and egg yolks have nothing to hide. unlike azodicarbonamide. Our domain is organic romaine, ancient grains, chunky or plain, fuel for the brain, absolutely anything but mundane. We only sell food we know you'll adore. So icky products are banned from our store. Saying no to that stuff is more than a goal, because that's what makes us whole.
With the Capital One Venture Card, you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase every day.
Objection! My credit card doesn't earn double miles on every purchase.
I object to your objection. With the Capital One Venture Card, you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase.
Order.
And may it please the court, earn 100,000 bonus miles when you spend $20,000 in your first year.
I'll allow it.
No further questions, Your Honor. Well, just one. What's in your wallet?
We believe in good we can all afford. From coffee that opens more eyes to Black business to 100 shades of beautiful.
You could take your ulcerative colitis treatment in a different direction. Talk to your doctor about Xeljanz, a pill, not an injection or infusion, for adults with moderate to severe ulcerative colitis when a certain medicine did not help enough. Xeljanz is the first and only FDA-approved pill for moderate to severe UC. It can reduce symptoms in as early as 2 weeks, improve the appearance of the intestinal lining, and provide lasting steroid-free remission. Xeljanz can lower your ability to fight infections. Before and during treatment, your doctor should check for infections like TB and do blood tests. Tell your doctor if you've had hepatitis B or C, have flu-like symptoms, or are prone to infections. Serious, sometimes fatal infections, cancers, including lymphoma, and blood clots have happened. Taking a higher than recommended dose of Xeljanz for RA may increase risk of death. Tears in the stomach or intestines and serious allergic reactions have happened. You could take your UC treatment in a different direction. Ask your gastroenterologist about Xeljanz.
Pro Extra is the Home Depot's loyalty program built just for pros. Members earn rewards like Tool Rental Center credit or Pro Extra dollars with every purchase. Plus, they get members-only offers. Save time, save money, get rewarded. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
The new K5 GT beats the BMW 330i in slaloming, cornering, and acceleration. So it probably makes sense that we just keep on racing ourselves. Introducing the all-new turbocharged K5.
Hey, good morning.
Don't be afraid. This Halloween will be just like last. We'll buy tons of Reese's Cups for the youngins, then eat them all ourselves. Reese's.
Whatever you need to do to get you through it, as long as it's not hurting anybody else, is good by me. And just now in the break, imagining with our crew a world post-vaccine, post all of this madness when everyone can go out again, realistically, none of us are ever allowed to turn down plans ever again, right? Like, if someone hits you up when this is all done, Sinead, and in this world it is safe to go out, you're good to go. Like, we're not making up excuses. I'm not screening calls saying, oh, my bad, I was in the shower, what's good? Like, you're picking up and you're ready to go, right?
I'm still saying no.
What? How?
Your girl is lazy. She's a homebody. And I'm just gonna stay at home. Okay?
Damn, is that the remix on the fly? I didn't even notice that. Like, so you're going to be turning down work post-pandemic?
No. See, your girl used to always turn down, invitations consistently, like always a no. Granted, well, let me not. I love Connecticut. So I used to always, turn down invitations. Now I will turn down probably like, I'll go from turning down 100% to probably like 70%.
Wilson, Kyler Wilson.
Wilson's easy. Kyler Murray, you saw his numbers against Dallas. 180-yard bomb, that's it. Other than that, he'd had like 50 yards throwing.
My game of the week, Jimmy G back in Foxborough to take on Cam and the Pats. What could have been versus what is. Take your pick.
Cam damn Newton. That's my pick. If anybody knows Jimmy G in the National Football League, who do you think it is?
Bill Belichick?
Exactly.
Take your pick.
Guys that know football as well as anybody, like the guy sitting 6 feet to my left, need a do-over. And that's why Jay, our gambling guy, could tell you, even when you gamble, the best in the world are 60% right, man. It is impossible to figure out what's going on in this league, which is why it is so great. The parody. Keyshawn J.
Line that works 60% of the time, all the time.
Right.
What's that? Is that Anchorman?
Yes, Anchorman. Or if you're a weatherman, you write 60% of the time, you keep your job, you're great at it. Rest of us, good 60% of the time, we won't be sitting here 100% of the time. Keyshawn J. Will Zubin, presented by Progressive Insurance. At Progressive, they're making things even easier. They'll help you bundle your home and car insurance together so you can save on both. Learn more at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE. Simple as could be. Take your pick. I'll give you two quarterbacks that are meeting this weekend. We'll get the fellas' thoughts. Let's start in Cleveland, life without OBJ, with Derek Carr and the Las Vegas Raiders come into town. Derek Carr, Baker Mayfield, Key.
I really want to take Derek Carr in this situation, coming off a lackluster performance against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers a week or so ago. When you look at it, you got to say Carr has to bounce back, or else we'll start to talk about him being replaced next year. Not this year, but next year as John Gruden's quarterback. But I'm going to take Baker Mayfield in this one. I'm going to take Baker Mayfield in this one because I think Baker, I understand where he's coming from about the OBJ situation, but I can tell you in watching film, it certainly helps when OBJ is not on the field for him. It helps Baker Mayfield understand going through his progressions in his reads to get off the one receiver all the way across the field to 3 and 4 instead of locking on to a guy he trusts in number 13. So I'm going to take Baker in this case.
He completed his final 21 of 23 passes, right?
Yes.
Some crazy stat like that in the game. I think the hot streak continues. I think the narrative continues to build. This team is better without OBJ, unfortunately.
And
I hate
it's
that.
not. It's
and
not.
I hate that.
But
it's
let me tell you this.
OBJ.
It's not that the team is better.
I know.
Baker Mayfield. It's a Baker Mayfield problem, not an OBJ problem.
Yeah.
Baker's locked on to the receivers.
So a lot of my girlfriends told me in grammar school. This is not a you issue. It's a me thing. And that
you see
always
how he went
works
to
out.
grammar school? He gets a pass on that one. Move along.
Yeah, because once I evolved, I was different. I got in high school, I was different. I was confident. Go ahead, Zubin.
Baker was confident. He's coming off a 5-touchdown performance. Tua, confidence is all about making your first NFL start, right, Key? And at quarterback, Tua versus Jared Goff, Dolphins and the Rams.
Yeah, this is good. I'm happy to see Tua back in the fold, get the injury bug out of him. We saw him against the New York Jets. He gets a bye. He gets to understand what the offense is doing. But this is Jared Goff. Because what the Rams are going to do to Tua on defense, and they don't have to because of their defensive line, they're going to heat him up. They're going to heat his ass up. And they're going to make him prove that he could go out on the limb and play like he played at Alabama. This is not Kentucky that he's going to be playing against. This is Aaron Donald. This is Brockers. This is Ramsey. This is a defense right now that I think is hitting on all cylinders. I think Tua could have a good day, but it's going to be very, very hard. If I know defensive coordinators in the league, they're going to get after a young quarterback by throwing the kitchen sink at him.
Zubin, here comes another grammar school reference.
Hey, go for it.
I like you. Well, you're really nice. I mean, you're sweet. You're smart. You study. You're really good with your friends. But it's not going to work. Essentially, that's what you were saying about Tua. You gave me all these great things, and then you said, but you're going to get his head beat in. Stay true, Tua. Don't worry. You're going to blossom into a stud one day. This could be the start of it. Stay true.
Fair enough. And I got to say, you really have a great personality. That's the other thing. Love
brutal.
that personality.
Great personality. Really connected.
Y'all did a lot of talking in school.
Yeah, Key. We didn't come across looking like Adonis like you. When
I didn't say
in third grade. You're probably 6 feet tall.
I didn't say nothing. I just said y'all did a whole lot of talking. That's all.
All right, let's keep talking. This is the big one. To me, this is the game of the week. The rivalry renewed. I think it's the NFL's best rivalry. Not for historical sake, of course, but the best modern-day rivalry here in the last decade or so. Steelers, Ravens, Roethlisberger, Jackson.
Well, look, Big Ben has been playing phenomenal other than the second half of the season, second half of the game against Tennessee when he threw the 3 interceptions. Jackson, on the other hand, hasn't been sharp in throwing the football. So when you talk about take a quarterback, I got to take Ben. I have to because I know what he's capable of doing. In terms of Lamar Jackson, he doesn't have any – man, they just signed Dez Bryant. So what does that tell you about the receiving core that they feel that they have? Hollywood Brown is really the only – Snead is there, but Hollywood Brown is really their only sort of kind of big play threat that make you go, okay. But he's not that alpha dog that they certainly need in the development of Lamar Jackson. Lamar likes to throw the football to the tight ends. He likes to get the ball out quick. He can pull it down. He can still run, but I like Ben in the air. I think Ben and Chase Claypool, Juju Smith-Schuster. I mean, they just got it going in Pittsburgh right now.
I'm with you, Key. I believe in Big Ben in the air. And like you said, the question for Lamar Jackson about throwing the ball, not going to be able to run the ball a lot with Brad Dupree and T.J. Watts and all these guys, and the way their rush defense is on top of their game.
It's a great point. We should mention the Ravens have the 31st best passing attack in the NFL, 20th in passing efficiency. I'm not sure what Dez does to help, but that's important to keep in mind.
What dance is that? You definitely didn't get anybody by dancing like that in grammar school. What?
I was worried about my studies in school, sir.
Listen, I'm the last guy to tell anybody they don't have any rhythm, but man. Where was that? What was that?
Get in the game, Zubin. I don't know what that is. It's the 2020 worm version for TikTok. I don't know.
I'm just chilling, man. Leave me alone.
All right, this is the big game of the week for some people. Like I said, from Roethlisberger and Jackson for the country. But for the AFC East, with the Pats having dominated for 11 straight years, having won it, Buffalo holding a 2.5-game lead over the Pats in Orchard Park Sunday. Cam Newton, Josh Allen, the Pats.
Look, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it just because I'm going to do it.
Do it.
Cam damn Newton.
Yeah.
Because I believe he's going to bounce back. And if he doesn't bounce back, I'm done with him. I ain't going to be able to do it. I can't keep swinging the bat.
Well, if he doesn't bounce back, I think the Pats will be done with him too.
Well, that may be the case, but I think he understands what he needs to do. He understands what he needs to do. He needs to play better. The receivers need to help him.
Crazy that this could be the last game that we could see Cam Newton in a Patriots uniform. It's actually feasible.
It is.
It's feasible.
It's headed in that direction, that's for sure.
I'll give you this, though.
But I think he'll bounce back.
I want him to.
I think he's going to bounce back and quiet down a lot of the noise.
I will say this.
At least
it means
I hope so.
Anything. Let's say it's another dud or he doesn't perform well. Their next game, they have a long week, Monday Night Football, the ultimate bounce back. They'll be at the Jets. So is there any way he plays mediocre?
Just get through the Bills. You'll be fine.
Get through the Bills, and then by the way, after that, Baltimore, by the way. But
that's that. Yeah. I think if he can get through the Buffalo Bills and put a good game plan together with Josh McDaniels and Bill Belichick on the defensive side and just kind of get back to Cam the first 2 weeks of the season. I need N'Keal Harry to step up, though. It's his second year in the National Football League, although last year was a shortened season for him. He needs to step up to the plate and start to get separation and help his quarterback out. I mean, that's why you were drafted as a number one overall pick, number one pick for the New England Patriots.
No doubt. We're presented by Progressive Insurance. On the way, you sound off should Justin Turner face any sort of discipline.
We made USAA insurance for this season. When being a fan on a budget gets tough, our agents do the legwork so saving on auto insurance is easy. USAA. What you're made of, we're made for.
We believe in good we can all afford. From make-believe made for everyone to a t-shirt that means the world.
We think it matters where meat gets its start, like a pasture serving grass a la carte. Hand cut to grow like a pro, well marbled and juicy. Whoa. At Whole Foods Market, we raise our meat right, show-stopping taste in every bite.
Proposition 23.
Dangerous and costly.
The San Diego Union-Tribune warns 23 will put dialysis patients at risk.
The Los Angeles Times warns 23 would raise costs.
Every major newspaper in California urges.
Vote no on 23.
You could take your ulcerative colitis treatment in a different direction. Talk to your doctor about Xeljanz, a pill, not an injection or infusion, for adults with moderate to severe ulcerative colitis when a certain medicine did not help enough. Xeljanz is the first and only FDA-approved pill for moderate to severe UC. It can reduce symptoms in as early as 2 weeks, improve the appearance of the intestinal lining, and provide lasting steroid-free remission. Xeljanz can lower your ability to fight infections. Before and during treatment, your doctor should check for infections like TB and do blood tests. Tell your doctor if you've had hepatitis B or C, have flu-like symptoms, or are prone to infections. Serious, sometimes fatal infections, cancers, including lymphoma, and blood clots have happened. Taking a higher than recommended dose of Xeljanz for RA may increase risk of death. Tears in the stomach or intestines and serious allergic reactions have happened. You could take your UC treatment in a different direction. Ask your gastroenterologist about Xeljanz.
At T-Mobile, we believe you should get more. That's why we merged with Sprint. Now, it's about to get even better. And as we work to integrate Sprint's network, our nationwide 5G keeps getting stronger, with the capacity and coverage to reach more people and places across the country. Who says you can't have it all? Now is the time for 5G. Now is the time to join T-Mobile.
Order number 92?
They came for the 2 for $5.
You got a 2 for $5, right?
Yeah. But they were surprised with a special side.
The best $5 I spent.
More surprised than I've been in my entire life.
I honestly cannot believe it.
Oh, believe me. Only at Burger King, you order a 2 for $5 and have a chance to win a PS5. Buy and play game in-app for a chance to win.
I thought it was a huge burger they handed me.
With our new largest capacity third rack dishwashers from Whirlpool, you won't have to leave that final mug, blender jar, or last dirty dish behind. Load more, run less with Whirlpool.
It might be a stretch to say that Penn State has had Ohio State's number in recent seasons. But at the very least, the Nittany Lions have pushed the Buckeyes harder than anyone else in the Big Ten. From 2016 through 2018, Penn State played Ohio State within a field goal in all 3 meetings, winning 1. And even though the Nittany Lions lost by 11 points to the Buckeyes last season, it was still the tightest margin OSU had in Big Ten play.
This was hard today, but that's what you expect when you play a great team like Penn State.
We lost to an elite program, and we're that close.
Using expected points added to measure how groups of plays impact the scoring margin, we can see that Ohio State special teams have been outplayed by Penn State the last 4 seasons. And the Buckeyes' offensive contribution in those games has been close to neutral, with the difference having been OSU's defense, especially against the run. This game feels a little different.
Field sends it deep down the field for Wilson. Got it! Touchdown!
Have an offense that's almost impossible to hold down, and there will be no home crowd edge for PSU. But as the Nittany Lions were reminded last weekend, the better team doesn't always win. Now is their chance to flip the script.
The Lakers won the championship October 11th and October 27th, 2020. The Dodgers do the same.
The most important championship in Laker history.
Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zoo.
Hey, hit records on my demo. Once more, the Los Angeles Lakers are NBA champions.
Rob wants his respect. Coach Vogel wants his respect. Our organization wants their respect. Laker Nation wants their respect. And I want my damn respect, too.
It's not been going up like a crescendo.
Strike three called. And the Los Angeles Dodgers have won the World Series for the first time since 1988.
Let's go, Dodgers!
I got my whole country on a new way. She like, I heard all your stay where you stay.
When you win one championship, not to mention two, in a city, and you're from that city, and you do it in the span of 16 days, in a year unlike any other in American history, you get to boast. And that's what we're going to let Keyshawn do here as well. Keyshawn, J. Will, Zubin, we're presented by Progressive Insurance.
Yeah, I need to see all of them know. I want to start off with the Miami crew. Where's Rick Ross?
Oh, he was on the show popping now.
Where is Rick Ross at? DJ Khaled, where you at? Don't tuck it high. Where's Dickie V at?
He's a Rays fan.
Yeah, Dickie V, where you at?
Wasn't Dickie V supposed to come on the show?
No, he did.
Oh, yeah, that's right, yeah.
Well,
I had the tooth scenario.
If you were at work,
stop it.
Then you would have known.
Stop it.
That Dickie V was on our show.
Spitting blood from my mouth.
Spitting blood for a week, got it. But yeah, so where are they at? Well,
Rick Ross, Keyshawn's looking for you. DJ Khaled, Keyshawn's looking for you.
And another one.
And Rick, if you're just getting in this morning, I know you're not. If you're just getting in this morning, give us a call, 888-SAY-ESPN, and you and Key could go back at it.
I love Zubin, you call him by his government name.
His government.
And Rick. You call him Rose.
Rose.
Let's call him Rose.
All right, and Dickie V's 81 years old. He's out eating breakfast at the Broken Egg in Sarasota like he's been doing every day for the last 40 years. He's up. Dickie V, give us a call. Give us a call. It's a great series.
I feel bad, though, going at Dickie V.
Why?
Because
I'm going to text him right now to call him. No, he ain't your guy.
He's an elder statesman. He's a senior. He's 81
I'm not even playing it that close, but you are right. It just feels, it's just like, I got to respect my man. But he did say in 7 and it ended in 6. I'm just saying.
That's right. Just to recap.
Even though you had it ending in 5.
That's right.
That's okay.
It just ended for you, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. A win is a win is a win.
You got the right team. Key said Dodgers in 5. They won it in 6. Dickie V said Rays in 7. It was quite the World Series. And as soon as it ended in 6, Keyshawn suggested that they would win, and they did. The big story didn't become, as Jay has said yesterday, and I totally agree with. This is one of the legendary franchises in sports, winning their 7th world title in an uninterrupted baseball season for our national pastime. Yeah, we'll get to that later. Let's just get to the real story, which is Justin Turner, the heart and soul of the team. He's been with them since 2014. Just a tremendous player all over the diamond. Coming out and essentially saying, I've got coronavirus. They pulled him out of the game. Then he comes onto the field to celebrate. Now the big question in Major League Baseball, should there be any sort of discipline? Before the fellas weigh in, we want to take your calls, 888-SAY-ESPN. Give us a shout, 888-729-3776. It's also our Dr. Pepper Twitter feed question today. Suspension for JT, a fine for JT, or nothing at all for JT, who, by the way, is a free agent. That could have been his last moment as a Dodger. Think about that for a second. So here are the early results. 43% of you had said suspension. That's a little nebulous or vague. We're not sure what that would be, how severe it would be. See what Rob Manfred wants to do. There is a Major League Baseball investigation going on at the moment. 34% have said no punishment, including our guy Rab Reed Love on Twitter. Just hit us up. I personally understand why he did what he did, and I would have been inclined to do the same thing. However, if MLB doesn't take strong action and COVID does hang around into next season, you can see where he's going with this vote, the wheels will come off because of the precedent that will have been set. So essentially, Rab Reed Love saying he kind of gets why there could be no punishment, but if you don't throw the hammer down here and things continue to happen and tests continue to weave into next season, then where you at?
Well, look, here's what I would say, okay? Yesterday, we talked about whether or not Major League Baseball was going to do anything, if they should do anything. Did they try to intervene prior to him coming on the field? All of those sort of things. Since then, we have learned that Major League Baseball security team, whatever that is, whether it was a event staff, whether it was some undercover dude with a suit on, whatever, someone had a conversation with JT and told him that he shouldn't be on the field. He then somehow
Somehow.
who went around and found himself on the field celebrating with his team. Yes, there should be some sort of punishment to JT. I don't know what it is, and I really don't care. But they should do something, okay? Because, yes, there's health risks, there's this, and all of those sort of things. And when you test positive, they took you off in the 8th inning, and you were in the dugout with your teammates, and I'm presumably going to say I think his teammates knew at some point.
I mean, Roberts knew, right?
At some point, they knew that, this is the reason why. They wanted to celebrate and embrace their teammate. And that's their choice as far as I'm concerned. But there's a rule in place with Major League Baseball and their protocols, and he ignored that rule because he wanted to celebrate. So therefore, there should be some sort of punishment handed down to him. I don't get into he's an embarrassment for baseball and the Dodgers are embarrassed. I don't get into that.
Well, nobody has gotten into that.
Because I want them to do the right thing, which is punish him to some degree, whether it's suspension, fine, draft pick, something. But I understand why he did what he did. I understand that. Doesn't make it right because there's a rule in place. And if there's a rule in place, you probably should follow that rule.
This is like a Law and Order special, like SVU type scenario, right? You ever watch that show, Key? No, I assume not. Okay, anyway.
No,
you have, Zubin. I know you have. You know, like, right? Like, I'm trying to figure out how did he
Law
get...
and Order?
Yes, that's what I just said.
Oh, you said something else.
I said Law and Order SVU.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Special Victims Unit.
Yes.
Yeah, I just know it as Law and Order.
Gotcha.
Yes. No, you don't watch it. Anyway.
I binge watch it. I binge watch it.
Who are the characters?
I don't know. It's the old dude that's a cop. And then there's like Angie Harmon and somebody, and there's like a bunch of them. No,
Okay,
go, man,
right.
go.
I'm just wondering, how do you get out of the room? If you're with league officials and security, and I hear what Andrew Freeman said.
Because your homeboy could go, I'll block for you, go around.
Andrew Freeman was like, nobody's stopping him. But like, yes, they could have stopped him. But what did he say? Don't put your hands on me? Like, does it get to that point? Does it escalate? I feel like there's so much more information that needs to come out. And to be real with you guys, I actually want to hear Justin Turner's side of the story.
I agree.
Because we all know how this industry works to a degree. And I'm not saying MLB is wrong at all. I'm not stating that. But first to market means that you set the parameter of what the discussion is. So Justin Turner has not said anything. We came out yesterday. We spoke about it. MLB comes out with a statement. All of a sudden now people are wondering, well, how did Justin Turner get out? Now I actually want to hear from a World Series champion about what actually happened.
They say, how did he get out? As if he was in a cage or something.
Well, look, you take him back with security. I've been around security.
Isolate him,
There
quarantine.
have been times like I've been at a club and security things have popped off. I'm not trying to run through security.
But this is different. But this is different, though, Jay. You know, it's not like they had him in the bunker and had the doors and they're standing in front of it. You know, they probably was in the locker room, downstairs, or in the dugout, and they were just standing there. And they probably walked up to him and politely said, "You can't be on the field. Hey, why don't you sit over here?" And he's probably like, "No, man, I'm going out there with my team."
So you're telling me that Major League Baseball did not have a separate area established in this arena if anybody contracted COVID when they based their whole protocol around COVID. So my thing, somebody reasonably would think you would take them to an isolated place and say, okay, this is where hold on, Key, let me finish. This is where we take people who are COVID positive. This is where you will be. And we kind of limit your access. How is that just, that's what I'm wondering. Those are all the questions I have.
But Jay, you know they're not thinking that in depth. They're not thinking about an isolated area when the games are going on.
Key.
They're just not thinking about that.
You're thinking about things in depth. You're pulling up the World Series during a pandemic.
Clearly, they didn't think somebody would come back in the 8th inning and have a positive test. So they're not thinking about it. They're thinking about it before the game. So it happens before the game. Now you just leave the stadium. They're not saying, okay, somebody might come back in the 8th inning, and so therefore we need a little hiding place for them.
You sound like me my freshman year when Coach K was yelling at me for not getting over the screen. I was like, whoa, I got hit by this guy, and this guy didn't do this, and that guy didn't do this, and I didn't see him. He didn't communicate. You're just telling me excuses, Keyshawn Johnson.
I'm not.
You're telling me excuses for MLB. I don't want to hear excuses.
No, there's no excuse for MLB.
I value public safety over excuses.
Jay, Will, we all value public safety.
I hear you.
We all do. But let's be practical here. Let's be reasonable and let's be real with this. Ain't no way in hell they set up and said somebody's going to test positive during the course of the damn game. So therefore, we need a room. No.
But I'm not saying for that scenario. Like, I hear you on the randomness of somebody being pulled from the game in the 8th inning. But it's so random. There's so many other questions about that. But what I am saying, they have been in that bubble for a pretty long time. Going into that particular bubble at that arena, you would think that MLB would have established a location specifically for a situation like that if a player had contracted during practice or something like that.
Jason?
You call me by my full government name.
I'm going to say it one more time to you, Jason.
All right. That's fair.
If it was before the game, the day before the game, the day after the game, they don't go to the stadium. But they're not thinking about an isolated area for nobody, because if you test positive, you're not going to the stadium.
We got a packed full group bank of phone lines. If you guys can hang on. We'll try to get to it a little bit later because this has obviously engendered some passion. So Russ and Brian and Paul, if you can hold on. I know you got a life. You know you got things to do, but you can hold on.
They holding on.
He got me shaking my foot like my grandma right now.
Try.
Like my grandma down in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Get angry at you real quick.
A to Z.
Yes, the last couple of days, no topic has been bigger than this. So, fellas, if you can hold on, please do. The fellas sitting next to me this morning certainly still teeing off on Justin Turner or Major League Baseball, depending on your point of view. Let's go from A to Z, and then a college football legend will be here.
From Seattle to Denver and everywhere in between. From A to Z.
And we're going to start in Seattle because the Bengals have traded Carlos Dunlap, who is saying, get rid of me, get me out of here. And they've sent him to the Seahawks. Cincinnati receiving offensive lineman B.J. Finney in a 7th-round draft pick. He has not been happy, as many players on the Bengals don't tend to be. The NFL trade deadline is Tuesday, 4 p.m. Eastern. All right, Key, so why did the Seahawks do this, and what does it do for them?
Well, they needed to counter something within the division. What I mean by that is there's 3 quarterbacks that's roaming around that's playing pretty good ball right now, and Kyler Murray, Jared Goff, and all of a sudden Jimmy Garoppolo. They want to get to him and get these quarterbacks off their spot. They had an up-close in-person interview with Kyler Murray, and they saw what he was able to do. They need to get somebody to get him off the spot to pair with guys like L.J. Collier, Bobby Wagner, K.J. Wright to get back to the pressure that will be applied to these quarterbacks within the division if they decide in their minds that they want to win the division, which I think they want to do.
That job interview was on Sunday Night Football where Kyler Murray, he didn't need any references. I don't even need to see the resume. That thing was pretty darn good at the win over the Seahawks, handing them their first defeat of the season Sunday night. The Steelers, as a result of that Seahawks loss, are, of course, the only undefeated team left in the NFL. They'll get together with the 5-1 Ravens Sunday at 1 Eastern. Ben and Lamar getting together again. A great, hard-hitting, bone-crunching rivalry. Ben has played in some huge games in his career, but he knows twice a year when he gets together with Baltimore, ouch.
Well, it's tough. It's a physical one. It can be nasty at times, but I've always felt as many times as my nose has been broke, we've had injuries, it's been a close game. It's always been football in its truest form in the sense that it's never dirty. It's never been nasty. It's just been hard-nosed football. And so this is one you always want your bye week to be after.
Ravens only lost to the Chiefs. Jay, this is obviously a great rivalry. It's not on par with Duke, North Carolina that you took part in so many times, but when you get together with that other team, take us sort of inside, just when you play that foe.
You can throw all the stats out the window. Like, I don't care that the Steelers are 6-0 coming into this game. I don't think Baltimore cares. I don't think the Steelers care. This is about individual matchups. This is about 2 teams. I mean, Key would know this better than I would because I didn't play football, but I figure a game like this, the intensity levels are so high, you literally come out of the game drastically just drained. So tired because you're so hyped up for these matchups.
Yeah,
is that fair?
Would be, yeah. Beat up, all those things.
I heard our Ryan Clark say.
Battered and bruised.
I heard our Ryan Clark, who played for the Steelers, say that he felt it 2 weeks after the game. His body's feeling 2 weeks. Make him hurt 2 weeks, not just 1 week later. We got a little more college football talk right now.
We just felt with the number of positives and that short a timeline, the chancellor and I felt that we had to make this decision and get our arms around this and control the virus now.
And that, the words of Barry Alvarez, he was the former legendary Wisconsin head coach. He's now their athletic director. And he consulted with the chancellor, Rebecca Blank. So you're going all the way to the top of the food chart, the org chart there in Madison, as we go to Columbus to welcome in Cardale Jones, the former Ohio State quarterback on the Shell Pennzoil Performance Line, the national title winner. Yeah. And if you're listening this morning in Columbus, sorry, folks in Madison, Cardale burst onto the scene by doing a little bit of a number on the Badgers, if I'm not mistaken, back in the day. Good morning, Cardale. It's great to have you here. Take me inside as a former Big Ten player, former national champion. What do you think about what's going on with your league right now in light of this Wisconsin pausing the program, Purdue's coach not even be able to coach last week, and everything that could be happening moving forward?
Hey, first and foremost, good morning, guys, and thanks for having me. But I think they're taking the right steps to try to keep everybody safe. This is one of the things that they stressed about when they had to welcome Big Ten football back into the college football world, is the protocols and what they're going to do to keep not just the players, but the staff and everyone surrounding, and clearly the campus safe. And like the AD said, with the number of outbreaks they had in such a short period of time, I personally think it was the right call, but me as a fan of the game, it's hard to see, especially if it come down the road and my Buckeyes had to cancel a game. But it's the right call because we put these protocols in place, and this is one of the things we had to do to have in place for us to have a season.
12 gauge, if you was playing right now and this was going on, would you play? Would you want to play, or would you opt out?
That's a tough one, man. At the end of the day, I think I don't want to play, honestly, because like a lot of these guys that play at Ohio State who opt back in, they want an opportunity to play for something bigger than them. They want an opportunity to play with their guys. And it just goes back to me when people say, hey, would you go back to college and play right now? And I say no. But if I can play with my guys, the Mike Thomas, the Zeke Ellis, the Joey Bosa, I sign up for it in a heartbeat.
How do you feel about the Big Ten playing fewer games than anyone else when it comes to the college football eligibility?
It's tough, but the NCAA got to recuperate some of that money they lost with the Big Ten being out and starting the season so late. And if you wanted those, not necessarily ticket sales, but if you wanted those ratings, and if you want, these people to travel to some of these locations where some of these big bowl games and the college football players are going to be held, you're going to need that Ohio State in there. You're going to need, potentially other big time schools in that Final Four to recuperate some of that money that they lost. So it's not always fair, but at the end of the day, we're looking at the best four teams, and I don't think amount of games can determine that. I think you got to look at the product they put on the field each and every week.
Cardale, tell me about the Ohio State. What makes them so special? Obviously, Justin Fields came out and was spectacular, but you look at Chris Olave, Garrett Wilson. I mean, they have all the pieces.
Mm-hmm. I think one thing that separates them guys definitely from just trying to give a complete unbiased opinion here when, because I had an opportunity to see a lot of teams play, had an opportunity to see some teams actually play in person already this year. I just think the coaching staff and the standard is such a high level that these guys have no opportunity but to be great. And these guys are following, like you named, two of the pretty much top receivers in the country right now. Well, they follow in the footsteps of a Michael Thomas, of a Devin Smith, and guys of a Terry McLaurin and Paris Campbell. So they have no chance but to, kind of grow up fast and step up.
Is the running game good enough to win a national championship?
It got rooms for improvement. I don't want to see my quarterback, tucking the ball and running and allowing himself to get hit as many times as Justin did the first game. But they got rooms of improvement, and I think those backs are special. We just got to keep them better each and every week.
This weekend, we'll see Ohio State take on Penn State. What are your expectations? Now, you can be a fan, if you want to, of Ohio State. You don't have to be shy. What are your expectations of this game?
I expect OSU to pull it out, but Penn State, man, I don't know when last time this team lost 2 games in a row. When you face a team like this coming off a devastating loss as they did at Indiana in overtime and such a crazy play, you got to expect the unexpected. Clearly, they don't want to lose their home over, and this is almost all of them. This is make or break for their season at this point. And like you guys mentioned earlier, it's such a short season. Keyshawn, the saying when, early in the season you might have a slip up or a bump and you lose a game or something like this. And the guy said, well, it's a long season. We can turn around. Well, this is Penn State season right here this weekend. If they lose against Ohio State, they can wrap it up.
Help me out with this one, 12 Gauge, because you went through this yourself after winning a national title your junior year, putting up extraordinary numbers. You elected to come back your senior year at Ohio State. Trevor Lawrence is facing something very similar. What would you tell Trevor if he asks you about his decision?
I think it just got to be right for him. It got to be right for not just him, but his family and the opportunities and his goals that he aligned when it comes to his professional career. I mean, to my understanding, the kid would be a college grad. I mean, the kid is already a national champ. At this point, I mean, right now, in my personal opinion, playing more games, the numbers he has right now, he's the Heisman front runner. You got to ask yourself what more I can do on a college level. And I mean, let's be honest, Trevor Lawrence would have been the first pick since he's been at college. So if he was my kid, no way he'd be playing next year.
That just seems to be the most logical answer of all. One of the reasons we love having Cardale on is because there are so many great college football analysts out there, but Cardale is still so closely connected to the game. It's only been a half decade. So to get that sort of perspective on the players of today is what really separates this dude, and it's a pleasure to have him on the program. Cardale, thanks a lot. I know you'll be watching Saturday Night Football with Ohio State and Penn State, as we talked about earlier in the segment with Penn State season, according to Cardale, on the line. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me, guys.
He's really good, man. He's really good. Still to come. The phone lines are full. It's all right. Get on the Twitter feed and let us know at Key J and Z. We want to hear from you. Key and Jay have been so passionate. Bring it. Should the Dodgers punish Justin Turner in any way, shape, or form? That's next after Jay has this word from our friends at Shell.
Your day is busy enough, so come into Shell and get 3 things done at once. First, fill it with the Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline to help you keep your engine running like new. Then, save up with the Fuel Rewards program and never pay full price for gas again. And finally, snack up with in-store rewards to save even more at the pump. Make the most of the stop you need to make with Shell. And engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline. See full terms and conditions at fuelrewards.com.
Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin.
He should win the MVP.
That's how to block your shot, Jay.
What are you talking about, Key? You don't want this smoke.
More from Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin next.
Exploration. It's in our DNA. We want to see what's never been seen. Hear what's never been heard. Feel what's never been felt. We are all explorers. And there are new worlds to explore.
We made USAA insurance for veterans like Martin. When a hailstorm hit, he needed his insurance to get it done right away. USAA. What you're made of, we're made for. USAA.
We believe in good we can all afford. From coffee that opens more eyes to black business to 100 shades of beautiful.
So how is it?
Great.
At T-Mobile, we believe you should get more. That's why we merged with Sprint. Now, it's about to get even better. And as we work to integrate Sprint's network, our nationwide 5G keeps getting stronger, with the capacity and coverage to reach more people and places across the country. Who says you can't have it all? Now is the time for 5G. Now is the time to join T-Mobile.
With the Home Depot app, your phone is your most powerful tool. Find just what you need in a snap. Get a second opinion in seconds and have it all delivered free. Download today. The Home Depot. How doers get more done.
I'm in the bedroom.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
It's not here.
What?
The gun's not here.
What do you mean? Where is it?
Cameron, are you in there? Open the door. Cam, come on, Cam. Open the door.
Don't be afraid. This Halloween will be just like last. We'll buy tons of Reese's Cups for the youngins, then eat them all ourselves. Reese's.
If the Jets do get that #1 pick, you're Trevor Lawrence. What are you going to do?
I'm staying in school, or I'm going to blackmail him and pull an Eli Manning and say, I'm going anywhere but coming to you. And I take no pleasure in saying this. One of my best friends in the world, my brother Jeff Brown, who y'all all know in Cali, is a diehard Jets fan, and what he has subjected my godchildren to is just cruel and unusual punishment.
Did you just say some of my best friends are Jets fans?
No. One of my one of my best friends, meaning Jeff Brown, and he subjected my godchildren to this atrocity of being a Jets fan. The New York Jets are an atrocity. They are an abomination right now. They haven't won a Super Bowl since 1969. I'm appalled that Todd Bowles is gone in favor of Adam Gase, who showed up to his introductory press conference. Ha! That's right, I said it. Ha! He looked high, at least from appearances perspective. Looked completely spaced out. Zooted. They've got the worst offense in football, worst in points scored, worst in yards accumulated, worst passing attack. You got a 23-year-old quarterback completing 58% of his passes that is regressive before our eyes, clearly because of the environment around him. And oh, by the way, your leading rusher, who's averaging 3.7 yards a carry, is 37-year-old Frank Gore. This is the New York Jets that we're talking about here. And Trevor Lawrence, who's chilling at Clemson, who has a career 31-1 record as a starter. The only game he's ever lost in his career was a national championship game to LSU. This brother just put up 73 points on Georgia Tech, even while waving his hair, getting ready to steal hair commercials from Troy Polamalu and others because he's waving his hair around. He's throwing touchdowns all over the place.
His hair one more time.
Doing all of this, right? This is Trevor Lawrence, okay? And that dude playing for my brother Dabo Sweetie, he's supposed to want to come to the New York Jets? Hell no.
Good morning. Welcome inside your Sports Center update. The big story this morning is college football. The University of Wisconsin has put the program on pause for 7 days. That's after a dozen people contracted the coronavirus, 6 players, 6 staff members, including head coach Paul Chryst and the star quarterback, the young kid, Graham Mertz. So this week's game against Nebraska is off. It's officially known in the Big Ten. They'll call it a no contest. They won't be able to get back on the field till maybe next Wednesday at the earliest. That's if things settle, which means their game Saturday against the Purdue Boilermakers could also be in jeopardy. The Rockets have hired a new head coach. It is a guy you may not have heard of, but a guy that's earned an opportunity. Longtime NBA assistant Stephen Silas, most recently with the Dallas Mavericks. The son of the legend Paul Silas. If you're too young, look him up. Great player, great coach. 5th father-son combo to be head coaches in the association. Now all eyes turn to OKC who do they want to fill their head coaching vacancy? And we are going to go red hot on this story in just a second. Major League Baseball beginning an investigation into the Dodgers' Justin Turner. I'm sure you know he sprinted out of the dugout after they won the World Series. This is after he was testing positive for coronavirus and was pulled from the game-clinching number 6. Mask on, mask off, Buster Olney, our baseball insider, now reporting that MLB is investigating whether members of the Dodgers staff may have facilitated Turner getting back on the field. We'll see what Commissioner Manfred says. SportsCenter is brought to you by Straight Talk Wireless. Look, we all accidentally damage our phones. It happens. Now Straight Talk Wireless new Platinum Unlimited plan includes phone protection, just $65 a month for unlimited talk, text, data, and more. See Mobile Protect terms and conditions at Asurion.com/Straight Talk. Limitations and exclusions apply.
Baseball wasn't going to take a dude out who's celebrating with his team, Jay.
They took him out of the game.
The game is over. We're out of the bubble now. The game is over.
You're not out of the bubble. You're still in the bubble. Celebrating the game.
The game's over.
No, Key. I would feel differently as a teammate. I'm not going to stop you from hanging, partying. Just have your mask on.
Seems like a simple enough request. That was Key and Jay this morning, and yesterday after the clincher, both of the fellas just talking about how hot they were. Key seems to believe that, hey, a suspension is in order because he broke the rules, but as an athlete, that it's one at the highest level and understands the euphoria of the moment. You understand why he did it. Jay clearly is putting some of this on Major League Baseball, as you just heard. What do you think? Hit us up. Dr. Pepper call-in line, 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. If you want to hit us up on Twitter, Key, J, and Z. We'll take your comments there as well. Should he be punished? Any level of discipline or nothing? Russ in Mississippi, and for all the fellas we're going to go to, I appreciate you hanging on. I know you got a lot of stuff to do and being with us this morning. Russ in Mississippi, you're on ESPN Radio. What should the discipline, if any, be for Justin Turner?
Hey, I'm a first-time caller. I just want to let everybody know, let the man play. You know, he's been there with 6 games, playing, slapping butts, throwing the ball around, handling the bats and everything. He's celebrating. He hadn't got leprosy or nothing like that. Let the man celebrate and, and then quarantine after. Give him an hour to celebrate.
Hey, Russ, he can celebrate, but here's the problem, though, Russ, for Mississippi, is that there was a protocol in place that Major League Baseball, in a rule that he kind of slipped around. So the season's over now. He's done. The season's over. They'll celebrate. But going into next season, there has to be some sort of recourse in this situation. I don't know what it is, but they have to do something.
Fair enough.
Maybe something. I agree with that.
Fair
All
enough.
right, Russ.
Fair enough. Lawrence in Texas, you're on ESPN Radio. What do you think?
Yeah, I look at it this. The MLB found out in the second inning that he had contracted COVID. They didn't wait. They waited till the 8th inning to inform the Dodgers. He has been in with the team that whole day. I understand what Key is saying, what Keyshawn is saying, as far as sitting up and with the protocols that are in place and everything. But MLB has to take some type of notice on this because this just doesn't make good sense.
Agreed.
If you knew in the second inning, why'd you wait to the 8th inning?
Good question. Key, you want to answer that?
Well, they got a test. They had 2 tests. One that came back in the second was inclusive.
Mm-hmm.
And then they got to the 8th, and that's when they got the positive test. That's when they took him off the field. We're concerned not with Major League Baseball telling the Dodgers and when they told them. We're talking about post-game. Now that you know that you have a positive test, why go celebrate with the team? Now, as an athlete and as a player and as my teammate, come on. We can ready to celebrate together. I'll worry about that later. I'm okay with that part of it. But I'm not okay with the part of ignoring the rule.
Can I ask you a question? How could you just be, and I know people were saying, because I'm on Twitter, I'm on social media, I know people are saying, well, it's not that big of a deal. So
No, it's a big deal.
Let me hear, just hear me out for 1 second. I know we have other callers.
We do.
But that's your teammate. That's how you may feel.
Yes.
But as me as a teammate, if I have a situation at home, my family's there, and I think we're all in the bubble, I'm a little bit more concerned about that.
And that's true. Everybody's situation is different. I'm just saying, for me, as my teammate, I'm not going to push him aside as an outcast when we're trying to celebrate. That's just the way, for me, my box, me and my family. You have a different situation at home. Zubin has a different situation at home. You may go, ooh, no, because of your situation. Me, I'm just like, I don't have a situation, so I'm okay with it.
So that's my point, though.
I'm okay with that.
But, Key, you're aware enough to recognize that everybody has their own situation.
Absolutely.
So my thing is, if not everybody has enough time to truly download that and what that means, you kind of put people in a really weird conundrum, right? Like, because now you don't know, depending upon whose situation it feels comfortable, who doesn't feel comfortable.
But here's what I would say. Being a teammate of someone for a length of time, you certainly have an understanding of that person's personality, how they feel about certain situations. And for all we know, those conversations were taking place in the dugout. That's why some of the teammates even said if he was isolated, we was going to find him and celebrate with him anyway.
Okay.
And clearly the skipper and Dave Roberts, who has an underlying condition, who beat cancer, has sat right next to him with no mask on. So he wasn't like, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't like a taboo, like, oh my God, I got to get away from this guy. He didn't feel that way. So it's kind of like the teammates didn't feel that way. The skipper didn't feel that way. Everybody seemed to be celebrating and having fun. But
you know that just sends I hear it.
There was a rule in place.
Just sends the wrong. It sends the wrong message.
I understand what the optics look.
That's the point, right?
I understand what the optics look like, especially to our eyes.
So if you want to do something that's celebratory, regardless of whether you have COVID or not, go ahead and do it. As long as everybody in your team is celebrating and they don't have an issue with it, that doesn't make it right.
No one said it did.
I guess that's what we're getting into.
No one said it was right, Jay, but we got to also take into consideration what his teammates thought. And his teammates clearly haven't said that it was the wrong thing and I didn't want him around me. They all are saying, let's roll together.
Let's get some more callers.
Yeah, let's roll through some more callers. Paul, Scott, Chad, all have great points to make. We're going to get to them all. Paul in Virginia, you're on ESPN Radio.
Talk to us, Paul.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I feel like AI, you remember his practice rants with all this? I mean, it's like he's been playing, and I'm not a Dodgers fan. I'm a Nats fan, and I'm not really a big baseball fan, but the guy's been out there on the field for 8 innings, slapping butts, hanging out. And then one more inning later, I know that's a positive test. Now all of a sudden it's like, oh my gosh. I mean, he would have needed, everyone needs to do contact tracing no matter what. Once they found out in the 8th inning, by that time, the horse had left the barn. So it's kind of a moot point. We're vilifying Turner here when it's like, honestly, they let him play before his test came back. I'm a surgeon. I can't take someone to the OR unless it's an emergency. If the test didn't come back, they ain't let me do that. And if they do, it's going to be like it's emergency. We're all dressed up like Ebola. The default is they're positive. Unless they have a negative result, they are positive. So he goes out there without a result on his test. So you have to assume that at least there's a chance he's going to be positive, but it's all like play ball. The second inning, they say it's inconclusive. So let's I imagine they retest it again. No one says boo. So the message that you're sending to everyone is hey, listen, I guess it's good to go. And by the 8th inning, it's kind of like, I mean, come on now. At Paul, this point in time, everyone's going to need to be contact traced.
Paul, let me ask you a question, Paul. If you were the MLB, would you let him go back on the field? Considering your background?
I wouldn't have let anyone start if their test isn't back. You can't.
Fair enough. What was his answer? I couldn't hear him correctly.
He wouldn't let you even start if your test wasn't back. Like you shouldn't even take the field to begin with if your test wasn't back.
Inconclusive.
Sort of kind of what I said to begin with. It's one thing if he was out there and they knew or they tested. It's another thing when it's over, it's the 8th inning, it's done and it's over with, and you avoid the rules that's in place to go back out there.
I just want to clarify again. Yesterday, I'm not throwing. I mean, look, I think Justin Turner could have made a different decision. That's another conversation. But I thought this was a bigger indictment on MLB, and I said that yesterday. I said that. The way you go about your protocols, the way you enforce your protocol, and I agree with Paul from Virginia. His test came back inconclusive. You have some more digging to do. Can't wait until the 8th inning all of a sudden to drag him out. He's been around the team all day long. That's why it's been a huge indictment on the MLB, and that's unfortunate. With the way they handled it pregame, with the actual test, and then even postgame, ensuring the fact that he Once he's isolated, he's isolated. If that's what you're going to say, if Rob Manfred's going to come out and say he's isolated, you can't then panel 2 minutes later and then see him on the field after your commissioner just said he's isolated, he's quarantined. It's a bad look.
100%. Once again, Buster Olney investigating whether the Dodgers facilitated him getting back on the field. Dr. Paul in Virginia, really appreciate joining with his perspective. Knows a little bit more about it, as Jay said, than the rest of us due to his background. We are presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive, celebrating 8 years of donating cars to veterans in need. Learn more at keystoprogress.com. On the way on the Shell Pennzoil Performance Line, the NFL's best insider, Adam Schefter, on yet another NFL facility that has closed and what it means next.
Miss anything from today's show and want to catch up? Don't forget, you can download all 4 hours from Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin right now. Available wherever you get your podcast.
More from Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin next.
Pro Extra is the Home Depot's loyalty program built just for pros. Members earn rewards like Tool Rental Center credit or Pro Extra dollars with every purchase. Plus, they get members-only offers. Save time, save money, get rewarded. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
We made USAA insurance for this season. When being a fan on a budget gets tough, our agents do the legwork so saving on auto insurance is easy. USAA, what you're made of, we're made for.
We believe in good we can all afford. From make-believe made for everyone to a t-shirt that means the world.
Shane is getting his holiday shopping done early at Amazon. So come December, he'll get to be Holiday Shane, aka Cool Uncle Shane. He gives the best gifts. And he's got a lizard.
To reduce the risk of wildfires, PG&E may proactively turn off power when severe weather is forecast. Here are 4 ways to prepare before a power shutoff. Update your contact information at pge.com/mywildfirealerts so we can reach you. Plan for medical needs like medications that need to be refrigerated or devices that require power. Pack or restock your emergency supply kit. Ensure backup power sources are safe to operate. To learn more, visit safetyactioncenter.pge.com.
The best ingredients are easy to explain. Like food that's grown from soil and rain. Artichokes and egg yolks have nothing to hide. Unlike azodicarbonamide, our domain is organic romaine, ancient grains, chunky or plain. Fuel for the brain. Absolutely anything but mundane. We only sell food we know you'll adore. So icky products are banned from our store. Saying no to that stuff is more than a goal, because that's what makes us whole.
Buccaneers will sign wideout Antonio Brown.
If this is about football, I understand it 100%.
He's eligible to return in Week 9.
You got your popcorn ready because the circus is coming to town.
The return of Antonio Brown could come in Week 9. We're starting Week 8 tonight with the Falcons and the Panthers. And if you're wondering who the Bucs have in Week 9, oh, this is juicy. Drew Brees and the New Orleans Saints on Sunday night.
He gonna have fresh legs.
Football.
God, he gonna have fresh legs.
They weren't together very long in New England, but that one game they had together against the Miami Dolphins, the early returns were good. We'll see what happens and talk about AB in just a second with the NFL's best insider, Adam Schefter. He joins us this morning on Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin. He'll be ready with us in just seconds. Here he is on the Shell Pennzoil Performance Line. Adam, I want to start with what's going on here with the Houston Texans closing their facility on Wednesday morning after the second-year guard Max Sharping tested positive. They are on the bye week this week, but take us inside this developing story.
Well, it's really, again, alarming anytime there's a positive test here. But the fact of the matter is they are on a bye week. They get to isolate and be quarantined and get to send the player home at this point in time. The fact they don't have to play really gives them time to recover from this. We've seen positive tests on other teams as they're getting ready for the game. You saw the Saints last week with Emmanuel Sanders. He's in the building on Thursday practicing with the team, sent him home. They took the initiative, the Saints did, got it handled the right way, still were able to play the game on Sunday against Carolina. And since then, we'll see what happens here in the coming days, haven't had a positive test just yet. So they took the right steps, and the NFL has enforced social distancing and mask wearing in the facilities. And this is why the league has cracked down on all these teams the way they have, because they know that there's going to be positive test results. They know there are going to be cases. The key is containing the spread of them. So you could have a player test positive, you could have a coach test positive, but you don't want it going any further than that. And that's why the Texans have closed down for the time being on their bye week.
Adam, could this cause problems in terms of the contact tracing?
Well, they're always going to contact trace in this case, Kate. They're going to see who that individual was close to. Again, I go back to the Saints one because we know more about that. There were 20 people that were close to Emmanuel Sanders, but in the subsequent days, at least to date, nobody else tested positive. So that's what the league does. They go back and look who that individual was close to. They isolate them, they continue to test them, and they see if there's any other positive test results.
When you talk about the COVID-19 situation and down in Tampa, in particular Florida being a hotbed, what led to the decision of the NFL to make the decision 20% capacity at this season's Super Bowl?
Well, first of all, that's the current plan. And if the NFL can get a full sold-out stadium, that's what it will do. But as of right now, it is planning to have up to 20% seating capacity at Raymond James Stadium. The seating capacity there normally is just over 65,000. The league likes to put in some temporary seating for the Super Bowl. Maybe that will get it to 70, 75,000. So you're looking at anywhere from 13 to 15,000 fans if the current plan of 20% holds true. Now, where they're getting that from is they are talking to local officials, government officials, seeing what they're allowed. That's what's being allowed in Florida right now. They can make adjustments beyond that. Also, they say they're looking out for the safety of the people that would be in attendance, who would be required to wear masks at all times. And if you look around the league at the teams that do have fans in attendance, many of them are at the 20% threshold. So that's where they're coming up with. But again, that's not set. That's the plan right now. That's where they're at today. Now, a month from now, 2 months from now, if the league can make progress, if there are restrictions that are lifted, if there are guidelines that are eased, they'll have more fans. But as of today, it's up to 20% at the Super Bowl.
Adam, the trade deadline is Tuesday, 4 p.m. Eastern time. What should we be looking out for, thinking about here?
Well, the first thing I'd say to you, Zubin, is that today becomes an artificial deadline in the sense that if a team wants to acquire a player and have him go through practice next week, it's got to get the deal done by today because that player then would have to pass through 5 days of COVID testing. And so that's why you saw last week the Baltimore Ravens trade for Yannick Ngakoue from the Minnesota Vikings, because the Ravens wanted to ensure that after their bye week this past weekend, that Ngakoue could go through this week of practice as a Raven, and then play on Sunday against the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's why that trade got done last Thursday. This week already, you've seen 2 defensive ends traded. Everson Griffin to Detroit, Carlos Dunlap to Seattle. Those players will not be able to play this week, but they will be eligible to play next week. So if you want a guy for practice in Week 9 and to play in Week 9, that trade really has to get done by today for all intents and purposes. And then there's another trade deadline, the actual hard deadline of 4 p.m. Eastern on Tuesday. And already we've seen 5 or 6 trades so far. So there's already been quite a bit of activity. And I would imagine that we'll get a little bit more before the actual deadline hits 4 o'clock Eastern Tuesday.
Wow, Shefty, Bruce Arians said yesterday that Antonio Brown looked great. Could we see him immediately with Chris Godwin's injury after the suspension is over?
Well, it's interesting, Jay, because basically Antonio Brown's just going through workouts. He's not allowed to practice now, but Bruce Arians said he looked fabulous. And so that's an encouraging sign for Antonio Brown. They're planning to have him available for Week 9 against New Orleans. And yesterday, Bruce Arians also said that they don't know when they're going to get Chris Godwin back. He underwent surgery this week on a fractured finger. The expectation has been that it would be a week that he would be sidelined, meaning he will not play this Monday night in the Bucs game against the Giants in Tampa on Monday Night Football. But even yesterday, Bruce Arians said, we don't know how long he's going to be out. It could definitely be longer than 1 week. And that's why we have, as he said, the insurance policy. And the insurance policy is Antonio Brown. And from a football standpoint, that's about as good of an insurance policy as you could get. So that's the situation where, yes, it looks like Antonio Brown is on track to make his Bucs debut against the New Orleans Saints in Week 9, could replace Chris Godwin. We know that Tom Brady and Antonio Brown played the 1 game together last year in Miami. It seemed like they clicked right away. People wonder what they would have done over the course of a season. Well, we now may get to see that in Tampa with Antonio Brown playing there with Tom Brady.
Adam, before I let you go, let me ask you this question about Cam Newton and getting ready to take on the Buffalo Bills. Obviously, the last 2.5 games has not been great for him. If he puts out another, call it a stinker, and they lose this football game, could we see the end of Cam Newton in the New England Patriot uniform?
And Adam, we got 1 minute.
Bill Belichick made it very clear that Cam's their quarterback, and they're going with the best player that they have at that position. That's Cam Newton. Now, I find it hard to believe that the first 2 weeks of the season, he dominated Miami, went to Seattle against a great Seahawks team and almost led an upset of the Patriots, of the Seahawks with the Patriots. And then 2 games where he's great. Then they struggled against the Raiders. Then he gets COVID and comes back and hasn't been the same since. So where is the real Cam Newton? Is it the great one from earlier in the year or the one that struggled the last few games? And I don't know the answer. And we'll find that on Sunday if he can play better against Buffalo. But even if he struggles and throws up a stinker, as you say, Key, I still think he's the quarterback here for a period of time.
That's fair enough, because the next opponent on Monday Night Football would be the New York Jets, an absolutely great opportunity to bounce back. Safe to say on Tuesday, I'll be toggling between Adam Schefter and John King's Twitter feed. Big day for both in their own worlds. Adam, thank you, man.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
That's Adam Schefter, the NFL's best insider. Great point, by the way, about the 5 days, right? Kind of make the deal today so the guys can clear the protocols and join next week. I had not thought about that, but that actually expedites when you need to make a deal.
That's why he's the best insider in football.
Well, I just said that. I always said that when it comes on because it's true. On the way, this is also true. The COVID crisis might be hitting the University of Wisconsin football program, but all 13 Big Ten schools, especially national title contenders like Ohio State, need to find out what's going on inside this conference, and we'll discuss it next.
The best ingredients are easy to explain. Like food that's grown from soil and rain. Artichokes and egg yolks have nothing to hide. Unlike azodicarbonamide, our domain is organic romaine, ancient grains, chunky or plain. Fuel for the brain. Absolutely anything but mundane. We only sell food we know you'll adore. So icky products are banned from our store. Saying no to that stuff is more than a goal, because that's what makes us whole.
I always loved you, Sunshine. I've never said it, but...
Did Spin Rock just die?
Yeah.
Can you do it again?
Sure.
I always loved you, Sunshine.
Missed it again.
Alexa, rewind 10 seconds.
I never said it.
Who is USAA made for? It's made for him, a veteran who honorably served. And it's made for her. She's serving now. We also made USAA for military spouses and their kids. Become a member. Get an insurance quote today.
To me, the A in Chick-fil-A is for available. We can serve you in the drive-thru. We can deliver your food to your house. We have delivery partners, and we have our own delivery system. Home can be wherever you choose. You don't need to go anywhere else. On Sunday, maybe, but that's about it.
The A in Chick-fil-A stands for a connection. Having the opportunity to have a positive connection with the guest, I think is really cool. It is kind of a fun challenge to try to make that person's day. I don't know, it just makes life better. Like, why not?
The Flat Spin 360. Often imagined, rarely attempted. Accomplished. Just this once. Introducing the all-new turbocharged K5.
We believe in good we can all afford. From a lighter load on the planet to shoes with a lighter footprint.
To reduce the risk of wildfires, PG&E may proactively turn off power when severe weather is forecast. Here are 4 ways to prepare before a power shutoff. Update your contact information at pge.com/mywildfirealerts so we can reach you. Plan for medical needs like medications that need to be refrigerated or devices that require power. Pack or restock your emergency supply kit. Ensure backup power sources are safe to operate. To learn more, visit safetyactioncenter.pge.com.
is going to get their signature win.
It might be a stretch to say that Penn State has had Ohio State's number in recent seasons. But at the very least, the Nittany Lions have pushed the Buckeyes harder than anyone else in the Big Ten. From 2016 through 2018, Penn State played Ohio State within a field goal in all 3 meetings, winning 1. And even though the Nittany Lions lost by 11 points to the Buckeyes last season, it was still the tightest margin OSU had in Big Ten play.
This was hard today, but that's what you expect when you play a great team like Penn State.
We lost to an elite program, and we're that close.
Using expected points added to measure how groups of plays impact the scoring margin, we can see that Ohio State special teams have been outplayed by Penn State the last 4 seasons. And the Buckeyes' offensive contribution in those games has been close to neutral, with the difference having been OSU's defense, especially against the run. This game feels a little different.
Field sends it deep down the field for Wilson. Got it! Touchdown!
Have an offense that's almost impossible to hold down, and there will be no home crowd edge for PSU. But as the Nittany Lions were reminded last weekend, the better team doesn't always win. Now is their chance to flip the script.
It was Wisconsin football program has had 12 positive tests, and Saturday's game against Nebraska has been canceled.
A team like Wisconsin, who is a threat, they're done now.
Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin.
Can we get much higher?
Athletic Director Barry Alvarez.
We had one positive test Wednesday prior to the game. Since the game, we've had 12.
6 players and 6 staffers. All team activities are now on pause.
I still don't have a high level of panic for what's going on with Wisconsin or the Big Ten. What does this positive test now mean for the rest of the conference?
Well, look, this has the potential to happen to any school at any time in any conference.
Can we get much higher?
College football knew they couldn't get through the season unscathed, no matter how short that season might be. And right now they have their biggest obstacle. Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin, we're presented by Progressive Insurance. All of our guests join us on the Shell Pennzoil Performance Line, including a little chat about that old Big Ten legend Tom Brady at Michigan and what's going on this week in Tampa with their big game on Monday night against the Giants on ESPN. We'll have Jen Elaine, our Bucs reporter, here to talk TB12. Hang tight. That's in 10 minutes.
I'm going to ask her if she know anything about pork roll.
Well, we're going to have some food for thought during the Buck segment. I guarantee you there's going to be a food discussion in our Buck segment.
But see, I want to ask
egg
you.
and cheese?
Man, who? Okay, so the first time I experienced seeing it, this was several years ago. I was in Pennsylvania, and I was at I was with my father-in-law. We were at some Christmas deal, and they was in the kitchen. There was a huge thing sitting on the table that looked like a large hot dog. It was big. It looked like a hot dog on steroids. And I'm like, man, what the hell is that? Like, oh, it's pork roll. It's really good. You put some cheese on it. And I'm like, who eats that though, Jay?
I mean, I ate it growing up. I ate it all the time.
Now, I thought it was like Spam, but a pork. It was just like one big slab of pork.
Okay, you had Spam growing up?
Maybe once.
Okay.
Maybe once.
You ever had Wonder Bread with the butter on it?
Absolutely.
Okay, then. So we do what we have to do.
I've had cheap meals. There's no question. I grew up in the inner city. I know what bologna and slits and frying it tastes like with the cheapest cheese you could, government cheese. I get all that.
Pork roll, baby.
But pork roll?
Yes. Pork roll and cheese.
I wouldn't be caught dead eating that.
You might be dead if you eat too much, to be honest with you.
That might be
I know you eat clean now, but there's nothing wrong with a good pork roll, egg, and cheese every once in a while.
Gotcha.
I guess.
We were just talking about this between the commercial breaks, breakfast food, what we all do to fuel for the day, as I'm sure many of you are doing as you get up and around. And again, some food conversation with Tom Brady and Gronk. Wait till you hear this. That's coming up here in about 7 minutes or 8 minutes from now. Food for thought here on the Big Ten. Wisconsin has shut down their program, a dozen positive tests, 6 players, 6 staff members, including the head coach Paul Chryst and the star quarterback Graham Mertz. Just so you know, coaches do have to isolate for 10 days. Players are out 21 days if they have a positive test. That essentially, of course, is 3 weeks, which in this case means 3 games because there's no buys in the Big Ten. So you're going to miss. The earliest opportunity for Wisconsin to get back on the field as a unit would be next Wednesday. They play the Purdue Boilermakers next Saturday. That game's in jeopardy. Their game J with Nebraska scheduled for this Saturday officially ruled a no contest. This is a nightmare.
Look, the margin for error is extremely slim. No bye weeks. You have to get the 6 games, right? Heather Dinich was able to report it earlier this morning about 6 games. Or what was it? It was the median of games that they were able to play 2 behind that.
Correct. So if everybody played 7, then you could get there with 5, presuming everybody was at that number.
7. So there is a chance Wisconsin at 5-0, if they do have to miss next week's game against Purdue, they have a chance. But it's almost like Kevin Warren sitting there saying, oh, okay, guys wanted to push us to play. Well, if you want to push us to play, here are the parameters that we need in order to play. We're going to be overly cautious, not 10, 12, 14 days, which the CDC recommends.
Right.
Whole different conversation, Zubin. But it's going to be 21 days for players who are COVID positive. And by the way, no bye weeks. We have to get these amount of games in, these amount of times. If not, we're going to have to deal with it.
Wisconsin's already played 1 game, so you give them that one. Then they got 6 more to go with the cancellation of the Nebraska game.
Correct.
You from day one, you knew that this was going to happen. Other leagues, whether it's pro or college, had to postpone, cancel, move things around because tests were happening. Wisconsin, obviously, the Midwest, as Jay has astutely pointed out, that the Midwest in general, Big Ten country,
flaring up.
It's flaring up. It's hit hard with COVID. So it's going to happen. You just knew it. Wisconsin was down to their fourth-string quarterback potentially if they were going to play against Nebraska.
That's right.
Yep. So in the end, you come out of there with an L probably, most likely. Right. You probably come out of there with a loss.
So they get a pass almost in a way.
So you almost get like a little bit of pass. But then you look to next week in Purdue's game. Mm-hmm. What happens with that? If, in fact, the 21 days is the way we're saying it, and now all of a sudden Heather Dinich also said that they can, if they decide to look at things, lessen that 21 days and narrow it down to even less. But you can't even practice. You can't do anything. So you facing a team next week when you can't even field a team to even practice with. Your coaches aren't even there. So it's kind of like, what do? You just sit around and wait. Now, for me and my money, I don't want to see Wisconsin in the Final Four if they play 12 games.
Why?
Because they're not good like that.
Why does that matter?
I don't want to see that. I understand that. I understand the opportunity.
It can't just be because you don't want to see them. Give me reasons why you don't want to see them in the college football playoffs if they're able to get there.
I don't want to see that boring football, Jay. I'm
sorry,
it's not
about boring football, Key. It's about them actually earning a spot to actually be there.
I get it. Yes, our morals are great. They earned a spot. Woo, okay. It's boring, man.
Well,
I don't want to see.
The Steelers are boring. I wouldn't mind seeing them in the Super Bowl.
I don't want to see Alabama take them to the woodshed. I don't want to see Clemson score 100 and have to change the scoreboard. I don't want to see that. Ohio State will probably drag them through the mud.
So you're telling me that if Wisconsin is undefeated, say they only do play 5 games, and then
stop.
No, I'm just saying. And then give me another team, maybe from the Big 12. That maybe has a loss that you rather see them in than Wisconsin.
So
or you're saying even the USC,
only team in the Big 12 right now to come to mind is Oklahoma State, and I don't want to see that.
Okay, so who's the other? So if you have Clemson, you have Alabama, Georgia.
No, Georgia. I don't want to see Georgia.
You don't want to see Georgia in there either.
I'd rather see
This is about
Clemson.
Who you want to see in there.
No, it's me. I'm not voting. It's just
not about who deserves to be in there.
It's my eyes. I'd rather see Ohio State, Clemson, Alabama.
Okay.
And if we ran the table at USC, I'd like to see that. Even if we got beat down, I like to see what it is.
Those are Key's real college football playoff rankings.
I don't want to see Wisconsin, man.
But let me just stick up for the Badger State here because there's two things that I think Wisconsin fans that are listening this morning or watching us this morning on TV are saying. If Wisconsin were to be undefeated at any point when they finish, right, that would presume that they had won the Big Ten West and played in the Big Ten championship game where they would presumably play Ohio State. So if you're telling me they finished the regular season undefeated, play Ohio State in the last game and defeat the Buckeyes, they would traditionally have a better record than Ohio State and have the head-to-head.
Don't do this to me, though, Zubin.
And also, I would tell you, it's not 3 yards in a cloud of dust anymore. You saw that kid Mertz last week. They're now trying to throw the football and become way more modern than they have been before. If they're undefeated, though, they got the edge on Ohio State. You can't put the Buckeyes in over them.
It will always be boring football.
It doesn't matter if it's
like
boring.
Watching Iowa. Man, I don't want to watch that. That's just me. I get it. It's just me.
So you don't like the Steelers either?
No, but the Steelers, I could appreciate differently.
Why?
Because it's the NFL. They got a philosophy that works. I just don't want to see it. Because I already know that's like every year we roll Oklahoma up in there, right?
Right.
And what happens? They go home.
They've never won a playoff game.
No.
They've never won a game in the playoffs.
I don't want to see that anymore. I'm tired of watching that.
That's just like when
Washington went. Man, I knew what Alabama was getting ready to do to Washington.
2016, smoked them.
Man, I knew what that was. I didn't want to see that. It's like Duke playing against some team in the Sweet 16. You already know what Duke gonna do. A good Duke team, a Jay Will Duke team, one of those Duke teams.
But don't you think if it played out that scenario that Zubin just, actually spoke about?
I understand that they had to beat Ohio State, but my eyes, looking at Ohio State against
sheer talent,
at Ohio State against Nebraska, and just watching Ohio State in watching Wisconsin play Illinois.
Last Friday.
The Fighting Illini in Lovie Smith. Do I want to see that?
All right, so
Think about it, man.
I'm going to put you on the spot. Rank your top 4 college football teams right now.
Right now?
Right now. Do you have Clemson number 1?
Clemson, Alabama,
who's
Ohio
number
State?
1? No, I want to rank it.
Who's number 1?
Who's number 1? Who's your eye test? Because I didn't play football.
It's Clemson.
Clemson's the best team in the country.
Right now, number 1.
Okay.
Alabama.
Yep.
At number 2, Jalen Waddle obviously got hurt.
Yep.
Number 2. Number 3 is Ohio State.
Okay. I mean,
And
the fourth
then
is
I'm trying to find a 4th team right now.
So Notre Dame will probably get blitzed by Clemson. They'll probably get blitzed by
Notre Dame,
Clemson.
man. I'm sorry. I understand. I can't do anything with Notre Dame.
Watching them against Pitt the other weekend.
I just don't like that style.
Did you see the game against Pitt the other weekend, Zubin?
I did.
Yeah, they get a dogfight to get out of there against Pitt. Come on, man.
Also, keep in mind this year
Who
Notre
would be
Dame.
the fourth? Who
That's
would
what
be
I'm
the fourth
asking.
team?
So I'm saying, is it
Who would be
Georgia?
the
Is it
fourth
Oklahoma
team?
State? They're still undefeated.
I would put Notre Dame for the moment.
It could have probably been Florida, but we haven't seen them in a month.
Keep in mind, Notre Dame this year is eligible to play in the ACC championship game, so that means they could see Clemson twice this regular season. It seems hard to believe they would beat them once, but they would have a couple cracks
Who is the fourth
at them.
team?
Notre Dame, Georgia, Oklahoma State, Cincinnati, Texas A&M, then Wisconsin. That's what I'm saying.
But I mean, I'm not based on the rankings. I'm just thinking out loud, like who would be the 4th team? Obviously, we haven't seen USC and Oregon. Oklahoma State, I've watched them a couple times. I mean, I don't think that they're going to finish the deal.
They're the Big 12's only hope, really.
But they always start off strong, and then all of a sudden they just disappear.
Right. We'll see what happens. Plenty to come. The college football playoff will unveil those 4 teams, whoever they are, December 20th, of course, right here on ESPN as we get set for the playoff.
You know, stop making fun of Wisconsin,
I got to tell you, man, Wisconsin.
Stop making fun of the Badgers,
watch this
man.
kid Mertz when he comes back from the COVID.
Have you ever been to Madison? You ever kick it in Madison?
Great college
You love
town.
Madison.
Great college
I'm stepping up for Wisconsin right now. Don't do that to the Badgers, man. Come on.
Keys imitating their great, powerful, vaunted offensive line. Madison is a great place.
Yes, it is.
Shout out to State Street in Madison,
It's like
Wisconsin.
that Iowa football where one guy steps on, the other guy steps off, they come in motion, they go.
You're such a hater,
man,
Key. A
stop.
lot of hate. You're drinking a lot of haterade these days.
All right, if you're listening in the Midwest and Iowa or Wisconsin, Key loves you.
I love you.
I apologize to you guys out there.
I'm not saying don't listen
Need
to
to be
me.
more
I love you, but I'm just saying.
Let's go from A to Z, and then I'll say we'll talk a little Tom Brady.
From Phoenix to Tampa and everywhere in between. From A to Z.
Key imitating the 3 yards in a cloud of dust, plotting all over the Key JZ studio this morning. The Steelers renewing their rivalry with the Ravens this weekend. Pittsburgh is the NFL's only undefeated team. Great little stat I want to throw out here. On Sunday when they play, Mike Tomlin and John Harbaugh will become the first NFL head coaches in the Super Bowl era to meet 25 times in the regular season. What does that mean? Extreme longevity for both. Here's Ben Roethlisberger, who's played in a couple of big games over the course of his career, on what it's like when you get together with their arch rival, the hard-hitting Baltimore Ravens.
Well, it's tough. It's a physical one. It can be nasty at times, but I've always felt as many times as my nose has been broke, we've had injuries, it's been a close game. It's always been football in its truest form in the sense that it's never dirty, it's never been nasty, it's just been hard-nosed football. And so this is one you always want your bye week to be after.
Jay, you played in Duke, Carolina. They're playing Pittsburgh, Baltimore. It's not quite the same, but you know what it's like to be in the cauldron of a fire like that. What is it like?
I mean, all the hype leading up to it, it's the clash. I mean, it's a team that feels not respected in the Pittsburgh Steelers, even though they're undefeated, with a team that has a lot to prove. And, you know, when you think about Lamar Jackson and passing the ball, and look, a major part of their game is their running game, and that's what Pittsburgh is great at. Its intensity is going to be off the charts.
Mike Tomlin, top 4 coach in the NFL.
I could probably go a little higher than that, too. That dude has been unbelievable.
How higher? How much higher?
Probably top 3. I can't put him in front of Belichick, obviously. I could make an argument for sliding him above Pete Carroll, but I just obviously, Andy Reid would be there, too. But I certainly think he can work himself into the top 3, and that's another reason when you take a chance on a guy like that, and it works, it opens up the door for so many other people. He's got the hardware to prove it. Gronk's got some hardware too, some Super Bowl trophies. The other day, we started this morning a few minutes ago talking about pork roll, pork loin. How about a little food for thought here with Rob talking about his back shoulder fade connection after a slow start with Tom Brady, their connection, and a little food for thought about it.
It's like a saying my mom used to say, it must be maple syrup because butter don't drizzle like that. It's kind of saying, you gotta just take it how it sounds sometimes. You don't got much time to react, and syrup drizzles. You gotta make that play. And a stick of butter, it's a block. You gotta put it in the microwave to melt it. That just takes too long. You gotta make that play right away, baby. And that's why I'm like the maple syrup. That's why she used to always say that, because quick with it. I just drizzle all over the place.
That was in English, and I need a Google translator. I mean, like, what in the world
I have no idea
that?
what he compare. I have no idea comparing butter and syrup to playmaking ability. It's Gronk, man. Just, it's one of those things you just, when you sit there, you just agree. You just agree with him. Like, yeah, that's interesting.
Your food game would be what? If Gronk is pancake, you're a lobster guy, right? You're
I eat seafood. He's
High
a big
class.
he's a big
High
steak.
class.
He's a big
Lobster.
steak.
Big steak.
Yeah, he's a big steak.
Little porterhouse ribeye. What kind of food for thought here for you?
I'm a fish guy.
Fish, huh?
Yeah. Salmon. Something easy.
Nice
Why are
and
you
easy.
staring at me
I'm
awkwardly?
looking at the monitor, man. Be quiet.
Okay. All right.
I'm being all sensitive. Oh, I forgot you play in the NBA.
Hey, it's all right. Guaranteed money. We good.
As I've said before, sometimes I feel I need to sit between you guys to make sure everything
No, I
goes
just
on.
said, NBA guys are sensitive, so I just
Kevin Durant discussion another time, another day.
I didn't say any names.
Check out the podcast where we talked about it a little earlier this morning. If you want to talk about it, we download hour number 2. We talked about KD at 7 o'clock. Okay, so who asked Rob Gronkowski that hard-hitting question that resulted in an answer talking about pancakes, butter, and maple syrup? It's our next guest, Jenna Lane, who covers the Bucks for ESPN. She's all over the beat. What a beat it is this year. Jenna, good morning. Welcome to Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin. Get us up to speed on a more serious note on everything going on with Antonio Brown.
Yes, well, yeah, you've got me laughing already just thinking about Rob Gronkowski's comments. And I have to admit, I'm pretty hungry because I haven't eaten yet. And he's had me thinking about pancakes for the last 24 hours because I am a pancake girl. And I can explain to what he meant because I asked him to elaborate. I had no clue what he was talking about. I thought maybe there was just some kind of saying that I hadn't heard about, but I can explain. We'll get to that. But as far as Antonio Brown, he has been able to go inside the Bucs facility since yesterday. That was his first day at work. Guys have to pass 6 straight days of COVID testing, and if you're negative for the first 5 consecutive days, you're allowed to enter. You still have to take a test on the 6th one. Bruce Arians, I asked him, how did things go? He said, look, we had a meeting this morning. We actually had some really good conversations, and he said that he looked fantastic. Granted, he wasn't working out with the team, and he's not eligible to do that. He's not eligible to practice with them on the field until next week, which is when he'll officially be reinstated. He can return from his 8-game suspension. But the training staff was really pleased with how he looked, and I got a glimpse of him. I wasn't able to get any video of it. The team was practicing inside. He was outside with the training staff. So in passing from a very, very far distance, I got to see him working out with the training staff, and he looked good from what I could see, but it was just a tiny snippet of it.
Jenna, what have the players on the team, what have they been saying about the addition of AB?
I had asked Scotty Miller this, and granted, this is a team that they have dealt with players with these type of accusations before. Antonio Brown accused of sexual misconduct by 2 women in the last year. Jameis Winston had been suspended with this group of guys and had missed games because he had been accused of allegedly assaulting a female Uber driver. And then, of course, his situation at Florida State where he was investigated for sexually assaulting a student there. So it's not the first time they dealt with it. I'd asked Scotty Miller, how do you approach this? And he said, I haven't read all the reports, but I try to give him or any teammate that has these type of issues, off the field issues, I try to give him a blank canvas. And I had asked Tom Brady about this yesterday too. And he really hasn't talked much about his relationship with Antonio Brown, but I'd asked him, how do you approach relationships with teammates who have this type of past, especially given your reputation? And I asked, is it really just about winning, saying, hey, I think this guy can help us win, or is it more than that? And he says that it was more than that he really gets a lot of satisfaction from trying to help some of these guys get their lives back on track off the field and to set their families up. So I posted that on Twitter because I thought that was very interesting. I think it's the most in-depth he's kind of gone in why he has friendships with guys like Antonio Brown. And he's not the only player that's had issues in the past, although certainly I don't think to this degree. I mean, Randy Moss was a guy that a lot of people had written off before they really got to know who he was as a person, and we have gotten to know who he is as a person, especially since his career in media and as more has come out. I don't think LeGarrette Blount was ever really considered a choir member. Aqib Talib was kind of a questionable guy. You could just name a long list of players, so many of them that he played with in New England, that I think he really tried to take under his wing and tried to help out.
What about on the field, though? What does he do for them on the field, the players are talking about?
Well, they haven't practiced with him, but I can tell you as an observer myself, look, they're not going to have Chris Godwin this coming week against the New York Giants on Monday Night Football, and they won't have Antonio Brown either, but they have had so many injuries at the receiver position, a position of real strength for them. I mean, Tom Brady has very rarely had Mike Evans and Chris Godwin together. Godwin has already missed 3 games because of a concussion, a hamstring injury. He's going to miss another one because of this broken finger that required surgery on Tuesday. Mike Evans missed 10 practices before the season even began with a hamstring injury. He also has been really playing on one leg with an ankle injury. He's really not much more than a decoy out there, although I know he did catch a couple passes in that game against the Raiders. But even Scotty Miller, who's become their leading receiver and really Brady's go-to deep threat, he's been playing with a groin and a hip injury. And Rob Gronkowski, he's got a shoulder injury. They lost O.J. Howard for the season with a ruptured Achilles. So they need a body out there, and they need a productive one. And they really miss Godwin because he is so incredibly versatile. So will Antonio be able to be that kind of versatile player? Well, he's got some chemistry with Brady. I think that's what it really boils down to. He needs to know that he can go out there with guys that he trusts. And even though he only spent 11 days with Brown, it's clear he feels like he can trust the guy.
No doubt. Jenna, we got 30 seconds. Explain the pancake thing. You said you were going to do it.
Yes. Well, it's. I asked Gronk about it. I was so confused, but he says it's maple syrup. I asked him, I go, is your mom talking trash? Is she like you to butter and Brady to maple syrup? And he's like, no. It's because he's quick with it. He drizzles all over the place. Whereas with butter, you got to put it in the microwave. You got to melt it. Obviously, you can't get much production as a tight end if you're going to be slow like that. So he says that he is drizzling all over the place, and that's his expectation as these games continue. We really need to get Mom to clarify this even more, I think. You guys should get her on the program.
We'll see. We'll talk to our talent booker. Allison, get on that. Get Lady Gronk on the program. Fair to say, yo soy fiesta. Thank you very much, Jenna. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
The great Allison Turner on notice. Gronk's mom. Get it. Make it happen. One more NFC South note.
I still don't get the whole pancakes.
Yeah, she explained it twice. I still
don't get it.
It's Gronk, though. Nothing with him makes sense, right? One more note from the division. This is important. Of course, the Bucs share the division with the Panthers. Christian McCaffrey will play tonight against the Panthers. Or is that not play tonight, fellas? What is that? Guys, is that will or will not play tonight? Anybody paying attention? Will not play tonight. Thank you, fellas. He will not play tonight due to a high ankle sprain. He injured it early in the season. They said it was a 6-week injury.
Week 2.
Yeah, so we're right about 6 weeks right now because we're at week 8, but he will not play tonight when week 8 of the NFL season opens with the Falcons taking on the Panthers. We're presented by Progressive Insurance. All of our guests appearing on the Shell Pennzoil Performance line to break down pancakes like Jenna Lane. Still to come, can the Rockets compete with the Lakers in the West, or are they ready to hit the reset button with Russ and Harden? That's next after Key has this from DraftKings.
Last week is in the books. Now it's time to review the tape and prepare for this week. There's no better place to get in on all the action than with DraftKings, official daily fantasy partner of the NFL. To add to this week's excitement, DraftKings has free shot at millions of dollars in total prizes up for grabs. If you haven't tried DraftKings yet, head to an app store now because you don't want to miss out on any of this action. It's simple. Just pick your lineup, stay under the salary cap, and see how your team stacks up against the competition. Nothing adds to the excitement of watching the game quite like having a shot at millions of dollars in prizes. Download the DraftKings Daily Fantasy app now by using the code KJZ. For a limited time, the new users can get a free shot at millions of dollars in prizes this week. Don't miss out on all this week's action. enter the code KJZ to get a free shot at millions of dollars in prizes with your first deposit. That's code KJZ. Only at DraftKings, you can make it rain. Minimum $5 deposit required. Eligibility restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com for details.
Stephen Silas is somebody who grew up in the coaching profession. Obviously, his father, Paul Silas, not just a legendary player in the league, but really an outstanding coach. And, he certainly comes with great pedigree to the Rockets.
More from Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin next.
Who is USAA made for? It's made for him, a veteran who honorably served. And it's made for her. She's serving now. We also made USAA for military spouses and their kids. Become a member. Get an insurance quote today.
The day the world stopped was the day we found where to go. From now on, we're not going to leave anything on our plates because we've learned to savor the moments that were always there, and they never tasted this good.
We believe in good we can all afford. From coffee that opens more eyes to Black business to 100 shades of beautiful.
Wherever shall we begin?
Proposition 23.
Dangerous and costly.
The American Nurses Association California warns 23 would shut down dialysis clinics.
And the California Medical Association warns 23 would increase healthcare costs.
Join them in voting no on 23.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Don't be afraid. This Halloween will be just like last. We'll buy tons of Reese's Cups for the youngins, then eat them all ourselves. Reese's.
Brushed my hair, went downstairs. Favorite jeans on my rear. And I looked up in my mirror. And I said, who's that there? Who's that there? So what, I got an attitude? What?
If the Jets do get that #1 pick, you're Trevor Lawrence. What are you going to do?
I'm staying in school.
or I'm going to blackmail him and pull an Eli Manning and say, I'm going anywhere but coming to you. And I take no pleasure in saying this. One of my best friends in the world, my brother Jeff Brown, who y'all all know in Cali, is a diehard Jets fan, and what he has subjected my godchildren to is just cruel and unusual punishment.
Did you just say some of my best friends are Jets fans?
No. One of my one of my best friends, meaning Jeff Brown, and he subjected my godchildren to this atrocity of being a Jets fan. The New York Jets are an atrocity. They are an abomination right now. They haven't won a Super Bowl since 1969. I'm appalled that Todd Bowles is gone in favor of Adam Gase, who showed up to his introductory press conference. Ha! That's right, I said it. Ha! He looked high, at least from appearances perspective. Looked completely spaced out. Zooted. They've got the worst offense in football, worst in points scored, worst in yards accumulated, worst passing attack. You got a 23-year-old quarterback completing 58% of his passes that is regressing before our eyes, clearly because of the environment around him. And oh, by the way, your leading rusher, who's averaging 3.7 yards a carry, is 37-year-old Frank Gore. This is the New York Jets that we're talking about here. And Trevor Lawrence, who's chilling at Clemson, who has a career 31-1 record as a starter. The only game he's ever lost in his career was a national championship game to LSU. This brother just put up 73 points on Georgia Tech, even with while waving his hair, getting ready to steal hair commercials from Troy Polamalu and others because he's waving his hair around. He's throwing touchdowns all over the place.
His hair one more time.
Just doing all of this, right? This is Trevor Lawrence, okay? And that dude playing for my brother Dabo, sweetie, he's supposed to want to come to the New York Jets? Hell no.
Good morning. I'm Zubin Mehenti here with your SportsCenter update. Huge story coming out of college football this morning affecting the Big Ten. Remember the first league to postpone in the Power Five, and then they came back. Draconian measures, none of it has worked. Wisconsin is putting the program on pause for at least 7 days. That's after a dozen people, 6 players and 6 staff members, including head coach Paul Chryst and quarterback Graham Mertz, contracted the coronavirus. If you're wondering, a coach has to be in isolation for 10 days. Players that contract the coronavirus have to miss 21. That would mean 3 games, 3 weeks, because there is no bye week. Their game at Nebraska this weekend has been ruled a no contest. They will host the Purdue Boilermakers the following Saturday. That's in jeopardy as well. In jeopardy, perhaps the Dodgers, a little shine off that World Series championship because much of the attention is going to Justin Turner after being diagnosed with coronavirus during the ballgame. The clincher running out onto the field to celebrate with his teammates. Mask on, mask off. He is a Dodgers free agent. Imagine if that's his last moment as a Dodger. Dodger fans like he will tell you, we got the championship. We got the chip. We will see. Ask for a parade for the Lakers and the Dodgers and the Cleveland Indians and the Dallas Cowboys and everybody else LeBron roots for. And lastly, one more NBA note. The Rockets have hired the Mavericks assistant Stephen Silas. If that surname means anything to you, it should. His father was a legendary player, great head coach in the NBA. Amazing, amazing player. They're the 5th father-son combination to be both head coaches in the NBA. OKC, the only team in search of a leader at this moment. The NBA's best insider, Woj, on exactly why the Rockets selected Stephen.
Prominent part of that Houston search. He's been in Dallas under Rick Carlisle, most recently as an assistant, and has coached some great guards in his career as an assistant coach. Luka Doncic, Kemba Walker in Charlotte, Steph Curry in Golden State. And I know that the Rockets really like his innovation offensively and the ideas he had to build a new system now around Harden and Russell Westbrook.
Much more on this hire on the Woj podcast right now, which you can download anywhere you get podcasts. Some great details there and some late-breaking news to you by Shell. Get more time to listen to our show by going to Shell and getting 3 things done at once. First, fill up with Shell V-Power Nitro Plus. Then save up with the Fuel Rewards program. Finally, snack up to save even more at the pump. Make the most of the stop you need to make with Shell. So, fellas, here's the deal. We just talked about it. Stephen Silas, a brand new era. We should mention he was actually a finalist for the Rockets job when Mike D'Antoni got it. D'Antoni's out. Silas is in. heard Woj say he can
4
deal.
years ago?
Yeah, about 4 or 5 years ago, he can deal with big time personalities. But Jay, you're saying right now what the Rockets need to deal with is deciding, are they a contender or what are they planning to do with so much money tied up in two dudes?
Well, that's the question. Look, this team has talent. They doubled down, tripled down with small ball with Daryl Morey. It did not work out. Now you have a new head coach. Even though he has incredible experience, worked with Luka Doncic, has worked with a lot of big-time players, Stephen Curry as well. I guess the question is, will this style of basketball work? And if not, what tradable assets do you have that can make you change up what your new style is going to be? So if you're looking to market, Russell Westbrook and James Harden are due $80 million next year. So what are the tradable assets? And the biggest asset that you have is probably Russell Westbrook. Now, I'm not saying to break these two up, but if you're going to run it back with small ball, you have to change up the style in which you play. You need to get James Harden to buy into that. I don't know what pieces that will require in order for Houston to come out of the West, but let's be real about it, guys. The West is loaded. The West is loaded. I know people use that argument, well, look what happened to the Bucks this year and other teams that came out. But, look, this year was unprecedented. We played in the bubble. It didn't work out that way. But Houston, can you win with small ball is a question. I don't think you can. It's been proven.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they'll be coming out of the West. That's for damn sure. I think when you look at the teams that's there, whether it's the Lakers or the Clippers or Golden State or Denver or Utah and Dallas is there. And so how do you run it back? This was invented by Daryl Morey for Mike D'Antoni. This is what they wanted to do. And they won a lot of games doing it.
They did.
But I don't see where they're going to improve by running it back. I think what you try and do in this situation is you try to just rebuild with some assets, whether it's both gone or one gone. Who can you get the most value for? Is it a Westbrook to the New York Knicks because of the snack, crackle, pop and some of the things that he adds to the equation? Is it a James Harden to potentially maybe a Giannis connection in Milwaukee?
Wow.
To pair that up, and maybe you get future assets from Milwaukee because of that. I don't know where it pushes them at in terms of luxury tax and if they're willing to do all of those sort of things. But I think those two together, and I said it from the beginning, I never thought that those two together would ever work in terms of winning a championship and bringing a championship to Houston.
Well, that's what I said. If you're James Harden, how patient are you? How patient are you? You're 31 years old. All right, are you looking to rebuild at this stage of your career? And also, the last time the Rockets have selected in the first round has been since 2015. That was Sam Decker. Wow. They have no selections in this year's NBA draft.
Wow.
So, Jay,
right? So it's like, how are you moving some? If you're James Harden, what moves are we making for me to win in the next couple of years? If we can't make those moves, then is it time for James Harden to think about going somewhere else if he wants to win a championship?
So if you move, I mean, I'm just assuming, let's say you move Westbrook, what are you getting back in return that's championship worthy to pair with James Harden?
Well, you clear out some cap space. You clear out some cap space. Maybe you get an Alfred Payton. Maybe you get a Kevin Knox. Some teams that maybe some guys you can have maybe for a year, but then they come off your books. Bobby Portis, maybe.
Yeah, but now I'm 31, dog. Now you making me 32. If I'm James Harden,
or
right?
you use all those assets and you try to lure somebody else into a bigger trade for a bigger time free agent. But you're also going to.
But my question to you
also need to change up the style of basketball you have to play. You can't play small ball anymore.
But who are you getting that's big that I could pair with James Harden to win a championship, right? Like, who are you getting that? Like, you're talking about trading for expiring contract or a guy who's up, so you could trade for a Giannis to come to a Houston, opposed to him going to Milwaukee.
Yeah, I don't know if I would see Giannis ever go to Houston. I think Giannis is probably going to stay in Milwaukee. But
I'm saying
I hear what you're saying.
A big-time player, though. I'm just trying to think who you going to get.
To be in the West, though, you probably want to try to keep Harden, Westbrook, and then try to bring in a third piece. Like Robert Covington is talented. PJ Tucker is talented. But this team is really, really small.
But we've seen them with a third piece, right? We've seen Siakam. We've seen Chris Paul. We've seen James Harden.
What do you mean?
We saw them together. And they had
with CP3?
Yeah, with CP3.
Well, CP3 and James Harden, yeah, they were. I mean,
yeah. And we saw them together. We saw all three of them together.
The question is Eric Gordon, is he that player that can take you to the next level? But he's been injury plagued. He's been plagued by injury. So And these are all the questions that this team has to address moving forward. And it does lead to the question if James Harden thinks he could win a world championship in Houston. It does. That's the question that you're going to ask yourself.
He's going to have to go get a top 5 dude to go with him, though. And that's hard to find.
That's hard to find right now.
It's hard to find any justification for what Justin Turner did. So what should the punishment be? We want to hear from you. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. I just want to put in one last word on Daryl Morey. And this is coming from a fan, not a guy that played in the NBA or a guy that played in the NFL. This dude could be, get the catch radius for key there. You got to make sure, in my opinion, this guy could be my GM any day. Why? Yeah, he may ultimately never win an NBA championship, but he's always swinging for the fences. It's a lost stat. The Rockets have made the playoffs the last 8 years. Believe it or not, that's the longest playoff streak in the NBA. So, and some of these names you might laugh at because some of these guys were acquired over the course of his tenure. But if you're getting me Dwight Howard when Dwight was a thing, you're getting Chris Paul, James Harden, Russell Westbrook, Clint Capella, Patrick Beverley, Montrezl Harrell. Some of those guys are bigger stars than others. But every single year, he looks at it and says, what can we do to get better? This dude made more trades with the Rockets than most guys will make in their entire career. He's always swinging for the fences. And if I'm not a Laker fan, or I'm not a Celtics fan, or I'm not a Warriors fan when they're back up, if I'm a fan of one of the other 27 teams in the league, I want that guy because he is going for it every single year.
And that's why I think I'm slowly becoming a fan of the 76ers. I picked them last year. I thought they were going to get to the championship. It didn't work out. But now with a guy like Daryl Morey, when that becomes official, can surround Joel Embiid and Ben Simmons with the right pieces to help them win a world championship.
Well said. Look at their roster right now. History says it won't look like that when the Sixers begin on day one. Still to come, what should the punishment for Turner be? The fellas weigh in. You can weigh in. Key, J, and Z. That's next after Jay has this from Sport Clips.
Where has your haircut gone? We know you don't get out as much. You don't drive by your regular Sport Clips and pop in for that MVP haircut experience that is so much more than a haircut. But isn't it worth getting out for? For that legendary hot steam towel for your face, massaging shampoo that makes you melt in your seat. You remember that, right? Sport Clips found your haircut. It's right where you left it. Sport Clips. It's good to be a guy.
Thursday with Greeny, we're looking ahead to rivalry weekend in the NFL, headlined by the Steelers and Ravens, a critical game in the AFC. We're talking football with you. See you then. It's Greeny, starting noon Eastern on ESPN Radio and ESPN News.
More from Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin next.
Exploration. It's in our DNA. We want to see what's never been seen. Hear what's never been heard. Feel what's never been felt. We are all explorers. And there are new worlds to explore.
PlayStation.
When you know that you're finally home, and that long stretch of road falls behind that line. Won't stop, don't stop, believe and tell me what you want, I want you see it. 'Cause right here, right now, you can be anybody.
Who is USAA made for? It's made for him, a veteran who honorably served. And it's made for her. She's serving now. We also made USAA for military spouses and their kids. Become a member. Get an insurance quote today.
The best ingredients are easy to explain. Like food that's grown from soil and rain. Artichokes and egg yolks have nothing to hide. Unlike azodicarbonamide, our domain is organic romaine, ancient grains, chunky or plain. Fuel for the brain. Absolutely anything but mundane. We only sell food we know you'll adore. So icky products are banned from our store. Saying no to that stuff is more than a goal, because that's what makes us whole.
Could you make it out to Bradley?
Bradley, got you, man.
Bradley, dish the greasy wings and get a delicious Subway footlong. Try my favorite turkey. Order on the app.
Anything for my fans, man.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
Hey, you gotta take that.
Good food that's good for you, well, good for you. Now get a free footlong when you buy two, because it's footlong season.
We believe in good we can all afford.
Sing it.
From a lighter load on the planet to shoes with a lighter footprint.
At T-Mobile, we believe you should get more. That's why we merged with Sprint. Now, it's about to get even better. And as we work to integrate Sprint's network, our nationwide 5G keeps getting stronger, with the capacity and coverage to reach more people and places across the country. Who says you can't have it all? Now is the time for 5G. Now is the time to join T-Mobile.
The Flat Spin 360. Often imagined, rarely attempted. Accomplished. Just this once. Introducing the all-new turbocharged K5.
Hey, hold up.
Before I let you go.
One more thing before we let you go.
Nearing the home stretch. Thanks for being with us this morning. We're presented by Progressive Insurance. All of our guests on the Shell Pennzoil Performance Line, which tomorrow will include Joe Fortenbaugh, our gambling expert. If you're interested in making a little money, we'd love to have you join us tomorrow. Jay, you wanted to make one quick addendum this morning before we get to the callers on Justin Turner.
Yeah, well, is my mic on? My mic just randomly popped off. Well, I didn't turn it off, homie. Yeah, I got a note from KD that says that
Kevin Durant.
It was a fake tweet. So about he did not say that if he beat LeBron James twice, then he was better than LeBron James. So that's on us. That's on me. I own it.
Well, that's good to know.
It's all good.
I still like you, though, and I'm still saying don't pay attention to what people say, Katie. You're still a man.
Yeah, we had a conversation about it this morning, and the more interesting thing that may have come out of the conversation is Jay thinks it might be championship or bust. Key's thinking Eastern Conference Finals or bust for the Brooklyn Nets. This is going to be the most watched year in Brooklyn Nets history. That is for sure. We're asking you the punishment for Justin Turner. If you've weighed in, Key, J, and Z, the options are suspension. I know that's kind of a vague term. What could it be? How severe is it? A fine, which I'm sure he could pay easily, or no punishment. Right now on the Dr. Pepper Twitter feed, you guys have weighed in. 43% of you have said suspension. 34% have said no punishment at all. So that's 77% of our people weighing in, going suspension 1, no punishment 2. That's on the Twitter feed. Let's head to the callers. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. What should the punishment be for JT from, eventually, MLB? Jay, you're in Delaware, and you're joining us this morning on ESPN Radio. Go ahead.
Good morning, fellas. Good morning.
Good morning.
I was just thinking that, with the NFL, with an inconclusive test, I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong, that they send somebody home right away as soon as there's an inconclusive test. So he shouldn't even been playing in the first place. So the MLB might have to bite the bullet where this is concerned. But since it went that far and there's so many levels to it, I feel like JT was kind of selfish. I know personally people that have been affected pretty bad by COVID. And, imagine one of those players' family members ends up getting COVID. I mean, it's because of him. He should have, in 8th inning, when they noticed that, he should have been sent home out of the park right away, not in a separate room to finish watching the game and first possibly celebrate. If it went to a Game 7, everybody was going to have to be tested, and it could have possibly been, 3-4 days before they even got it a Game 7 in. But he went 0 for 3. I think he went 0 for 3 before he even left the game, so it's not like him not being there would have been a big effect on the game. But
he was 0 for 3. Yep. What do you think, Key?
Look,
he raises a good point.
I mean, he raises a good point, but look, at the end, They did let him play in the game. For whatever reasons, their protocol, the way that they went about doing the testing, didn't come back fast enough. He got to the 8th inning. They pulled him out. They tried to police the situation post-game. As he started to celebrate, he ignored that. So, therefore, some sort of punishment should happen, regardless to what Major League Baseball did between the 2nd inning or the beginning of the testing in the 8th inning. Regardless, he should be some sort of punishment. I don't know what it is because, they had a protocol in and not celebrate, and he did anyway.
I don't know what the punishment will be. I know there is a punishment that is probably coming. But once again, I do not put this on the Dodgers. I don't put it on Justin Turner. This is an MLB. I don't know how a player can just say, you can't stop me, I'm going out on the field. And that happens.
And Buster Olney, our baseball insider, is reporting that Major League Baseball is investigating whether the Dodgers, somebody within the organization, did facilitate him getting back onto the field. Well, once again, we'll see. Both of the fellas do seem to agree some sort of suspension is warranted. Jay laying it more right on the feet of Major League Baseball. Hayden in California, you're on ESPN Radio. Good morning.
Good morning. How you doing, guys?
Good.
How you doing, man?
Where you at in Cali?
In Orange.
Oh, okay. You down south. That's what's up.
Yeah. So I think with Manfred dropping the ball on everything from the start of the year with the cheating Astros, I think MLB is to blame, and they need to give JT immunity because he was just out there celebrating with his team, and they need to investigate MLB and see how they dropped the ball once again under Manfred's watch, and JT shouldn't be the one to blame.
What do you think?
Again, I understand the cheating Stros. I get it. They did what they needed to do to win. And JT did what he needed to do to celebrate. Now, I don't know if it's a suspension, but some sort of punishment. I don't know if it's a writing of a check. I don't know if it's a draft pick. I don't know what it is, but something needs to take place because a lot of people got put at risk, even though, he came back in the 8th inning, you took him off the field, but he still went back out there and exposed himself to others, even though it happened in the dugout. Let's assume other people that were not in the dugout, that were around, other family members, other wives and kids of that nature, was out on the field celebrating with their family.
And unaware
that why he was pulled out of the game. So I think that if they do something, just do something.
It's good to hear you coming around.
I was never not came around.
Good to hear you coming around.
I've always said they should do something, Jay Will, but why he's celebrating with his team? Just like when you celebrated with the Carlo Boozer-led
Stop going with college references. Stop going with college references, please.
The Carlos Boozer national championship-led team.
He's on our team now, ACC Network. Carlos is with us.
I'm just messing with Jay Will, though.
I will also mention we should know that the Dodgers are now back in California, back there with Hayden and company there in the Golden State. But Justin Turner remains in Arlington with his wife, who you saw on the field. She has actually tested negative, so that's good to have some clarity there. You just kind of want to know with people that are the closest to Justin Turner how they're faring. But obviously some contact tracing and all of that will come. And if people are unhappy with Rob Manfred right now, considering the split we essentially have on our Twitter question today, should there be a punishment or not, whatever he rules, people are going to be upset again.
See, the thing is as of yesterday, Jay Will and I in YouTube, and we were trying to figure out the security system,
right,
so to speak. Like, what did they do? How did they do it? Where did it come from? Was there a security? Was there a yellow jacket? Was there a rope? And then we come to find out, Major League Baseball said that he ignored their protocol with their security team, whatever that was. I don't know if it was a guy with a flashlight or what. I have no idea. But he went through the barrier to celebrate with his team. His team embraced it. Some of his teammates said, hey, we would have found JT regardless because he deserves to celebrate with us. So I understand that.
Just feels like Rob Manfred was always picking up the pieces. It's like if it was the Astros, if it was so many other situations, and now this leading into next year, obviously when it's going to be a major issue with the cap.
Miss anything today? Download the podcast wherever you get podcasts, and we will see you tomorrow morning.
Exploration. It's in our DNA, and there are new worlds to explore.
Today's
USAA insurance for this season. When being a fan on a budget gets tough, our agents do the legwork so saving on auto insurance is easy. USAA. What you're made of, we're made for.
Eat, drink, and be merry. Want to feel good about your meat and dairy? Well, we're your feel-good sanctuary. We say no to yucky sweeteners. That stuff makes us wary. That's what makes us eco-revolutionary, animal emissary, agricultural visionary, green missionary, never scary or unnecessary. So you can be gastronomically expressionary, making sustainable attainable. That's what makes us whole.
Pro Extra is the Home Depot's loyalty program built just for pros. Members earn rewards like Tool Rental Center credit or Pro Extra dollars with every purchase. Plus, they get members-only offers. Save time, save money, get rewarded. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
We believe in good we can all afford. From make-believe made for everyone to a t-shirt that means the world.
Hey, my name is Dante, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A nuggets is the authentic taste of it. You can tell it's freshly breaded, seasoned perfectly, and it just has this unique taste that compares to no other. Once I bite into it,
My name is Meredith, and a little thing I love about Chick-fil-A's mac and cheese is the oven-toasted, cheesy top layer. If home had a flavor, it would be Chick-fil-A's mac and cheese. I'm passionate about it.
The new K5 GT beats the BMW 330i in slaloming, cornering, and acceleration. So it probably makes sense that we just keep on racing ourselves. Introducing the all-new turbocharged K5.
Don't be afraid. This Halloween will be just like last. We'll buy tons of Reese's Cups for the youngins, then eat them all ourselves. Reese's.
Earlier today on Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin.
Do you think real Rams, eat dolphins? Do you think if I
So it's like a land mammal against a waterfowl. Yeah, it's a tough call.
Do you think if I threw it out there that a real ram would eat it up? Because
is this
that's
Animal Planet or ESPN?
No, this is what's getting ready to happen to him. They just threw him to the Rams, so they're getting ready to munch up on him. I'm sorry. They're going to get him.
Did you notice how he actually channeled the other team's head coach? He was McVay there. He was just thanking everybody.
Well,
Everybody.
But that's who Tua is. Unfortunately for him, they just threw him to the Wolves. It's okay, though. Get knocked around a little bit. Get to understand that you're not going up against Kentucky. This is not one of those. This is not South Carolina. This is some real grown-ass men football with full beards, with car seats in the back of the car. You love that, right? And so when you got guys like Aaron Donald and that crew coming after you, you gotta keep your head on the swivel.
What do you think, Jay?
I think it's going to be interesting because Tua kind of strikes me as one of these guys. I mean, look, the Rams are only favored by 3.5.
Mm-hmm.
They're only favored by 3.5.
Yeah,
the game's in Miami, and
but NFL games are never. And I'm not even a bettor, but NFL games spreads are never really like big. They're always close within field goal. Short of a touchdown.
Well, I mean, the Chiefs versus the Jets, that's pretty big. That's like 19.5.
Man, but come on, man.
I know, but all I'm saying is that, yes, it's going to be a hell of a defense for Tua to go against.
Join us each morning on ESPN Radio and ESPN News.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Christine Lisi. Here's what's happening. Panthers running back Christian McCaffrey's return from a high another week. The team decided not to activate him for tonight's game against the Falcons. Carolina taking a cautious approach with McCaffrey because it's a short week and he didn't get to go through a full practice. It appears as though his likely return will be next week against the Chiefs. Rockets agreed on a 4-year deal to hire Mavs assistant Stephen Silas as their new head coach. He is the son of former NBA player and head coach Paul Silas. A reminder, you can watch the Dan Le Batard Show at 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN Plus beginning Monday, November 9th.
Let HelloFresh spice up mealtime at home with fresh ingredients and mouth-watering recipes delivered to your door, contact-free. Now, you can order larger HelloFresh boxes for even better value. Get $80 off across 5 boxes, including free shipping on your first box when you use code Dan at HelloFresh.com.
Monday morning, 7 a.m. on the West Coast. Put it on the poll, Guillermo, at Le Batard Show.
Yeah.
Does anyone listen to metal at 7 a.m.?
Wake up! Wake up! Rush put a little makeup! I just has to fade away the shake-up!
I want to get into what is an incredible national sports controversy that is not about Justin Turner.
What?
It has been inflamed by those heathens, Tim Kirkshin, those noted rabble-rousers and troublemakers.
Tongue twister.
Scott Van Pelt, thank you for your help as always, Stu Gatz.
Got it.
Scott Van Pelt and Tim Kirkshin. Tim Kirkshin said, and I don't have the sound to this readily available, but Tim Kirkshin said something to the equivalent of, some show actually had the audacity to ask me recently whether or not Ozzie Smith could play, Hall of Famer Ozzie Smith could play in today's game. And then Scott Van Pelt did these Stugats where he's like, with all due respect, you should not go on or you should not listen to whatever that show is. Instead of me paraphrasing, let's get it from the two, as I call them, rabble-rousers.
The analytics have robbed some of the art from the game. Now we are a home run, walk, strikeout game virtually every night. Scott, here's how bad it is now. I got asked on a radio show the other day if Ozzie Smith could play in the major leagues today. Ozzie Smith. He's the greatest defensive shortstop of all time, and given the importance of that position, he might be the greatest defensive player of all time. But since he doesn't hit homers, he hits ground balls, he steals bases, and he doesn't strike out, people are looking at him saying, well, what value would he have today? He could play for anyone today. But for someone to actually ask me if Ozzie Smith could play today, that's a dangerous situation to be in.
Well, you can't go on that show again, Tim, with all due respect to whoever asked that question, because that's preposterous. All due respect to everyone involved.
I mean, there's a lot here. He totally misrepresented what happened. We asked if he was a Hall of Famer, not if he could play in the Major League Baseball. And this is, classic Stugatz analytic guy. He's just one of those analytics guys who takes the numbers way too seriously and has projected out as Ozzie Smith a Hall of Famer based on the numbers. It's Stugatz. I mean, we know him. He's a stat head.
With all due respect, we did kind of pepper Tim on whether or not Ozzie Smith could exist in today's game. We did. We really did, Bill. I mean,
well, that's another thing. He's treating us like we're his mistress over here. He won't say our name. He won't address the show as the Dan. How long has he been coming on this show? And he's just saying some other show, Scott. Because Scott's obviously the king of the castle up here, right? And we're apparently just some peasant that Tim just comes on to. Is he just trying to build his brand? What is Tim doing coming on here and not mentioning our names?
All right, a couple of different things here. First of all, we are his mistress. Tim Kirkshin was giggling with Scott Van Pelt far longer and before he was giggling with us here on the air, even though he has giggled for a long time with us. And I do believe you're misrepresenting our role in this entirely, because you may have originally asked whether Ozzie Smith was a Hall of Famer or not, but because Stugotz exists to simply take whatever is someone else's take and take it as far out as it could go, it then became, could Ozzie Smith play in today's game? And I exacerbated matters by agreeing with Stugotz.
That a boy?
Now, I know this is dangerous territory, but if Scott Van Pelt was making Tim giggle enough, he wouldn't be looking around for stray giggles with us. You know what I mean?
Fair enough. Fair point. The Tim Kirkshin, I think we could say this about him, a bit of a whore. I feel like we could say that. That's too much?
Attack on Kirkshin.
I don't feel like you can say that.
Okay, then I won't say it. That's not something that I would ever say.
Yeah.
It's something I would just think, but it's not something that would ever come out of my mouth. But certainly a serial giggler in various different places that isn't exclusive to us, however it is that you would describe that. So whatever is the word, you guys must be better at words than I am, and certainly careful words. You're better at those. I was going to go prostitute, and I cleaned it up.
We're going to pretend you didn't say it, and we're going to pretend that we didn't hear it, okay?
Yeah. Whore's a bit more shocking than prostitute.
Okay, so I didn't clean
Weird
it up.
how your brain
I go the other way on careful. I go the other way.
One syllable. It's just
but what else?
It's more efficient.
Yeah.
But what else do you call someone who is paid by others for pleasure and goes to multiple places to dispense that pleasure?
Stugotz?
Yep.
A trollop?
Stugotz isn't a whore.
No, he's a whore.
Oh, you're okay there. I mean, jeez. I mean,
Yeah.
God.
All right, so there I'm okay.
Yeah,
I'd be offended if you didn't call me one.
But I went.
You know you're a whore.
You're okay. That's a remarkable amount of self-awareness from Stugotz, just sort of shrugging his shoulders and being like, yeah, that's what I am. You don't even need to clean it up with prostitute or anything else. Keep going. If you've got something more dangerous and worse than that, keep going. I'll tell you when it's gone too far, and that'll be never. The Justin Turner thing becomes more and more interesting, and baseball has to be super grateful, super lucky that this is not going on in what remains of their season. They have to be happy that this is something that basically Justin Turner said, season's over, bleep the protocols. Took the last out as season's over in my workplaces. In my workplace, I don't need to apply any of the rules of my workplace anymore. Season's over.
Right. I'm still confused on so many things. How he was allowed to play before the test came back.
If I may, because Mike Ryan just did with David Sampson, got some details that I had not heard before.
Okay.
Where Major League Baseball knew in the second inning, David Sampson, the former Marlins team president, is very plugged in on baseball information, that baseball knew in the second inning. And then this is something that baseball has to always go through because the union is very strong. Then they had to go through the bureaucracy of checking with the players' union on what it is they were supposed to do because no one had dealt with in-game, what do we do? Now, keep in mind, basketball, as soon as they found out Rudy Gobert was positive, the whole sport shut down. Baseball kept going because baseball was going to get to this money, Stugotz. And so the question becomes, what was happening? Baseball says it's investigating this. We'll see what becomes of that investigation.
Sure.
But what was happening in those 6 innings that allows us to dispense blame all over the place because Justin Turner shouldn't have been out there with a game that was resuming if they knew in the second inning, Stugotz. NBA shut down when they found out about a positive test. People in Utah were sent home. There was a crowd there that was there waiting for the start of that game, and they were sent home.
The way I understand it, the first test was not conclusive. The second one was, and it took them till the 8th inning or 7th inning to get the results of that second test.
Not the case, according to Baseball Insider, David Sampson, nothing personal. Now, understandably so, you need to track people down. You need to alert Friedman. You need to alert the commissioner. You need to alert the players' union. This is a World Series. They're all in the same building. Why is it taking several innings when someone...
Baseball moves too fast. Everyone knows that.
Yeah, you can just go to where Friedman is sitting, right? Everyone's falling for the obvious deflection, which is Justin Turner, because that's what we know. Justin Turner's on the field. How could this be? Massless next to Dave Roberts, cancer survivor, in the team photo. What's happening during the game? Because Major League Baseball caught a lot of flack for what happened with that Marlins-Phillies series, where there was a game being played after a positive test. MLB corrected that protocol, now said no games if in advance of a game, there's a positive test. Why wasn't this game stopped? Because Justin Turner, there was a latency period here where Major League Baseball, the players union, all knew that Justin Turner was positive and he was still in that dugout. And the game was allowed to continue. Luckily so, because Major League Baseball then has a massive issue. You're not going to schedule a World Series game for Thursday and put it on FS1 opposite of Thursday night football. There's a bunch of money on the line. And if it sounded like Rob Manfred was a little shell-shocked and slightly relieved in that post-game interview, is because he was slightly relieved because they just dodged a major bullet. And you can't even say that with certainty because we're waiting on tests. I know people tested negative afterwards, but there's an incubation period for this virus.
So this is from Myron Metcalf. We went from clearing out an entire arena and suspending the NBA season when Rudy Gobert tested positive to having folks argue you can't stop the World Series even if a player gets pulled mid-game for a positive test, and he had to celebrate with his team. We don't have a chance. If the end of that season is not a microcosm for everything that sports is doing and trying to get to these television dollars, and a microcosm for everything happening in America right now, where what we're best at is basically being sick. When we say America is number one, we're the best country in the world. The thing that we're best at is being sick. And what you can look at is that situation right there and see the seeds of sports being the reflection that you see in the culture that surrounds it.
Be a part of the Dan Le Batard Show Nation on the Dr. Pepper Twitter feed. ESPN Nation is presented by Dr. Pepper. It's official. College football's back, and so is your favorite Dr. Pepper loving college football town, Fansville. Head to a store near you to treat your inner college football fan to an ice-cold 20-ounce Dr. Pepper today.
Exploration. It's in our DNA, and there are new worlds to explore.
PlayStation.
Who is USAA made for? It's made for him, a veteran who honorably served. And it's made for her. She's serving now. We also made USAA for military spouses and their kids. Become a member. Get an insurance quote today.
Eat, drink, and be merry. Want to feel good about your meat and dairy? Well, we're your feel-good sanctuary. We say no to yucky sweeteners. That stuff makes us wary. That's what makes us eco-revolutionary, animal emissary, agricultural visionary, green missionary, never scary or unnecessary. So you can be gastronomically expressionary, making sustainable attainable. That's what makes us whole.
I always loved you, Sunshine. I never said it, but...
Did Finrod just die? Yeah. Can you do it again?
Sure.
I always loved you, Sunshine. Missed it again.
Alexa, rewind 10 seconds.
I never said it,
Hey there, I'm Aisha, and my favorite thing about the Chick-fil-A nuggets is how easy you can share them with your friends. They taste fresh, they're crispy, you can taste that every single one is unique. The top tier, best chicken nuggets ever. You guys should put that in the commercial.
Hi, my name is Brian, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A mac and cheese is you can taste the different types of cheeses and the blends that they use, and everything just comes together. It's like a delicate dance. They're like perfection in every bite.
California. Let's talk about Prop 22. 22 lets app-based drivers like me keep our jobs as independent contractors. 22 is backed by hundreds of thousands of app-based drivers because Yes on 22 saves our jobs and provides new benefits, including an earnings guarantee, accident insurance, mileage, and health care. It's a win-win. Please join hundreds of thousands of drivers in voting yes on Prop 22.
To reduce the risk of wildfires, PG&E may proactively turn off power when severe weather is forecast. Here are 4 ways to prepare before a power shutoff. Update your contact information at pge.com/mywildfirealerts so we can reach you. Plan for medical needs like medications that need to be refrigerated or devices that require power. Pack or restock your emergency supply kit. Ensure backup power sources are safe to operate. To learn more, visit safetyactioncenter.pge.com.
Wherever shall we begin?
What up? Another video meeting.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Kenny, I know you didn't steal my action figure.
Oh, the child? Yeah, I got it when it first came out. I'm a huge fan.
Interesting. I have one that looked just like the one that's behind you.
What does that mean?
Hey, would you be down for this? I gotta teach Kenny a lesson. This is the way.
The Mandalorian, new season streaming October 30th on Disney+.
Don Le Batard, who sounds like the friendliest of the monsters here. Is it Al Jefferson? Calais Campbell?
Well, thank you.
Yes.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Yes. Or is it Arvydas Sabonis?
I never have chance to be in the draft.
Stugats. Very difficult vote. We've never had a poll harder than this one. It's the hardest poll in the history of polling.
This is the Dan Le Batard Show with the Stugats on ESPN Radio.
We're gonna celebrate, oh yeah, all right, don't stop the passing.
We have gotten so few good songs about Tua, but we have a board full of calls here, even though we didn't request them today. They've been there all week. They're just waiting for us. At any point we want to go to the well and get a Tua call, all the lines are taken and have been all week, which is unfortunate because I did want to take calls. Alex Sulkin on Twitter writes that Kershaw is by far the best pitcher of all time, whose name sounds like a sneeze. And I was hoping to take calls on just athlete names that sounded like a sneeze, but now they're in the middle of the Tua calls, so I have to go through some Tua calls so I could get people to just shout in a sneezing voice somebody's name. 786. We'll mix it up. We'll go both ways.
I haven't screened them all, though. So far, I've only gotten around to fake Andrea Bocelli.
Can the people on hold deliver an athlete that sounds like a sneeze and then get to their Tua song?
Well, no, I don't. I think you're asking too much. It's two different skill sets.
I think you've already asked too much of them, quite frankly.
And they haven't proven they can do the first one of creating the song.
All guests on the Dan Levitard Show appear via the Shell Pennzoil Performance Line. Pennzoil synthetic motor oils are made from natural gas. It gives you unbeatable engine protection. The proof is in the Pennzoil based on Sequence 4A wear test using SAE 5W-30.
Let's clear at least one line to allow people to get in here, 786-456-4837, by saying in a sneezing form a name that they think sounds more like a sneeze than Kershaw. Let's go to fake Andrea Bocelli. You're on ESPN Radio. Go ahead.
Tagovailoa, the next Marino, Hawaiian Messiah, Archio Bambino, left-handed prodigy, savior of Miami, that's on his first TD, going to the city, but they're coming to jump me, look out for Zion. And Ramsey, one Aaron Donald broke the team.
Thank you.
Boy.
Thank you for the effort, fake Andrea Bocelli. It makes me long for our fake Pavarotti. We'll get some sounds from the fake Pavarotti in a second. We'll see what's aged well and what hasn't aged well as Mike Ryan goes into the Wayback file. But in the interim, again, athletes whose names sound more like a sneeze than Kershaw, have at it, 786-456-4837.
Minshew.
Excellent.
Yes,
Gardner Minshew.
yes, way to go. Please don't do that without a mask on, Stugatz around me.
Sorry.
You're a little too close. If you could just
7
turn
feet,
I know, but you were spitting all over the place. Minshew is a lot like Kershaw, but yes, Minshew is very good.
Sinshu Chu.
Oh, wow. Wow. Roy.
He might have just ended it.
Roy, can you do it like a sneeze, though, Roy?
Sinshu Chu.
Yeah, I think we have to end the chew category because it's going to be too much of a winner. Minshew is going to be in the conversation at all times when the sneeze is present.
Juju Smith-Schuster. You just got to do it on the front end.
All right, do you want to try it as a sneeze or you don't want to? This one's hard because it's got a lot of syllables.
Juju Smith-Schuster.
Please wear a mask when you're doing that. No, don't do it again. You did it fine. You did it so awful there that you're not going to do better than that.
I faced the other way, though. I don't know if you noticed.
You did. Well, I felt the spittle, which is why I didn't notice.
I feel like it should be Choo-Choo Smith-Schuster.
Good, you got it.
There you go. Well done. Way to commit to the bit, Chris. You got a little snot in your hand there, didn't you? I appreciate the effort. As I said, Richard Lewis, our old friend Richard Lewis, is going to join us here in about 10 minutes.
He's an Ohio State Buckeye correspondent.
I don't remember that.
Richard Lewis is excited. He's into Ohio State. We need a correspondent. We have a tough time getting guests around here, so he's going to break down Ohio State for us. Very exciting.
Okay, why is he since when is he our Ohio State correspondent?
Since he told us.
Okay, I don't remember that, but Chris is saying on the chat that he sang the alma mater song before on the show, so Richard Lewis is going to join us here in a second. Mike Ryan, in the interim, has two fake Pavarotti
Thank
songs.
God I screened these.
Some of them don't hold up?
Woo! Some of them are HR violations.
All right, but let's hear the ones that do hold up.
Antoine, don't shoot the ball. Please pass it to Shaquille.
Were we at a quarter deck that day? I think so.
That song.
Yeah.
That or at a hibachi joint.
Hold on, I need to explain to the audience again.
Not the hibachi joint.
I need to explain to the audience again that this was fake Pavarotti singing about Antoine Walker during the 2006 Miami Heat run, and he was calling for Antoine Walker to please pass the ball to Shaq.
Antoine, don't shoot the ball. Please pass it to Shaquille.
We learned later that this guy actually does opera. He's got a great voice. Haven't heard from him in a long time. Can't hear from him enough. What's the second one you've got back there that actually holds up and won't get us fired, Mike?
Oh, Ted Ginn Jr., ninth in the draft. Call me our savior. Save Cameron's ass as Quinn goes to the Browns. Please run that kickoff for a touchdown.
Thank God this is over.
Now, I want you to absorb how bad the Tua calls have been this week and what the standard has been established, and just feel in your bones, allow it to marinate how much worse this show has gotten in general.
And Dominic gets two.
Advance Auto Parts, Stugatz. Richard Lewis is next.
Yep, don't know about you, but my morning commute is filled with thinking about who won, who lost, who's going to get fired, who's going to get lit up on the show. The last thing I want to be thinking about is my car's lights. That's why I swung by Advance Auto Parts. Not only do their experts set me up with two Sylvania Silver Star Ultra headlights with the furthest down-road visibility, but I save $15 by mail. How about that? Got great headlights and save $15. For better vision during these dark winter mornings, advance your auto at Advance Auto Parts and participating CarQuest locations. See stores for details.
Exploration. It's in our DNA, and there are new worlds to explore.
PlayStation.
Welcome to the fourth industrial revolution, a revolution driven by data and applications, IoT, and artificial intelligence. There's one company born to enable it. Lumen, the platform for amazing things.
Who is USAA made for? It's made for him, a veteran who honorably served. And it's made for her. She's serving now. We also made USAA for military spouses and their kids. Become a member. Get an insurance quote today.
Today tastes like a home game, like a huddle. Tastes like we're bringing the heat, and like a front row seat. Today tastes like we're a team, and it never tasted this good.
Hey there, I'm Aisha, and my favorite thing about the Chick-fil-A nuggets is how easy you can share them with your friends. They taste fresh, they're crispy, you can taste that every single one is unique. The top tier, best chicken nuggets ever. You guys should put that in the commercial.
Hi, my name is Brian, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A mac and cheese is you can taste the different types of cheeses and the blends that they use, and everything just comes together. It's like a delicate dance. They're like perfection in every bite.
To reduce the risk of wildfires, PG&E may proactively turn off power when severe weather is forecast. Here are 4 ways to prepare before a power shutoff. Update your contact information at pge.com/mywildfirealerts so we can reach you. Plan for medical needs like medications that need to be refrigerated or devices that require power. Pack or restock your emergency supply kit. Ensure backup power sources are safe to operate. To learn more, visit safetyactioncenter.pge.com.
Proposition 23.
Dangerous and costly.
The American Nurses Association California warns 23 would shut down dialysis clinics.
And the California Medical Association warns 23 would increase healthcare costs.
Join them in voting no on 23.
Today started like any other day. You got up, showered, brushed your teeth, got in your Seltos, and took a shortcut through the desert. I wonder what people without all-wheel drive capability are doing right now. The 2021 Seltos.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Christine Lisi. No primetime return for Panthers running back Christian McCaffrey. Carolina activate him for tonight's game versus the Falcons. Team is being cautious because it's a short week and McCaffrey didn't go through a full practice. Looks like his return from a high ankle sprain could come next week against the Chiefs. Cowboys owner Jerry Jones told ESPN's Chris Mortensen the release of defensive tackle Dontari Poe was due to his weight and production issues. He declined to say whether Poe's kneeling for the national anthem was a consideration. A reminder that you can watch the Dan Le Batard Show at 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN Plus beginning Monday, November 9th.
Light up the dark winter nights with the headlights that offer the furthest down-road visibility. Head to Advance, get 2 Sylvania Silver Star Ultra headlights, and save $15 by mail. Advance your auto at Advance Auto Parts and participating CarQuest locations. See store for details.
Dan Le Batard.
People have told me before, when I was younger, that I looked like George Clooney. I'm serious. When I was younger.
Stugats.
You have a booger in your right nostril.
So does Clooney.
This is the Dan Le Batard Show with the Stugats on ESPN Radio.
The Dan Le Batard Show is brought to you by Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline. Richard Lewis, our Ohio State correspondent, going to join us in just a second here on the Shell Pennzoil Performance Line.
We will get to him in a second, but first, because Richard Lewis comes from the height of entertainment and laughter, we introduce Christine Lisi with our beloved low production quality kazoos.
And finally, Britain is responsible for the Independence Day celebrations of 63 countries around the world. Speaking of once great empires people are happy to get rid of, you're listening to the Dan Le Batard Show with Stu Cox on ESPN
So very
Radio.
true. You are speaking for management now. Get out of here. Richard Lewis with us. He is getting ready for Curb Your Enthusiasm Season 11. Tua calls and callers who want to give us athletes who sound like a sneeze. Just wait there for a second.
I wonder why they want to get rid of us.
Yes, I don't understand why. Richard Lewis with us now, my nemesis. My nemesis.
I understand why.
Oh,
I understand why.
Oh, no.
Here we
You
go.
introduce me with that garbage. You treat me like trash every year. I mean, how much can I come through for you guys? Really? It's not fair. How many famous people from Ohio State do you speak to? The guy who invented the cotton gin? Come on.
No, we do not
We've
ever
never
speak
spoken
to
to
the
him,
guy who invented the cotton gin. We speak to Richard Lewis, who I'm told, and I don't remember this, sang the Ohio State alma mater fight song recently. Do you still have it? Do you still know it?
I do know it. I have to go into my record collection. It's between a Cream album and Sgt. Pepper's.
Of course it is.
I sometimes overlook it. But I've been a grand marshal there twice, and the first time I got into a fight with the mascot. That was a bad day.
Brutus?
I said, Brutus, it was very hot. It was crazily hot out, and I said, Brutus, I was just joking with him. I said, you have body odor. And he threw a quick left jab.
Ohio State.
Hold on.
I'm sorry. Forgive me. I didn't know there was more to the story.
You left off at left jab.
I thought the quick left jab was the end of the story. Forgive me, Richard.
It should be the end of the story, but then I gave him a right hook and I knocked him out, and he was out for the game.
Now, you see, I feel like your story proved to be a lie there at the end. I was believing you right until the end. I think I would have heard about Richard Lewis knocking out Brutus the mascot.
No, no one saw it. I made sure we were behind a tree.
Okay, very good.
Now listen, Penn State lost a tough game last week, but that doesn't matter. Even if Penn State won last week, Ohio State's going to crush them in the line. They're going to crush them. We're talking about a team that, unless something a mistake happens, they're going to come in third, at least third for the tournament this year again. I mean, let's face it. The other teams. I'm so sick of Alabama. I'm so sick of Clemson. I'm sick of it. It makes me nauseated just to see that guy. Even though I like that Clemson quarterback, he's something else. But we have Justin. It's a toss-up. So one of those guys throws an interception, it's all over. But they're not even playing them. That's how stupid I am. They're playing Penn State. Penn State has lost a couple of great players. They even lost last week. It was a tough game, but they lost. There's no way. I mean, this is an easy call for me. I think Ohio State's going to win by about 31 points.
Ohio State, Penn State, Saturday, 7:30 on ABC. Richard, I got to be honest, you don't sound like you know what you're talking about. Third in the tournament is not a phrase I've heard around college football. What the hell are you talking about?
Who are you hanging out with? Really, how dare you? I've been hanging out with the same people you're hanging out with, and they think they're going to be at least third. I mean, look at their defense is great. Their offense is crazily great. They got a Heisman candidate.
I mean, he is right about that.
He is right.
Where are you putting them for crying out loud?
No, it's not that. It's just calling it. It's just using the phrase third in the tournament.
Yeah,
I just haven't heard that phrase around college football.
Richard, don't listen to him. You're right. You're on the right side of this. Ohio State, Penn State, we're getting you ready with, of course, Richard Lewis right here on ESPN Radio. Name 3 players on Ohio State not named Justin.
No, don't do that to him.
Happened?
Don't do that to him.
What?
Don't do that. It's unfair. Ohio State against Penn State, Saturday, 7:30 on ABC. Curb Your Enthusiasm, season 11. You've been friends. Is this true? You haven't been friends with Larry David since you were like very, very young, have you?
Yeah, we were born in the hospital 3 days apart.
Wow.
Same hospital. I know him my entire life, unfortunately.
So how does this work? Do you guys fight very often off camera, like have bitter disagreements where you hang up a landline?
We fight every time we see each other. My wife says, "How did the shoot go?" I go, "What do you think?" We went to a restaurant, we screamed at each other, and then I went home.
So
the whole show is ad-lib. He annoys me, and I annoy him. I mean, it's that simple. I never got paid so much money for hating somebody.
Well, we don't pay you, but I feel like you hate me with the same degree of rage. I believe that
I used to. I'm mellowing out with age a little bit. I'm almost can say that I have a little bit of love for you now. But you're wrong about third. That is funny. You never heard third in postseason.
The tournament.
That was a stupid ass thing I said, and I apologize.
All right, at least you're admitting it.
I want to hear Richard Lewis, because you did a good amount of very good stand-up, and I had heard you say that you did stand-up one time at a bowling alley. Is that the saddest place you've done stand-up, or has there been another place sadder than the bowling alley?
After 50 years, I was at Gil Hodges, the famous Brooklyn Dodger first baseman. He had a club called Gil Hodges Lanes. So the wall was right between, the mic was right about 2 feet from the bowling alley. The wall was between the bowling alley and the club. So every time you do a joke, you'd hear, you hear the same.
So does that represent the saddest stand-up?
That was a low point when I was like at 23. But then when I opened for Sonny and Cher, I had to play 15,000 seaters, man. Oh my God! I don't know where I had the balls to do that. It was unbearable. You know, Richard Lewis, 15,000. I played the Montreal Forum, and the guy went, "There's a little Jew down by the net." I mean, how do you win over 15,000 French Canadians? I mean, it's crazy. You know what I did? I sold out my New York Rangers. I mean, I couldn't take it. The pressure. I went, "The Rangers suck," and they went crazy. They started screaming, and I killed the audience. And I've had erectile dysfunction ever since that gig 50 years ago.
Okay, let's end on that note. Yep. Very good. Good talking to you, Richard. We'll check in with you next week.
Hey, listen. First of all, you emailed me to use your erectile function joke. I wouldn't dirty up our fun interview with that. It's your fault.
You're claiming wait a minute. Richard Lewis is claiming on air that I emailed him an erectile. Hey, finish with a big closer. Your erectile dysfunction joke. That's what you're claiming I did.
I love it.
I wouldn't lower him. I did Carnegie Hall 30 years ago. I'm going to do a stupid joke like that, you moron.
All right, Richard.
I'm hanging up on you. All
right. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Tomorrow, right?
Bye.
I'll call you in 5 minutes.
All right,
we'll talk to you in 5 minutes.
I love him, man.
Ponte los patines. Time for some ads.
It's always so awkward.
I'm ready for Ohio State Penn State. I don't know about you guys.
Fired up.
That's the best guest on this show in this show's history right there.
ZipRecruiter, people. We'll see if Richard Lewis is there again, and we'll get him on the Hard Network out next segment.
Businesses have had to be flexible this year, from working remotely to pivoting their business models for long-term survival, like restaurants moving their dining outdoors and adding takeout. If you're in charge of hiring for your business, these pivots have made your job even more challenging. Thankfully, there's one place you can count on to make hiring easier: ZipRecruiter.com/Dan. ZipRecruiter's technology finds the right people for your job and invites them to apply. It's no wonder that 4 to 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Dan. Again, it's free. Do it today. ZipRecruiter.com/Dan.
Exploration. It's in our DNA. We want to see what's never been seen. Hear what's never been heard. Feel what's never been felt. We are all explorers. And there are new worlds to explore.
PlayStation.
We made USAA insurance for veterans like Martin. When a hailstorm hit, he needed his insurance to get it done right away. USAA. What you're made of, we're made for.
The best ingredients are easy to explain. Like food that's grown from soil and rain. Artichokes and egg yolks have nothing to hide. Unlike azodicarbonamide, our domain is organic romaine, ancient grains, chunky or plain, fuel for the brain, absolutely anything but mundane. We only sell food we know you'll adore. So icky products are banned from our store. Saying no to that stuff is more than a goal, because that's what makes us whole.
Could you make it out to Bradley?
Bradley, got you, man.
Bradley, dish the greasy wings and get a delicious Subway footlong. Try my favorite turkey. Order on the app.
Anything for my fans, man.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
Hey, you gotta take that.
Good food that's good for you, but good for you. Now get a free footlong when you buy two, because it's footlong season.
At T-Mobile, we believe you should get more. That's why we merged with Sprint. Now, it's about to get even better. And as we work to integrate Sprint's network, our nationwide 5G keeps getting stronger, with the capacity and coverage to reach more people and places across the country. Who says you can't have it all? Now is the time for 5G. Now is the time to join T-Mobile.
We believe in good we can all afford. From a lighter load on the planet to shoes with a lighter footprint.
Californians are stepping up to protect their homes and neighborhoods from the threat of wildfires. You can join the effort by creating 100 feet of defensible space around your home. Learn more at safetyactioncenter.pge.com.
What is this? It's another ad read. These things are getting out of control. Do they really think I'm going to interrupt the show to tell people, watch ESPN Live on Hulu? Come on! Steve, do people tune into my show to hear me say, watch ESPN Live on Hulu?
No, they don't, Scott.
It's ridiculous. I'm not going to do that. I'm a man of principle. Never. Ever. I might. I don't.
Wherever shall we begin?
Pro Extra is the Home Depot's loyalty program built just for pros. Members earn rewards like Tool Rental Center credit or Pro Extra dollars with every purchase. Plus, they get members-only offers. Save time, save money, get rewarded. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
The Flat Spin 360. Often imagined, rarely attempted. Accomplished. Just this once. Introducing the all-new turbocharged K5.
The Nature Boy Ric Flair, 16 times your world heavyweight champion.
Stugatz.
The limousine riding, kiss stealing, wheeling dealing, jet flying son of a gun. Ladies and gentlemen, Nature Boy, Dan Le Batard. Woo!
This is the Dan Le Batard Show with the Stugatz on ESPN Radio.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. News from the Dan Le Batard Show Nation. Someone has just hit us up on the Dr. Pepper Twitter feed. Melinda at Coach's Daughter. After our segment on athletes whose names connote sneezing, pleads on Twitter, please install some plexiglass so Dan doesn't die. Let me tell you something, Coach's Daughter. Thanks for your concern about me. I mean...
We are taking your calls. We are looking for Tua calls. Richard Lewis is welcome anytime he wishes to come around here and set fire to the program. We enjoy fighting with him. He has been my longtime nemesis. I love someone shouting a echoey sentence into the cavernous beyond. I played Carnegie Hall, like shaking a fist at us.
It's a great card to throw down, though. It really is.
Well, it's a great card to throw down as funny. It's a ridiculously old card to throw down in 2020. I want to get to what's happened with Dontari Poe with the Dallas Cowboys. Stugatz, do you know anything about this? Why are you laughing, Mike?
Because I saw a blurb that boiled down to why he was cut, which made me laugh.
It is. The quotes are funny, too, from Jerry Jones, because he's making it about weight and performance when he's the only Cowboy to kneel on Jerry Jones's watch after Jerry Jones publicly said there would be no kneelers and did that do-si-do thing, that line dancing thing that he did.
That's curious.
Right.
Because the headlines were he's fat.
Well, that's what Jerry Jones was. It's what he kept hitting. He's like, what's the point of talking about the other stuff? He's fat. And it was just such a great camouflage. Like, it was such a, hey, this is performance.
Pretty irrefutable,
it's
too.
Performance and fat. It's not that he kept kneeling on the anthem.
What does he say if he's not fat, though? Like, what's the excuse?
Performance. Just performance.
Okay. So it's always
performance. The next guy who kneels, if he's skinny, it will not be performance and fat. It'll just be performance.
I'm pretty sure I saw a headline, Poe cut fat.
Jake, go now.
Emmanuel Acho, cause he's Tua Tagovailoa. We're hoping that he's a good thrower. Yeah, he's Tua.
Very well done.
And Burrow will both look like zeros next to Tua and Jordan Love.
Thank
Excellent.
you.
Excellent.
You are
That's
getting
one of the better ones.
You are getting applause from Mike Ryan. The number is 786-456-4837. If you're going to give us an athlete whose name sounds like a sneeze, we need you to deliver it as a clearly enunciated sneeze, please. I am sorry to be so meticulous and such a dictator about this, but it's what we need, okay? If you're going to sneeze as a comedic device, we need to understand the name, and we need it delivered as a sneeze. We're going to need the answer in the form of a question. I'm sorry I am holding you to this. 786-456-4837, but it's important for the comedic value. I am simply waiting for Richard Lewis. Mike, who else do we have on the line as I clear out some of these singers so that I can get some of these sneezers?
We have a lot on the line, but considering where we are in the clock, let me play a pre-recorded submission from one of our listeners. We got a lot of that over the last 2 days.
Tua, Tagovailoa. You run and throw. You run and throw. Now that you're the QB, the Dolphins, they can't be beat. Ryan, take a seat. Ryan, take a seat.
I like it.
The great boy George.
That is correct, Stugatz.
Follows me on Twitter.
That is also somehow correct.
I was listening back to the show in my car, and I don't believe you when you say you DM with Lee Steinberg every day.
Well, not every day.
Well, you said every day.
Well, it started off as DMs, and then it got to some texts and some phone calls because he got down to serious business about Patrick Mahomes and
My
Dan.
point stands. I don't believe you.
Mike. Oh, what do you mean? Is it not nice? It's 100% accurate. It's just a
Occasionally I tell the
weird
truth.
place to call you on a lie.
You are listening to Dan and Stu from the Clevelander on ESPN Radio.
Exploration. It's in our DNA. We want to see what's never been seen. Hear what's never been heard. Feel what's never been felt. We are all explorers. And there are new worlds to explore.
PlayStation. We made USAA insurance for veterans like Martin. When a hailstorm hit, he needed his insurance to get it done right away. USAA. What you're made of, we're made for.
So how is it?
Great.
Ever wonder where the capital A in Chick-fil-A came from? It started with grade A, top quality chicken. But we believed everything, not just the food, should be grade A. A is for all the little things we do to bring you our best every day.
The A in Chick-fil-A means a loving, caring team. We're all very supportive of each other. It goes beyond being a team. It's like a family, you know? I definitely can't imagine working anywhere but Chick-fil-A ever, especially right now.
To reduce the risk of wildfires, PG&E may proactively turn off power when severe weather is forecast. Here are 4 ways to prepare before a power shutoff. Update your contact information at pge.com/mywildfirealerts so we can reach you. Plan for medical needs like medications that need to be refrigerated or devices that require power. Pack or restock your emergency supply kit. Ensure backup power sources are safe to operate. To learn more, visit safetyactioncenter.pge.com.
Tessa's getting her holiday shopping done early at Amazon. So come December, she'll get to be Holiday Tessa. Nobody's taking this photo off their fridge. All right, Tessa.
We believe in good we can all afford. From make-believe made for everyone to a t-shirt that means the world.
Wherever shall we begin?
Real men Lawrence far away, right? This is not the way.
The Mandalorian new season streaming October 30th on Disney+.
The Flat Spin 360. Often imagined, rarely attempted. Accomplished. Just this once. Introducing the all-new turbocharged K5.
Center.
I'm Christine Lisi. This just in. The Giants announcing a player has tested positive for COVID-19. He was immediately self-isolated, and the contact tracing process has started. All his close contacts are home today and are participating in meetings remotely. Panthers running back Christian McCaffrey out tonight against the Falcons. His return from a high ankle sprain likely next week versus the Chiefs. From ESPN's Chris Lowe, Big Ten nixed a proposed deal that would have allowed Nebraska to replace Saturday's canceled game against Wisconsin with a matchup against Chattanooga. A reminder that you can watch the Dan Le Batard Show at 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN Plus beginning Monday, November 9th.
Thursday with Greeny, we're looking ahead to rivalry weekend in the NFL, headlined by the Steelers and Ravens, a critical game in the AFC. We're talking football with you. See you then. It's Greeny, starting noon Eastern on ESPN Radio and ESPN News.
Dan Le Batard.
I know what you like, and I give it to you to make you a junkie so that you're listening and you can't help yourself on the stuff that I got to force feed you. But I know what you like, and I'll give it to you sparingly just to get you addicted.
Stugats.
You'll stay right there addicted, and every once in a while, I'll give you smack that you don't like, but that you need. It's medicine you need. It's the whole formula. We know what you like. It's why you're addicted, even though you hate that part of the show.
This is the Dan Le Batard Show with the Stugats on ESPN Radio.
All guests on the Dan Le Batard Show appear via the Shell Pennzoil Performance Line. Today on ESPN Daily, Antonio Brown reunites with Tom Brady in Tampa Bay. Mina Kimes joins us to talk about Brown's impact on the field, ongoing issues off the field, and how he landed in Tampa. Listen and subscribe wherever you get your podcast.
People are sick of the Cleveland Browns. They're sick around here of Mike talking about the Cleveland Browns. Mina Kimes talking about the Cleveland Browns. I believe there's been a backlash against Mike Ryan's beloved Cleveland Browns.
Right. Thankfully, on the Daily, they're talking about Antonio Brown, a different type of Brown. I'm not sure if you were half listening there.
I was half listening. When I heard Mina Kimes and Browns, I know that you and her talked about the Browns, and I know that
I catch it. You know me, man, catching a lot of flack for loving a sports team. What can I say? I'm a sports guy, man. I have certain teams that I like more than others, and I like to defend them at every turn. Sorry.
I don't think it's catching a lot of flack for being a sports fan. I think it's your face. I think it's just your face and your voice.
Yeah, general tone, too.
All fair.
Yeah.
All fair.
But Christine Lisi is the opposite of whatever that is. She brings sunshine everywhere she comes, except when it's cruelty and dark, and it has to do with a rooster killing somebody accidentally who was investigating a cockfighting ring.
Well, the rooster wasn't investigating.
I said investigating someone who was investigating.
You made it seem like there was a private eye rooster.
Tough segment.
I made it a murderous rooster yesterday, not a private eye rooster. Christine Lisi, please continue.
And finally, Jon Stewart is heading back to television to host a current affairs series for the streaming service Apple TV Plus. That's awesome.
That is awesome. Why'd you make that face, Mike? Because she threw in a plus in there, Apple TV Plus, and yesterday you and Mina enjoyed. You had a great deal of fun today making fun of me with Mina in that Browns podcast where you annoyed everybody.
We still are trying to get people to it. It wasn't a Browns podcast. It was wide-ranging topics. But yes, part of it was making fun of you for calling Apple TV Plus Apple Plus because you sounded old, making it ESPN Plus and Disney Plus. But we were wrong, and we owe you an apology. And Dan, I'm happy to announce on today's postgame show, you are getting that apology.
Okay.
Wow.
I'm looking forward to that.
That's how Dan was trying to get people to go to the podcast, Mike, because you guys were making fun of him.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
good,
Well, I feel like, again, a little heavy-handed with my face and my Browns fandom, and people don't like me. I feel like it's become canon for the show, and I think I'm generally likable, except when I talk about those things, which is all the time.
It is a funny thing, right? Because I do believe that fans always find other fans of other sports teams to be annoying or strident. If you ask anybody listening to this, who is the most annoying fan base, you will get an assortment of obnoxious nominees. But Mike Ryan gets so fired up. Basically, anytime this conversation happens, and again, I do think it's Mike's voice and Mike's face and Mike's tone as well, but anyone getting fired up about their team, it's like looking at somebody else's baby pictures. It's like, I know you love your baby pictures.
Right.
And I know you love your baby, but very few of those baby pictures are things that most of us want to actually see, and we have to sort of grin our way through it. It's the same thing with a sports fan's passionate allegiances when they don't align with yours, and Mike has absolutely turned this into a Cleveland radio show.
You'll say to yourself, that's what I look like when I'm rooting for my team. That's what I look like at the height of my Jets fandom, and I don't like what I see at all.
I know, but if
I don't like what I just heard.
I don't like what I hear either. Speaking of people who want to be heard, though, here is a tweet from Coog. Lebitard show beating this Tua song BS into the ground like a dead horse.
You don't get the show.
786-456-4837. If you want to sing any Tua songs, we are happy to do so throughout the entire week, really. I don't know that we're going to have many opportunities to do it, but maybe if he has a good game Sunday against Aaron Donald, we can continue to beat this dead horse. I want you to imagine me, okay, on a horse that has collapsed to death because I weigh too much, okay? I've been hitting this horse. I've been whipping it. The horse, its legs are splayed to the side, all four of them, and it's on its torso because it has been beaten to death by both this conversation and my weight. And the horse is dead, and I just keep beating it. 786-456-4837. It's long past dead. It's been dead. The horse is now just the skeletal remains of a horse. And I continue to thrash it, wanting performance out of it. Bobby, you're on ESPN Radio. Go ahead, Bobby.
Quick show, excuse me. Two plays. Two plays on Sunday. Two plays on Sunday. Two plays on Sunday, and the Finns can't be stopped.
I like
Oh,
that.
we're getting there.
I like the sneeze more
German
than
metal.
the song. I like that's really good, though. I don't know that we're going to do a lot better than Emmanuel Ocho, but Klitschko is pretty good as far as sneezes. Athletes who smell like or sound like sneezes go. Jay Fire, continue to beat this dead horse with us. Jay Fire, go ahead.
It takes two to make the Finns go right. It takes two to make Fitzpatrick cry. Hit it. I want to start Tua now. I'm Brian Flores. I came for first downs. I'm not internationally known, but I'm coming for the coaching throne because I'm not stupid. My call's courageous. Stay away from Tua. This COVID contagious because I'm the winner. Gase was a loser. To be an HC is what I choose. Players love me. Fans adore me. I mean, the Belichick tree, yeah, it's all me. Like, one day I'll win Super Bowls. The reason why? Man, Tua throws. Let's go, cuss.
All right, so we've got a problem here. We've got Chris Cody with a double thumbs up and Tony coming in with a thumbs down. So who is right on this? Billy, you want to be the arbiter here? Once, a thumbs up from Billy. Tony, your hip hop snobbery is such that, yes, that was an incredibly stiff sort of starched rendition of fast lyrics. I understand that they were not good enough for you, but there was some effort involved there.
There was effort, Dan, but all I have to say is, you check.
Oh, wow. Okay. a good counter.
If Tony's a hip-hop guy, I have another pre-recorded hip-hop offering from one of our listeners we can get to.
Let's do it. Do you like it? Like, is it bad or is it good? Because you like the bad sometimes more than you like the good.
I don't know. If fans of Juan Pierre are really going to love this one.
JP.
Too already. What? Too already. What? Too already. For y'all.
It's very limited, but we recognize it.
Well, so is the source material, Dan.
I understand.
I feel like the songs are getting better, though. I mean, the listeners are really, it took them 4 days, but.
If what you mean by better is that they're getting worse, you're absolutely right. But getting worse is better around here.
The Dolphins got to Tagovailoa, the greatest quarterback in the land. He was sitting on the bench just waiting for his chance to get in and show the world what he can. Now, when Tua gets in, Miami goes wild. Everybody knows he can throw about a mile. Didn't make sense not to put in Tua, especially since they already spent all that moolah. So far, he throws so fast, he runs so much. Great about this quarterback. You'll never catch him, you're too slow. You'll never intercept his throws. Hey now, you're the starter. Tua Tagovailoa. Dolphins fans have been waiting for a quarterback just like you.
I am
you
so worried. I am so worried. Yeah, you got to go
The
you
ending
were
was
there.
there for
You
you.
got to
It
go.
was there,
It was
right.
so there for you. I'm also hoping that Aaron Donald doesn't smash his mouth because I'm really concerned about this going on for another week. I deserve that. I totally deserve that.
Dance, puppets, dance.
Smash mouth is what he went. I will say this, though, in my meager defense.
There's no defense.
The worse that these are, the better that they are.
You sure?
No.
Ted, you're on the air.
Go ahead,
Freddie,
Ted.
Freddie, you do.
Oh,
we
thank
got
you.
it.
I'm
You're
sorry,
very good.
Freddie Adu. I missed
Freddie
that.
Adu.
I talked over Freddie Adu,
Appreciate that,
14-year-old soccer star who's now 44. Thank you.
There's some O in this house. 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 Said rookie QB starting this week. But what AstroTurf makes is run out game week. Woo! Yeah. We talking Tagovailoa. On a fly route, bust the seam. Or dial up the fullback screen.
Yes.
Yeah. We talking Tagovailoa. Five-man rush, try and beat him up. Jam the Cox with the blitz pickup. Eli's hands up in his face. Tua throws the touch and lights up the play. Yeah. We talking Tagovailoa.
Please stop.
No, don't stop.
Please stop. Just stop. Just get out of here.
He's been on hold for 4 hours.
I'm going to kill him with this fullback screen line.
He was pretty good. I strolled in here at 7:15 a.m. and he was there.
He's been practicing for 4 hours, and that is the best version. He hung up the phone and was like, nailed it.
Dance, puppets, dance.
Freddie Adu is great, though.
Yes, please stop doing that around me without a mask. Please stop.
Plexiglass.
Advance Auto Parts, Stugatz, tell them.
Don't know about you, but my morning commute is filled with thinking about who won, who lost, who I'm going to fire, the next game. The last thing I want to be thinking about are my car lights. Who wants to think about that? That's why I swung by Advance Auto Parts. Not only did their experts set me up with 2 Sylvania Silver Star Ultra headlights with the furthest down road visibility, I saved $15 by mail. How about that? Got great headlights, and I saved $15 from our friends at Advance Auto Parts. You can do the same. For better vision during these dark winter mornings, advance your auto at Advance Auto Parts and participating CarQuest locations. See stores for details.
Exploration. It's in our DNA, and there are new worlds to explore.
PlayStation.
This is Theragun by Therabody, the percussive therapy device that has been the secret of professional trainers, weekend warriors, and all-star athletes looking to get to their next level. Theragun's scientifically calibrated depth and force is designed to keep you moving freer and living better. Professional-grade power that's felt, not heard. Whether you're making memories, making a deal, or making history, visit Theragun.com and change the way you move.
We made USAA insurance for veterans like Martin. When a hailstorm hit, he needed his insurance to get it done right away. USAA. What you're made of, we're made for.
Today tastes like a home game.
like a huddle. Tastes like we're bringing the heat. And like a front row seat. Today tastes like we're a team. And it never tasted this good.
We believe in good we can all afford. From make-believe made for everyone to a t-shirt that means the world.
Proposition 23.
Dangerous and costly.
The American Nurses Association California warns 23 would shut down dialysis clinics.
And the California Medical Association warns 23 would increase healthcare costs.
Join them in voting no on 23.
To reduce the risk of wildfires, PG&E may proactively turn off power when severe weather is forecast. Here are 4 ways to prepare before a power shutoff. Update your contact information at pge.com/mywildfirealerts so we can reach you. Plan for medical needs like medications that need to be refrigerated or devices that require power. Pack or restock your emergency supply kit. Ensure backup power sources are safe to operate. To learn more, visit safetyactioncenter.pge.com.
Wherever shall we begin?
Abby says she wants to marry a B-Dubs honey barbecue wing. We get the sweet, tangy allure of honey barbecue sauce, but you can't marry a chicken wing. What are you going to serve at the wedding? Their family? 26 sauces and seasonings at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Jalen, are you looking for this?
Oh, no.
What?
I placed a bounty on Kenny. I thought he stole it from me.
You what?
Jay, straight up. What?
That ain't right, Jalen.
Has anyone seen him?
Dude, this is so not the way.
This bounty hunter thing is a lot tougher than I thought.
The Mandalorian, new season streaming October 30th on Disney+.
Proposition 23.
Dangerous and costly.
The San Diego Union Tribune warns 23 will put dialysis patients at risk.
The Los Angeles Times warns 23 would raise costs.
Every major newspaper in California urges.
Vote no on 23.
Don Lebatard.
Dan is getting to his microphone real quick. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Stugotz. I appreciate it. My apologies. I had to run out for a moment.
Stugotz. Did you eat something?
I did. I grabbed some turkey.
Yeah.
You can hear it in my mouth?
Yeah, you made it seem like you were doing something urgent. Instead, you were just stuffing
I
your
was
face.
doing something urgent.
Yeah.
I went upstairs and grabbed some turkey, and then I ran back down here. I'm sorry that I'm late. It's very unprofessional of me.
Why do you have an entire turkey leg in your pocket?
I do. I walk around here like it's Disney World with one giant piece of turkey at all times.
This is the Dan Le Batard Show with the Stugatz on ESPN Radio.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive, celebrating 8 years of donating cars to veterans in need. Learn more at keystoprogress.com. If you missed any of the show, you know what? Sorry. It's time for Straight Talk. It is brought to you by Straight Talk Wireless. Conversational talk.
Yes, thank you, Stugatz. At some point, we will learn this and do it correctly. But if you've been following the things that we've been doing away from the terrestrial 2 hours that we do here, you've got a Big Suey and you've got a local hour that are going out every day. You are familiar with Shane Bacalata and Harry the Horse. They're very popular, incredibly popular, and they are doing sports radio, that is groundbreaking. And it's no news, no politics, just sports. And so they exist in this world of the Big Suey and the local hour. And we have, in real life, someone who is clearly mimicking them. Our friend, Tony Rizzo, the guy that we have feuded with in Cleveland before, Stugatz, and we feuded with him, but not the producers. He says our show is exceptionally produced.
Yes.
I listened to Dan's show while I was in Florida last week, I listened every day, came in the afternoon. He's got a good show.
He's got a very good show.
Oh, it's impeccably produced. I mean, oh, goodness. That is like a training show for kids on how to produce radio.
Yeah, they like playing that sound, the impeccably produced producers.
I mean, he's right. I mean, they're great. We stink.
And so Tony Rizzo thinks we are a product of only our exceptional, extraordinary production. Do we have any other Tony Rizzo sound? What was the occasion that he decided that he was going to fight people at Buffalo Wild Wings?
I got to find that because I pulled it up, but it was distorted because we did some sort of bit. Oh, what was that game show that we did where we distorted the voices and people had to guess the take based just off of the content? That's actually a pretty good game.
All right. Do you want to just play it distorted for no good reason other than the fact that we're impeccably produced and we're not properly produced for this segment?
Sure.
Great take.
Solid. We will find the version that doesn't sound like that. So Tom Rizzo, though, I've got Tony Rizzo, excuse me. I've got to explain to people. I corrected it before anyone else could correct me.
Yeah, that was why I went, ooh.
Well, but because we're impeccably produced, I wasn't prepared for the Buffalo Wild Wings sound to come out that way. So I'm a little rattled and stuck, and this is what happens. All of the mistakes that I make are based on trying to filibuster here while others are getting ready to do their job. Every single one.
Maybe not every single one.
That's a bit unfair.
I am 100% perfect at all times, and the only mistakes you hear on the air are when we are not impeccably produced. So, because I got to keep talking.
You were not filibustering at all when you thought Dante DiVincenzo was from Europe. I mean,
that is true. Fair enough. That is the one mistake you got me on. Otherwise, I am totally perfect. Okay. But at the moment, though, if you're familiar with Shane Bacalata and Harry the Horse, you will be amazed at how Rizzo is, not Tony, not Tom, how he is basically just on ESPN Cleveland. It's kind of hard to believe, but this is how they're going, ESPN Cleveland.
Stand by for an important message from Tony Rizzo regarding 850 ESPN Cleveland.
Why we don't talk politics. Over the past year, we have received a ton of fan feedback asking us not to talk politics, and frankly, I'm relieved. For 15 years, we've devoted ourselves to talking about everything: sports, news, entertainment, pop culture, including politics. But political discussions have become so toxic, divisive, and hateful. As of today, 850 ESPN Cleveland will no longer talk politics. If you're interested in political coverage and commentary, here's a list of stations that do it well. WTAM, News Talk 1490, WCPN, and WHK. As for us, we welcome fans of the Browns and Buckeyes and anyone looking to escape the never-ending political bickering. We are 850 ESPN Cleveland.
That is Straight Talk. It is brought to you by Straight Talk Wireless.
So straight, that talk. So straight. Just sports.
No contract and definitely no compromise.
That is life. All compromises. What do you mean that? No, that is a total compromise. Like, never mind everything that's happening in the world right now. Total compromise. Straight Talk. That is life imitating art right there.
I have never heard a promo that promotes other stations.
It's look, go listen to something else. We understand.
Here's where you can go.
These times are so tense. We understand some of you may want that. Not here, though. Here are some of the other places that you can go. That's unbelievable that exists in 2020.
Exploration. It's in our DNA, and there are new worlds to explore.
PlayStation.
When you know that you're finally home, and that long stretch of road falls behind that line. Won't stop, don't stop, believe and tell me what you want, what you want, I want you to see it. 'Cause right here, right now, you can be anybody.
We made USAA insurance for this season. When being a fan on a budget gets tough, our agents do the legwork so saving on auto insurance is easy. USAA, what you're made of, we're made for.
Takes the championship 34 years after his father.
Child arrived just the other day. Came to the world in the usual way. And he was talking for I knew it. And as he grew, he'd say, I'm gonna be like you, Dad. You know I'm gonna be like you.
I'm driving.
Zero alcohol.
The cats in the cradle and the silver spoon. Little boy blue and the man on the moon.
We believe in good we can all afford.
Sing it.
From coffee that opens more eyes to black business to 100 shades of beautiful.
Wherever shall we begin?
The best way to get the new, large, 3-topping $10 Tastemaker is also the easiest. With contactless curbside pickup, let us know when you're here, without ever leaving the safety of your car. No one out-pizzas the Hut.
Trouble keeping track of your team's work? You need Asana. Capture everything in one space. Assign tasks to team members, see each stage of work, and identify trouble before it starts. Try Asana today for free.
To reduce the risk of wildfires, PG&E may proactively turn off power when severe weather is forecast. Here are 4 ways to prepare before a power shutoff. Update your contact information at pge.com/wildfire alerts so we can reach you. Plan for medical needs like medications that need to be refrigerated or devices that require power. Pack or restock your emergency supply kit. Ensure backup power sources are safe to operate. To learn more, visit safetyactioncenter.pge.com.
At Whirlpool, we don't know how the same number of people can make twice as much laundry without ever leaving the house. We don't know how breakfast can make you need a snack. How are you still hungry? Or where all the glasses keep going. But we do know that you can trust Whirlpool to cook, clean, and wash it all, because that's what we've always done. Meal after meal, dish after dish, load after load, day after... What day is it?
At T-Mobile, we believe you should get more. That's why we merged with Sprint. Now, it's about to get even better. And as we work to integrate Sprint's network, our nationwide 5G keeps getting stronger, with the capacity and coverage to reach more people and places across the country. Who says you can't have it all? Now is the time for 5G. Now is the time to join T-Mobile.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Christine Lisi. Right now, Giants guard Will Hernandez tested positive for the coronavirus, is expected to be placed on the reserve COVID-19 list. All his close contacts are home today and participating in meetings remotely. Giants announced that their facility will remain open today. Panthers running back Christian McCaffrey out tonight against the Falcons. From ESPN's Chris Lowe, Big Ten nixed a proposed deal that would have allowed Nebraska to replace Saturday's canceled game against Wisconsin with a matchup against Chattanooga. A reminder that you can watch the Dan Le Batard Show at 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN Plus, beginning on Monday, November 9th.
Light up the dark winter nights with the headlights that offer the furthest down-road visibility. Head to Advance, get 2 Sylvania Silver Star Ultra headlights, and save $15 by mail. Advance your auto at Advance Auto Parts and participating CarQuest locations. See store for details.
Dan Le Batard.
Stugatz, if you give him the choice, Stugatz, you can have the very same thing one of two ways. You could get it honestly or you could steal it. He'll always choose stealing it.
Stugatz.
Well, it's the quicker path. I mean, it's just,
This is the Dan Le Batard Show with the Stugatz on ESPN Radio.
All guests on the Dan Le Batard Show appear via the Shell Pennzoil Performance Lot.
All right, we finally found the Tony Rizzo sound of him asking, I don't know what the context was for why it is he was willing to fight somebody at a nearby franchise restaurant.
The Browns went 0-16 famously, and a bunch of upset fans planned a parade.
At which point we tried to plan a parade for the possible second 0-16 that ended up getting squashed when they won a game. Correct? Didn't it? One of those times we were trying to plan a parade ourselves.
We did execute that parade. We staged it inside a KFC restaurant across the street from a rival radio station, and we made it all about celebrating Jim Mandich because of his perfect season. We executed that one. We tried and failed to do a dumpster fire parade around Marlins Park. Like, there was a lot of stuff going on. I think there was laser projections.
No, hold on a second, Mike. I think you've got your history wrong on this. Christine, we'll get to you in a second. First of all, we did at a KFC a show. We were trying to celebrate a winless season, but the Dolphins actually won a game and ruined that parade.
Right. Greg Camarillo ruined that entire thing.
Yes, but that was a partial parade that ended, I think, at a flooded KFC. But one of those Cleveland seasons, we were trying to do a national parade. You're talking about a different one, the Marlins dumpster, where we actually thought about going past the stadium, the ballpark, with a dumpster that was on fire. That we couldn't execute for other
Waste
reasons.
management,
It was hard to get a dump truck, I think is what it was.
We had kind of like a procession of dump trucks planned out, and then that fell apart, and people were volunteering their dump trucks.
What made us thought it would be easy to get dump trucks? I mean,
what makes us think it would be hard is the verb tense you were going for there. Let's go ahead and play the sound of Buffalo Wild Wings' Tony Rizzo.
If you're one of the people out there that is planning a parade for 0-16, I will fight you. Come down and see me right now. I am at Buffalo Wild Wings. You're going to celebrate my misery for 4 months? That is the loserest of all loser moves I've ever heard in my life. How dumb is that? Who thinks that's a good idea?
Tone, I don't know.
No, who thinks that's a good idea?
Some people have a sense of
I don't
humor.
want you on my team. I want winners, and I want people that want to win. I don't want people that celebrate losing. If you're one of them people that are planning this parade, you better stay the hell away from me, my show, and my family, because I will fight you.
Judging by the applause, they were staying away.
They seemed like they were a little bit at a distance there. I'm sorry, Christine. We got distracted again. Please have at it.
And finally, 20 to 25% of people are immune to hangovers. Who knew?
Immune. Is that
Wow.
right? I did not know that was that high. Put it on the poll, Guillermo, at Lebitard Show. Did you know that 20 to 25% of people were immune to hangovers? So we've been talking around here about the Borat movie, and I haven't seen any numbers on how successful this has been or hasn't been for Amazon Prime, but I imagine it's the first really explosive. Amazon Prime has spent some money. Like Julia Roberts has a show hidden there. They have thrown some money at some things, trying to get some things off the ground. They have plenty of money to throw.
That's crazy that Julia Roberts, an A-list actor, has a show that's hidden there on Amazon Prime. Because you're right, there's a lot of good TV hiding on Amazon Prime and other places, by the way.
Courtesy of Variety, Borat 2 was reportedly seen by an estimated 1.6 million U.S. households over its opening weekend.
Is that a lot or a little? It's a lot if you're a streaming service trying to get people to your streaming service.
Households is interesting because a lot of people share passwords. So it's very difficult to get an accurate number.
But that doesn't sound like very much.
No.
I'm assuming that if Borat was trying to open in a theater, that would be a disaster. Just merely 1 million people.
I mean, a Prime subscription annually, what is it, $100? I think they raised the price. And it's a lot. It's a lot. This is a Two Americas type of deal.
No, but I'm just talking about 1 million people. Like, I don't know what the measurement is for success there.
Households,
1 million households, fine. I don't know how you measure the success there. So I'm a bit illiterate as it comes to the numbers because I don't know what that industry would consider a success because this is getting a huge amount of attention. Amazon Prime as a channel, as a content distributor, I don't think has gotten this particular buzz on anything it's done. But I saw him being interviewed by Colbert. And without spoiling it for you, much of this has made its way excerpted into the mainstream. There is a scene with Rudy Giuliani that puts him in a compromising position, an awkward position. But the making of that scene, for those of you who do not know, Rudy Giuliani ends up on his back, either tucking in his shirt, according to him, or touching himself in front of an actress who was playing Borat's daughter as a journalist after, he had asked for her phone number and they were talking about, having a drink in another room. All of that as context. At the end of that, what happens is Borat, in one of his ridiculous costumes, runs into the room, Stugatz, saying, no, take me instead, don't take my daughter. Now, you get one shot at that scene, and that is the scene of the movie. Like that is what it is that they're trying to get to by way of building up the story until we get to that position where you are shocked, right? They've taken some of the steam out of it. They needed it for publicity, but you would have been genuinely shocked if you'd been watching there and all of a sudden you hadn't heard that Rudy Giuliani is in this position. But in order to make that happen, Stugotz, Rudy Giuliani has security. Rudy Giuliani had a trained police officer who sat at the door during that interview, making sure that no one would get into the room where Rudy Giuliani thought he might have been alone in the room with the female journalist. But hiding in the wardrobe in a closet, and it's the wardrobe, Stugotz, that was built to be 6'5" because Borat is tall. He is hiding in a room, in a closet that is dark, and Giuliani's security made a sweep of the room when he was in there in this costume. What? I want you to imagine the kind of fear that he had to be in that outfit, in the dark. And then the only way he could communicate, he was telling this story on Colbert, the only way he could communicate with anyone doing the interview, you get one shot at this, Stugotz.
I know.
You get, once Giuliani's gone, you either have a shot for your movie or you don't, because he's not going to come back. So you have to get this right the first time. He is in there, and the way that he's communicating with the director and people, because he can't see anything, he's in a dark room, he can't hear things. The way that they're communicating is by cell phone and by text. And he looks at his phone while hiding in that outfit, in the wardrobe, in a dark closet, and he sees 3% battery on his phone.
Oh, no.
Done some digging to put these numbers more in context for you. Now, the way that they chart this is only off of TVs that are connected to the internet, so it doesn't take into account mobile devices, which is obviously a large chunk. There are 155 approximately members that subscribe to Amazon Prime around the world. So Amazon put out a statement that tens of millions of people watch this. And while 1.6 doesn't sound like a lot, 1.6 million households, say there are average 4 people in a household, you each have them paying $10 a movie ticket. That actually is an impressive box office number.
Okay, cool. And I'm guessing it's the biggest thing that Amazon Prime has done in terms of getting a bump and attention for what it is that it's doing. Netflix, the reason Netflix doesn't pay any taxes is because they're pouring all of their money back into the content. I assume Bezos has so much money that he does things like this in order, like he's got so much money that he could just create studios and create content this way. But if you're telling me that's a success, I believe you. I'm assuming I saw Tom Hanks has a movie there that I'd never heard of. Tom Hanks has like this Navy movie that looks like it costs a ton of money.
To Apple TV Plus.
But like Mike said, I think with their metrics, the way they're doing it, that is a successful venture for them.
You understand what I'm
Well,
saying,
I guess
though?
the most successful would be how many new subscribers
Correct.
did they get to the platform because of this.
That is the measurement I'm guessing that they're looking for there. But I want you to hear me. Tom Hanks has an enormous Navy movie that is action-packed that many of you may not have heard of, that's simply hiding on Apple Plus.
Dance, puppets, dance.
I love A-list actors that have stuff that are hiding. I mean, it's weird. What a weird time for TV.
Advance Auto Parts, people. Tell them, Stugotz. Is this the last day, or was yesterday the last day on the sweepstakes that we have? Regardless, you can win $10,000 through Advance Auto Parts. Maybe the deadline was yesterday.
I believe it was yesterday. Don't know about you, but my morning commute is filled with thinking about who won the game, who lost the game, who I'm going to fire on the radio when I get there. The last thing I want to be thinking about are my car's lights. That's why I swung by Advance Auto Parts. Not only did their experts set me up with 2 Sylvania Silver Star Ultra headlights with the furthest down road visibility, but I also saved $15 as well. Did it by mail. For better vision during these dark winter mornings, advance your auto at Advance Auto Parts and participating CarQuest locations. See stores for details.
Exploration. It's in our DNA, and there are new worlds to explore.
we made USAA insurance for veterans like Martin. When a hailstorm hit, he needed his insurance to get it done right away. USAA. What you're made of, we're made for.
The day the world stopped was the day we found where to go. From now on, we're not going to leave anything on our plates because we've learned to savor the moments that were always there, and they never tasted this good.
Order number 92?
They came for the 2 for $5,
You got a 2 for $5, right? Yeah.
but they were surprised with a special side.
The best $5 I spent.
More surprised than I've been in my entire life.
I honestly cannot believe it.
Oh, believe me. Only at Burger King, you order a 2 for $5 and have a chance to win a PS5. Buy and play game in-app for a chance to win.
I thought it was a huge burger they handed me.
At Whirlpool, we don't know how the same number of people can make twice as much laundry without ever leaving the house. We don't know how breakfast can make you need a snack. How are you still hungry? Or where all the glasses keep going. But we do know that you can trust Whirlpool to cook, clean, and wash it all, because that's what we've always done. Meal after meal, dish after dish, load after load, day after... What day is it?
To reduce the risk of wildfires, PG&E may proactively turn off power when severe weather is forecast. Here are 4 ways to prepare before a power shutoff. Update your contact information at pge.com/mywildfirealerts so we can reach you. Plan for medical needs like medications that need to be refrigerated or devices that require power. Pack or restock your emergency supply kit. Ensure backup power sources are safe to operate. To learn more, visit safetyactioncenter.pge.com.
Behind closed doors, jobs are still getting done.
Looks good, right?
Perfecto. And she's just getting started.
We did it.
No, tú lo hiciste.
Yeah, I know.
You know what beats next day shipping? Getting it the same day. So shop Ace online and get free in-store or curbside pickup right in your neighborhood. Or get what you need delivered the very same day you order.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
Don Lebatard.
Let's go, Islanders. Bump, 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 bump.
Stugats.
Let's go, Islanders. Bump, 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 bump.
This is the Don Lebatard Show with the Stugats on ESPN Radio.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Casper, the sleep company with outrageously comfortable products at not so outrageous prices.
Find the post-game show where you will get me being apologized to. One of my favorite things. Put it on the poll, Guillermo, at Lebatard Show. Is one of Dan's favorite things to be apologized to. Roy, why were you shaking rotisserie chicken Pringles at us? Like, where did you get that? Why did you get that? For whom did you get that?
I went to Publix and I just happened to see this can of Pringles that's rotisserie chicken flavored, and I decided, you know what, I'm going to try it out.
But why?
No.
Have you tried it yet, or are you going to have it on air? I would like to, in that microphone, let's make good use of the fact that you have the best microphone of any of us here. You've got a windshield. Let's see what we've got here in terms of you. I want you to. All right. Rotisserie chicken Pringles.
It can't be good.
Put this on the poll as well, Guillermo, at Lebatard Show. Would you buy a brown can of rotisserie chicken Pringles? Is there something about that on the aisle that you would find appetizing? The artificial, because I'm assuming it's not actual rotisserie chicken that they're rubbing on their chips.
That's a good assumption.
I'm assuming that it's somehow some scientists in a lab are trying to create, however it is you arrive at the artificial ingredients that taste like rotisserie chicken.
But if you're in Publix, just get a rotisserie chicken.
And
They're
chips.
delicious.
Get regular Pringles and a delicious rotisserie chicken. And if you must, make a tiny little nacho out of it. But I don't understand why you would get the artificial flavors. So what is the verdict? Did you make a mistake or did you make a good purchase?
It tastes just like rotisserie chicken, and I made a mistake.
Yes.
Pringles side note, can we make the can a little wider? I can't get my hand in there.
Totally agree. Totally agree with you.
But it's because your hands are so fat. It's because
No, it's not. It's made for like small children. They need to make an adult-sized can for adults.
Little life hack for you, Chris. Turn the can up like this.
Nah.
Yeah, but then all the Pringles come out, man. No, Chris is right. Make the top bigger.
All right, put it
Put
on
your
the
hand
poll.
over the cover.
Put it on the poll, Guillermo at Lebatard Show. Does Pringles need to make wider lids on its cans?
I just assumed he opened his mouth like an anaconda or a cartoon cat eating pancakes.
That's what I do. I have to do that because I can't get my hand in.
It's because you've got freckled fat fingers. That's the reason.
I feel like the freckled part was unnecessary there, but thank you.
It was necessary for context.
Let's update the polls here. Stugat at Lebatard Show is where you vote. You could do it all week and all weekend.
The Twitter poll at Lebatard Show is brought to you by LinkedIn Jobs. Build your winning team today. Go to linkedin.com/sports.
Did you know that Chad Henne is a chief?
All right, the whole week we're doing, evidently. In 2 minutes, we're going to do the whole week of polls. Let's do it.
I was blown away by this. 84% of the audience said no. Did you know that Lou Holtz was coaching at NC State in 1974? That's how we started the week.
You sure this wasn't 2 weeks ago?
I don't know. 80% of the audience said no. Is it a compliment to call a person the cooler version of Dana Holgerson? 70% of the audience said no.
This has the same effect as like a time capsule right now for me.
Scarier, Derrick Henry running at you or DK Metcalf running after you? We got nearly 20,000 votes on this one, man. 61% of the audience said Derrick Henry. I think they're right. I mean, that guy, How can you budge? Hold on, let me scroll
Well,
up
didn't
here.
he just injure a linebacker, a hit on the goal line? Didn't he send a linebacker out for the Steelers just by trying to
That
tackle
was
him?
so violent.
So violent. I mean, anything colliding with him is violent.
Do you need to say spoiler alert if you're talking about the song playing in the end credits of a movie? Dan did that. He spoiled it for everyone. 81% of the audience said no.
It never ceases to surprise me whenever Derrick Henry gets pushed back.
Are we being terribly unfair to Buda Baker? 62% of the audience said yes, we are. Would you buy your kids the Elton John Barbie doll? 74% of the audience said no. Scroll up, big fat white face, couple of white face. Here we go. Would you yell at a nun in public? 75% of the audience said no. Have you ever yelled at your parents in public? 71% of the audience said no. Who wins a staring contest? Mike Tomlin or Frank Robinson? Tomlin, 82%.
You just heard the Dan Levatar Show on ESPN Radio.
All right, bye.
The holidays may be the season.
We made USAA insurance for this season. When being a fan on a budget gets tough, our agents do the legwork so saving on auto insurance is easy. USAA. What you're made of, we're made for.
BK Rosberg takes the championship 34 years after his father.
Child arrived just the other day. Came to the world in the usual way. And he was talking before I knew it. And as he grew, he'd say, I'm gonna be like you, Dad. You know I'm gonna be like you.
I'm driving.
Zero alcohol.
And the cats in the cradle and the silver spoon. Little boy blue and the man on the
Order number 92?
They came for the 2 for $5,
You got a 2 for $5, right?
Yeah.
but they were surprised with a special side.
The best $5 I spent.
More surprised than I've been in my entire life.
I honestly cannot believe it.
Oh, believe me. Only at Burger King, you order a 2 for $5 and have a chance to win a PS5. Buy and play game in-app for a chance to win.
I thought it was a huge burger they handed me.
The new K5 GT beats the BMW 330i in slaloming, cornering, and acceleration. So it probably makes sense that we just keep on racing ourselves. Introducing the all-new turbocharged K5.
Proposition 23.
Dangerous and costly.
The San Diego Union Tribune warns 23 will put dialysis patients at risk.
The Los Angeles Times warns 23 would raise costs.
Every major newspaper in California urges.
Vote no on 23.
To reduce the risk of wildfires, PG&E may proactively turn off power when severe weather is forecast. Here are 4 ways to prepare before a power shutoff. Update your contact information at pge.com/mywildfirealerts so we can reach you. Plan for medical needs like medications that need to be refrigerated or devices that require power. Pack or restock your emergency supply kit. Ensure backup power sources are safe to operate. To learn more, visit safetyactioncenter.pge.com.
We believe in good we can all afford.
Sing it.
From a lighter load on the planet to shoes with a lighter footprint.
At T-Mobile, we believe you should get more. That's why we merged with Sprint. Now, it's about to get even better. And as we work to integrate Sprint's network, our nationwide 5G keeps getting stronger, with the capacity and coverage to reach more people and places across the country. Who says you can't have it all? Now is the time for 5G. Now is the time to join T-Mobile.
high-stakes collision in the Big Ten.
Greeny with Mike Greenberg on ESPN Radio and on ESPN News.
And better than ever, Greeny with you, presented by Progressive Insurance. Guests on the Shell Pennzoil Performance Line, live from the seaport today. It's pouring in New York City, but I'm fired up and ready to go. And to be honest with you, I'm torn. Today, you're going to help me. Today, I'm going to ask you to help me make up my mind about something. Because we have a really serious issue that is going on in sports, that took place in sports this week. And if you look in the talk show host's handbook, it says, take a strong position and defend it, and fight with anyone who disagrees with you. But I'm so torn on this one that I'm going to ask you to help me with it in just a few minutes. We will do that. We'll get Buster Olney in here in just a couple of minutes as well. But I want to start by just looking. That I'm going to ask you to help me with it in just a few minutes. We will do that. We'll get Buster Olney in here in just a couple of minutes as well. But I want to start by just looking ahead to what should be an unbelievably good football weekend. NBA Finals are now behind us. World Series, as of this week, is behind us. And so what we have to enjoy right now is football, and thankfully we have a ton of it. Saturday night, this was a game that up until Penn State lost last week to Indiana, on a bad decision and a bad call, this was, according to our analytics, the most important game of the college football season. It was going to be the one that went the longest towards deciding if a team would make it to the college football playoff. Now, that has been altered a touch because, again, Penn State lost a game. That does not take the luster away or the significance away from this matchup. Saturday night, Ohio State, Penn State is an enormous game. And it is made all the more so, I think, by the real concerns about how many games the Big Ten teams are going to play regardless of what happens. So if you're Ohio State and you're thinking national championship thoughts, you need to bank a win over Penn State and then hope you get at least 5 more games to play. Maybe somewhere along the line you see Wisconsin. Somewhere along the line you get Michigan. You have to hope these games get played. All those things are not a certainty. So we do know this one is getting played, or at least as of now, that is the expectation. And it's one of the great games of the college football season. So we have that. And then in every direction that you look on Sunday, you've got a great game in the NFL. Obviously, Baltimore-Pittsburgh is spectacular. First time ever Lamar Jackson and Ben Roethlisberger oppose each other as starting quarterbacks. Pretty amazing when you think about it. You would have thought that would have happened. It hasn't. So it is the past of that division against the future of that division. The question is, who's the present? I believe the Steelers are the best team in football. I've been telling you that for a while. But the schedule does not work in their favor this week. Baltimore had a bye last week. They're rested. They're ready, and they're home. The Steelers, because of the coronavirus rescheduling, had to play Tennessee this past week in what was a great game, but it's physical and hard-hitting and all of that. And so the Ravens have a huge advantage going into this matchup this weekend. Seattle-San Francisco is one this weekend. That game was decided by, and thus the division was decided by 1 yard last year. Let's see if the Seahawks get that yard behind Russell this weekend. Huge game in the NFC West. Raiders-Browns is an interesting game. What are the Browns with their AFC Player of the Week quarterback and Baker Mayfield and his 5 touchdowns last week? What are they now that they will not have Odell the rest of this year? I'm going to dive a little more deeply into that game as we continue. Rams-Dolphins is a phenomenal game because it is Aaron Donald against Tua Tagovailoa. Welcome to the NFL, kid. Here's Aaron Donald, the best defensive player we've got, one of the best we've ever seen, and the one who makes opposing quarterbacks the most miserable. Tua's seen great players before. He played in the SEC. Half the great players in the NFL today once played in the SEC. So we'll see what winds up happening. But that is certainly a fascinating matchup to watch. Dallas-Philly, as terrible as both of those teams are, one of them will have the lead in the division when that game is over Sunday night. And then, of course, the Jets and Chiefs, which is only interesting in one regard. The Chiefs are a 19.5-point favorite. History tells us that team never covers. 8 of the last 10 spreads we've had in the NFL that were 19 points or more, the favorite did not cover. By the way, they won straight up all 10. So all those and more on the schedule for this weekend. Should be terrific football. But now I will get to what I was telling you before, a subject upon which I am completely torn. And I'm going to open the phone lines to you in a few minutes on this. But first, I want to get the insight into it from my friend Buster Olney, who hosts the Baseball Tonight podcast and, of course, is one of the best baseball reporters that there is and has been a friend of mine for a long time. And he's with me on the Shell Pennzoil Performance Line, Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline. You know, Buster, after you were on this morning with us on Get Up, we had a really fascinating discussion about the Justin Turner situation. And I know you and I exchanged notes briefly about it afterwards. But so I'd like to start it over again here for those who were not part of that. So let's go to exactly what happened on the field. Justin Turner, star of the Los Angeles Dodgers, pulled from Game 6 of the World Series on Tuesday night because they get a positive test back. They tell him during the game, you've got to go, you've got to isolate, you've got to quarantine. He goes and does that. The game ends, his team wins the championship. And the next thing you know, he's back on the field. He's celebrating with his wife. He's celebrating with his teammates and his manager. He's seen without wearing a mask out there, having been told that he has tested positive. And this has obviously caused extraordinary consternation. So tell us what Major League Baseball had to say about this yesterday and what they are thinking.
Yeah, Greeny, yesterday they announced that they're going to investigate what happened afterward. Because obviously, after the efforts to get through the season and to get to the end of the World Series, baseball and the Player Association has been proud of what they had accomplished at that point. But the lasting image from the end of the World Series is Justin Turner, a player who had just been told he had tested positive for coronavirus, mixing, among others, potentially putting them at risk. At the time he was taken out of the game, he was told, according to the sources I've spoken with, told that he needed to isolate, and he was in a room by himself. At some point, he wound up out on the field, and Major League Baseball is going to investigate, okay, what happened? How did that happen? Was it just a case of him walking out? Were there Dodger personnel involved in that to facilitate his time out on the field? Major League Baseball in the statement that it put out yesterday talked about how he emphatically rejected the pleas from people who work for Major League Baseball to self-isolate, and that's something that they're going to follow up on. From what I've been told, he essentially told them to bug off, and that he was going to go out and celebrate with teammates. And I've thought about this, is that in a sense, at that moment, Major League Baseball officials were kind of in the same position any parent can relate to. That day when your kid says, I'm not going to school, I'm just going to lie in bed and you can't make me. And so their choice was essentially to create a confrontation out on the field or to basically stand aside and let Justin go and do what he was going to do. And that's they did not want to have a scene that erupted. So I do suspect at some point Justin will be suspended for what happened.
Yeah, let's talk about that. What could the ramifications from a baseball perspective for Justin Turner be as a result of this?
Yeah, there's no precedent, of course, for any of this. There was an understanding when Major League Baseball and the Players Association came to an agreement on the health and safety protocol that personnel, players who would not fall in line with the health and safety protocol could face discipline. That was never really tested. Major League Baseball, I think, will wind up suspending him along the lines of what we saw with Yuli Gurriel with that racist gesture during the 2017 World Series, a suspension of 4 or 5 games, more to make a statement about how they felt about it than to actually, to take him off the field for a month or 2 months or anything like that. Justin Turner is a free agent. While I spoke with a number of people with other teams yesterday who were very unhappy with what he did, I don't think it's going to affect his free agency. He, in all likelihood, will go back to the Dodgers, a franchise that really values him. He grew up a Dodger fan. He wanted to play for the Dodgers. He's a good player, and he turns 36 years old next month and has reached a stage in his career where he basically is going year to year with a contract.
Greeny with you on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Buster Olney is with me on the Shell Pennzoil Performance Line. So, Buster, let's be people here. You and I know each other a really long time. And you saw the conversation that took place after your appearance on Get Up this morning. I'll recap it for those who were not watching. Dominic Foxworth said, yes, baseball should suspend him because this is a serious issue and the rules need to be followed. But if I, Dominique, were in his situation, I would have done exactly the same thing. And Damian Woody said essentially that. And it's important to point out D. Wood is a Super Bowl champion. He knows what that moment feels like. He knows what it's like to be on the field celebrating with your teammates when you reach the pinnacle. He said he likely would have done the same thing. And I was expecting Louis Riddick to say something similar. But Louis did not. Louis gave a very impassioned collection of thoughts about how seriously he takes the coronavirus, about people he knows who have had serious, incredibly frightening ramifications from the coronavirus, and that it's all well and good to say that in that moment, my priority was being out there on the field, but that ultimately, and I'm putting words in his mouth, this isn't verbatim what he said, but that ultimately it was an extraordinarily selfish act if indeed he was putting other people at risk. And boy, that struck me, Buster. I mean, it really hit me hard as he said it, because that obviously is, I think, the right way to look at it. So just as people now, not as a reporter and a talk show host, but just as people. And what are your thoughts on it, and what do you think the big picture view of it should be?
Yeah, that we should understand Justin in terms of the choice, why he made the choice that he did. You're talking about a player who is so invested in his teammates and so respected. You knew that he was going to have the pull to want to be out there. However, all he needed to do, if he had really taken the time to think about it, was consider what those around him in that team photo had been dealing with. Dave Roberts, his manager, who had dealt with cancer before. Earlier this year, I did a story on A.J. Pollock, the Dodgers outfielder. He and his wife, Kate, had a premature baby in March, 1 pound and 6 ounces, during the first surge of coronavirus. And in June, during a time when Kate and A.J. Pollock were limited to spending time with their daughter, Maddie, separately, they couldn't be together because of health and safety protocol regarding the coronavirus. A.J. tested positive for coronavirus. And the fear that that family lived with for 4 years is they waited the result of A.J.'s test and whether or not Maddie also had been infected and other babies in the NICU. The way they talk about it with such emotion tells you the impact on them. I think that if Justin had really put more thought into it, he would have made the decision to stay away from them. I think, he's had some contentious exchanges with Major League Baseball officials in recent months. And I wonder if when the request came, that's how he saw it versus the reality of what people around this country are dealing with the coronavirus.
Yeah, that's a really good insight, and some of that is stuff I didn't know. I knew the part about Dave Roberts. I didn't know the part about A.J. Pollock. I missed that story when you did it. So that's great insight. Buster, stay on this, and we'll check in the next day or two and see where it takes us. But I appreciate the time, as always, my friend. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Greeny.
It's Buster Olney with me. So right now, I'm going to ask you to help me. 888-SAY-ESPN is my phone number. 888-SAY-ESPN. I'm opening the phones to you right now. Because to me, should he be suspended is an easy question. Yes, of course he should be suspended. This is a rule everybody knows. It's common sense. It's everything. It makes it. We could debate how long the suspension should be, but that's not even, to me, the most interesting part of this conversation. The most interesting part is just how scornful, how angry at him should we be? Because I try very hard to put myself in people's position when if I'm going to sit here and I'm going to take someone apart on the radio, which I don't do often, I try very hard to imagine myself being in their situation. And I try to make sure that it is always reasonable and fair. And when Dominique Foxworth and Damian Woody were saying, I would have done exactly what he did, I will admit, sitting here, I will admit to you right now, I thought the same thing. I've obviously never been in any circumstance like that. I've never been at the pinnacle of any team sport or anything even close to it. But I would imagine that if I had been that, if I had ever been in that position and my team had just won the championship, that I would have run out on that field too. I think I would have. I can't lie to you. I can't sit here and be dishonest with you. And then Louis said what he said, and I thought to myself, oh yeah, like this is serious. This is not just breaking some little rule. This is, in theory, putting the health and well-being of other people, of compromising that. And again, the overwhelming likelihood is that nothing terrible will come from this. We all know that. We've all seen the numbers. I don't want to make this a referendum on how seriously people should be taking the coronavirus. I believe we should be taking it very seriously. We've all seen the numbers that suggest that the overwhelming likelihood is that nothing terrible will come from Justin Turner having run on that field. But is that okay? You know, I'll tell you a quick story. Nuno, you let me know when you have a few callers ready to go. But I'll tell you a quick story. One day, I was having this gastrointestinal pain, or I was having pain, in my chest area, in my chest. And I went to see a doctor, and the doctor said to me, Mike, the chances, as I knew it was like reflux. I knew it was like an acid thing. I knew I wasn't having a problem with my heart. And the doctor said to me, I really want you to go to the hospital and have a bunch of tests done. And I said, I really think that is such a waste of time. There's no reason to. I'm positive this isn't anything serious. And he looked me right in the face and he said to me, Mike, I think it is a 95% chance you're right. But are you willing to take that 5% chance? He actually said to me, how old are your kids? And at that time, they were younger than they are now. And I told him, and he said, are you willing to risk that? Are you willing to risk that? And I said, you're right. And I spent the night in the hospital, and I missed a show, and it turned out to be exactly what I thought it was, but I never regretted having done it. And that's what I keep thinking of in this circumstance. The chances are, I don't know what they are. They're extraordinarily small that Justin Turner would have done anything terrible by this. But are you willing to take that much of a risk? Is it worth it? That's the question. So I'm asking you to help me figure out how I should feel about this. It's the first time we've done this on this radio show. It won't be the last. So, Bubba, how do you want to do this? You have someone ready to go here on the Dr. Pepper call-in line. Go ahead. Bubba, tell me who's the first caller.
Yep, first up we have Mike in Georgia.
Go ahead, Mike in Georgia. You tell me how I should feel about Justin Turner doing what he did.
He should be okay with it because he has been around his team for 6 innings. The pregame, postgame, he was all the way around his team. So what difference does it make? If he was going to affect somebody, he would have did it already.
It's an interesting, I had thought of that too. He had been around everybody all day. They went through whatever they do pregame. They went through whatever, they're in the dugout. They're sitting next to each other on the bench all of this time. Now, right now we're showing a picture of him kissing his wife. Not 100% sure that was a good idea, but he was around all of these guys that exact day and leading up to it. That does enter somewhere into the conversation. Again, I'm not telling you where you should put it. I'm asking for your help figuring out where I should put it. Bubba, who's next?
Next up, we have Greg.
Greg, go ahead. You're on the Dr. Pepper call-in line. How should we feel about this, Greg?
I think that there should be ramifications, and what I think they ought to do is take away his World Series money.
Take away his World Series share. That would be a fine. I'm going to admit here, I don't know exactly what the World Series share was this year. Was it what it usually is? I mean, this is a guy who has probably made $50 or $60 million in his career. I would have to look that up. Someone can look that up for me, how much he's made. But it's unquestionably well into the tens of millions of dollars. So I don't think they're going to fine him an amount of money that is going to impact his life. Now, symbolically taking away his World Series share, I get that. I guess that's a reasonable punishment. And I don't think we need a deterrent. Dominique made this point as well. Usually, one of the reasons to punish someone for doing something is to deter other people from doing it. Now, hopefully, we'll never have this situation exactly repeat itself. It's an interesting thought. I appreciate the call, as always. Bubba, let's try and get in at least one more. Who you got next?
Next up, we have Jacob.
Go ahead, Jacob. You're on with Greeny. What should the reaction be? How should we feel about this?
Hey, Greeny. So I've got 2 quick things. One, from what I read about it, is the day before his test came back inconclusive, so they tested him again.
Right.
How does MLB, how do they not have that test before the game? They even allowed him to play with an inconclusive test. So that I put on MLB for not having that before the game started. And 2, I don't know what the CBA reads and all their protocols and everything, but if they're wanting to suspend him, how likely is it he appeals and wins that appeal because the season was over? So, again,
it's a good question, Jacob. I understand what you're saying. I'm sorry, I'm having a little trouble hearing you, but I'm quite sure I got the gist of it. The first thought of it is we have to get to the very bottom of that. Maybe buzz Buster back and just make sure that's right. I read it the same way Jacob read it, but let's just buzz Buster and make sure we didn't just give bad information on the air here. I do believe Jacob had that right. that there was an inconclusive test and they were doing the second test and that's what came back positive. But there's no way I want to let that be out there on the air without it being corrected if that's not right. So please call Buster back and make sure of that. Second, could he appeal the suspension on the grounds that the season was over? My answer to that is I don't think so. I think that the actions that he took, look, they can suspend you for things you do during the offseason. They can suspend you for a lot of other things. I think that there will be a suspension for sure. I think that's a lock. To me, that almost doesn't even feel like the most important part of the question. That seems like a given. All right, I'm going to leave it there for the moment, but I am going to come back to this, and I do appreciate the calls. And this is one of the things that I really look forward to in this radio show is that there are times when I myself have a very difficult time making up my own mind how to react to something. Like you, I just give things a bunch of thought, and I see them both ways. So I enjoyed this, and I appreciate all the calls, and we'll have more of it as we continue. In the meantime, coming up next, the biggest debate in sports is getting louder and louder, and on that one, I will take a side, and I will do it next after this word from Mercedes-Benz Vans. You ever wonder just how far an extra mile really goes? Drive a Mercedes-Benz van and you can find out. Start with a network of over 250 authorized dealerships backed by a sales force ready to help you with everything from customization to service. See how far an extra mile can really go by taking the first step into an authorized Mercedes-Benz van dealership today. Now with IRS Section 179, businesses could be eligible for up to a $25,900 tax deduction. That's up to $5,439 in tax savings. Options and model availability may vary. See dealer for details about costs and terms. Some equipment described is optional. That tax savings is based on 21% federal tax rate and eligibility to claim the full $25,900 Section 179 vehicle deduction. Your tax rate and eligibility may vary. Consult your tax advisor for more information. Limits may apply. Visit Visit